Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Or how wrong it'd be. Do you remember 22? I was going on my own and just trying to lose you. But that night you called, you said I was your phone. But I broke down. And I will always love you. Can't help it. It's something I do, like closing my eyes. But that night, you're always there. You're always there. It's you. You're always there. And it's starting to be you and me. And I swear I'm in love. And it's endlessly you and me. I'm under.
Wait minion, okay? I on now.
เอากองแวนลูกเอากองแวนนี่จะสิบ
Tower hits.
In the future is it
จอมา
Javan.
I'm tanking โอ้เรา
eyes? Tell me what you
minion
We play, guys.
I'm ulting now, okay? Play dragon, play dragon.
finish
Play dragon. We got it.
play back it's fine
It's something
oh nice chunk
Is there low? Is there no flash? You okay?
Edge over one yeah we go
Okay,
go
Looking
I'll look
Javan, look Javan.
going
Play Baron. Play Baron.
Baron.
you're always there. And it's starting to be you and me. And I swear I'm in love. And it's endlessly you and me. It's you. You're always there. And it's starting to be you and me. And I swear I'm in Do you remember 17? I want the days to fall like an ocean breeze. And I wanna do what I please. I stripped the weight off my heart just now. And it feels like I stopped falling down. Pressure's on the model page. Broken on a page.
看加流，看加流，看加流，
看加流就看加流，可以打这样子，
加油死了，慢慢来，会赢，会赢，会赢。往3秒 Q， 3秒 Q。
躲一下圆圈，
我知道
躲一下圆圈，看圆圈，看圆圈，
圆圈没来，圆圈没来，
看圆圈，
圆圈，圆圈没，对，踩回来被吹。
看不懂，我还有勾，我还有勾，
看不懂，看不懂，看不懂，杀掉，杀掉，杀掉。给你们演，给你们演 ，nice。
凯撒中路，凯撒中路。
デトネーションフォーカスビン所属トップレーナーのレイファーキーです、日本での父の日の思い出ということなんですけど、あんまり特別なことを今までしてこなかったんですけど、今年の父の日には自分はその時は日本にいたので、最近父がとても気に入っていた、キムチが一つあるんですけど、それをプレゼントしたら結構喜んでくれましたね。それが一番の思い出かなと思います。
안녕하세요. 저는 서포트뱅크 서포터 개인입니다. 뭔가 아빠랑 어디 놀러 간 건 아닌데 이제 군대 가기 전에 이제 아빠가 차 안에서 막 인생 얘기를 해줬던 게 되게 많이 기억이 남는 것 같아요.
Hello, I'm Wynot. I'm the Chiefs Jungler in the LCP. I think I have many precious memories with my father. We were actually both born on the same day. We share a birthday. So every single year, our birthdays are the same. And sometimes people say, you know, maybe that's not good because then you don't get all the attention. But I think growing up was really fun. You know, whenever I'd have a birthday at school, he'd take me out and we'd go to the movies. So I think throughout the years, just going to restaurants or spending the day on my birthday and on his birthday together, I think those have made for really, really precious memories together.
自分がプロゲーマーになろうとしたことを親に伝えた時は結構、心配が多かったみたいで、そのお金の面だったり生活の面だったりの心配をしてくれてたんですけど、いざ自分がプロゲーマー世界に入った時に、そのお金の面とかの心配がなくなってくると本当に応援する気持ちに 100% 変わってくれて、今でも応援してくれてますし、自分の親以外でも親戚と一緒に日本から応援してるっていつもメッセージをくれたりしてるので、とてもありがたいなと思っています。
엄마나 아빠나 처음에는 되게 게임하는 거에 대해 부정적이셨는데 제가 이제 몰래 좀 프로게이머로 준비하고 이제 팀이 확정이 됐을 때 아버지한테 이제 얘기를 드리고 제가 점점 성장하는 거나 이런 대회에서 성적을 내는 것을 보고 점점 긍정적으로 변하셨던 것 같아요.
I think my family cares for me a lot. So their number one priority was making sure I was kind of happy and they understood what I was doing. I think it was 2019, my dad went to Melbourne with me from New Zealand, from Auckland. We went to go look at MEO, which was the Melbourne Esports Open as an event. And I think it really helped inform his opinion on esports. And once they understood it a lot more, they were super supportive and just wanted to make sure that I was doing it in a way where I stayed healthy and I was able to compete.
直接だと結構照れくさくてあんまり言えてないんですけど、普段から応援してくれてありがとうという気持ちと、帰ったらいつも話を聞いてくれたりとか、結構一緒にお酒を飲んだりするのも自分にとっては本当に大切な時間なのでいつも感謝してます。
제가 항상 뭐 힘들 때나 막 그만두고 싶을 때 이제 아빠가 전화나 문자로 좀 케어를 해줘가지고 되게 감사합니다.
Abba, I'm so thankful for how incredible a father you have been. Like next week, I'm recording this today, but next week I believe you're coming to Taiwan. You know, so I'll see you then. Maybe you'll watch me play live as well. I just think you're so incredible, and you know, words can't put the meaning in about how incredible you've been and how amazing of a father you are.
一般的に父の日に何かをするかどうかが何かはあんまりよく知らないんですけど、自分はとりあえず父の好きそうなものをあげたりとか、あんまり父の日のことを忘れたりすると、口頭でいつもありがとうって言葉渡したりとかですかね。
한국에서는 뭐 어버이날 말고도 뭐 스승의 날, 어머니의 날, 뭐 여러 가지 되게 비슷한 게 많은 것 같아요. 네.
New Zealand has Father's Day as well. It's on a different date, but it's the same attitude, same fathers, making sure that you're thankful, and usually you'll spend time, outdoors with them. I think we used to go bowling or go to the movies and just spend some good quality father-son time.
これですか。これ他のチームの人とかってことですよ。どうなんだろう。ゲン選手かな。ゲン選手だと思います。そうですね。SHG って聞いてみんなの顔思い浮かべたらゲンさんに一番似てるなと思ったのでゲンさんかなと思いました。
Okay, SHG. Is it Evie? Not. Is it Johan? No. I'm just gonna go through all of them. Is it maybe Fate? I'm trying to think. SHG bot lane is Gang. Is the support? I think.
下に映ってる方ですよね。でもこれはチーフスの人で、ジャングルのワイノット選手に似ているなって気がします。
Maybe why not? League.
Oh, okay. That's Evie. No, that's God, what am I saying? No, it's Reifaki? Yeah, it's Reifaki. I was thinking Japanese top in my head, so I just got Evie Reifaki confused. Reifaki. Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
其实当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来了。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。对于礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Can't be without you. I always did the Can't be without you. Always wanted, always in the mood. Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite level.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
ここに集まったのはそれぞれが力を試し神殿の巫女の力を最もふさわしく扱えるものを決めるためだ。では前置きはこの辺にして商談を始めよう。
不会死吧？反打！我操！
ユナーラのパッシブがクリティカルダメージを出した時にこう追加ダメージで魔法ダメージを与えるっていうパッシブなんですけど、序盤はやっぱりクリティカルアイテムを詰めないので中盤とか2コア3コアあたりの後半中盤後半あたりに影響力が出てくるかなというふうに思います。ユナーラのメインスキルが9でスタックを8個貯めないと発動できないっていうスキルなので、ちょっと連戦とかはすごく難しい印象を受けました。
Theo em thấy ấn tượng đầu tiên của em về con tướng Yunaga này thì lối chơi cơ động và
我觉得他的 Q 在对线上应该会占蛮大的优势吧，因为他可以透过扩散来抢兵线。那在下路其实抢线权是下路最重要的工作。
W やばいよ。いかれてるダメージしてる。なんかゼリーの強化版みたいな感じ。
Em nghĩ là chiêu W của Yunada thì nếu mà ở trạng thái thường thì sẽ phù hợp với ở vị trí ở lane, còn vị trí ở W ở siêu việt ở trạng thái siêu việt thì sẽ phù hợp ở giao tranh.
比较长，好像在放龟外虚攻的感觉。
ユナーラの E が思ったよりも早く動けるし、クールダウンも短いので結構連戦でも積極的に使っていいんじゃないかなっていうふうに感じました。
哎，他们那个
不是
你还在睡觉啊？对啊，
哦，这里是来了。好，那第一个走了吧？啊！哎呦，W。哎，可以直接杀他。
ウルトのダッシュの挙動もすごく速いので、相手からしたらすごいやりづらいだろうなっていうふうには感じます。
我觉得他的大招有点像，就是他把他的3招都强化了。
個人的に感じたのは、ゼリのウルト中かなっていうふうに感じました。 W や E のクールダウンも解消されて Q が15秒間持続で発動するので，
对，他就是开了大来配合他的 QWE 的。
Thì cảm nhận của em khi mà khi mà chơi Yunara là kiểu cảm giác con tướng này đánh tay khá là nhiều nên là đầu game hơi bị khó để đi lane. Còn về giữa game và cuối game thì tướng khá là mạnh.
Theo em nghĩ thì nếu muốn chơi vị tướng này thì mọi người cần giữ vị trí trong giao tranh phối hợp với đồng đội.
我觉得对上他角色的话，就是趁他在 Q 还没有叠起来之前跟他换血。
상대 뭐 이즈카르마나 이런 견제기가 좀 좋은 챔피언 있으면은 힘들 것 같다는 느낌을 받았어요.
Theo em nghĩ là tướng để phát huy tối đa sức mạnh của Yunara là những vị tướng có khả năng bảo kê trong giao tranh, ví dụ như là Rakan hoặc là Lulu.
他感觉是需要发育起来的英雄，但在赛场上就是下路不太适合太发育，他需要有一点能够战斗的能力。
もちろんやっぱりプロゲーマーなので、練習しないといけない部分もたくさんあるんで、もちろんそれは練習しようと思ってます。ただやっぱりユナーラ自体がすごくなんていう新鮮なチャンピオンなので、すごく練習するのも楽しみなチャンピオンでもあります。
Theo em thì em nếu mà con tướng này mà ra mắt thì em sẽ chơi nó, em sẽ luyện tập nó rất là nhiều, em sẽ không cấm nó bởi vì em thấy con tướng này nó phù hợp với em.
开大。
我没必须都帮我打，我应该看过来啊，我也看过呀。
6じゃねえし。
哇，反正我不。
やばい、遅刻。またかよ、ノブルに怒られる。間に合った。あー、そう、終わってるじゃん。またやっちゃったよ。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for another great night of LCP action, and honestly, even more exciting than yesterday's night, because today we have the big matchup. It is possibly the most anticipated, especially in the first round robin. CFO going up against Team Secret Rails. I'm your host tonight, Vestian. Alongside me, Blue Panda.
You weren't talking about the Japanese derby, of course. That's got to be the big matchup. DFM, SHG, looking to put to bed that question of who is the better. I mean, so far it's been SHG. They've been looking like the better team, but Arya seems to be unleashed coming into the season finals. He's looking a lot cleaner. He's playing some much more dynamic, explosive League of Legends. So I think potentially this could be their chance to upset that. But yet, of course, going into that big matchup today to see who sort of ends this early sprint in the season finals as the top dog.
Absolutely, and it's really hard to judge ultimately because, you know, obviously neither of them gone up against each other, but CFO traditionally just the strongest team we have in the region. Team Secret Rails arguably one of the strongest regular season teams we have, although last split did fall to the side of CFO. Won in split one. Now I think going in you'd have to expect somewhat that CFO will come out victorious, but Team Secret Rails look like they've leveled up even more so than they have throughout the rest of the season. So it will be very, very exciting. But the first night is, as you mentioned, the Japanese derby, the LJL teams going head-to-head. Both teams now with a new, revitalized, arguably, jungler. Both of them looking fantastic thus far. Going to be interesting to see where they really are against each other.
Yeah, like I said, Arya very much feeling a little bit unlocked in the mid lane, but for the whole, these new jungle additions to both teams have really felt like a bit of a breath of fresh air. Whether or not they're on the same level, we'll have to find out. Of course, it is going to be this matchup that sort of helps us decide that. But these revitalizations, seeing the likes of Arya being enabled a little bit more in the mid lane, gives you that little bit of hope if you are a DFM fan that maybe they can reclaim some of that previous status that they held.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's, again, another really important matchup was Arya up against Fate, because for my money, both have been performing the best on their teams so far. In the split, they both very, very high priority on that Azir pick. I imagine to see it banned out on the red side, but that does then open up a few drafting options for whoever's on the blue side, which means that 1v1 side selection actually has stakes a little bit raised. Ultimately, there are no massive benefits from winning the series. It's more of a bragging rights thing because Vikings are, as they are 3-0, absolutely unchaseable, and neither one can also fall to where the Chiefs are because both teams have got to win.
Well, I mean, if nothing else, it's reassurance, right? You know, you're coming into the crunch time of the split. You want to be able to pick up those wins, even if they do have no real merit at the end of it, just to prove that you can get those wins over the line. But the big talking point, of course, between the two teams, there is a massive advantage that SHG do have in the bot lane. It's Gang's birthday.
Yeah, true. He is a birthday boy today. He's been in the scene for quite a while. I should have actually looked and see how old he is now. But
he's 29.
29. There you go. Out ages me. Not often that happens, but he's certainly looking good, and he makes that experience showing quite often. I mean, he's had a few oopsie-daisy moments. I mean, notably against the Chiefs, actually. 4 tower dives in a row engaged by him, all of which went poorly. So really looking for him to not make those mistakes, especially when they were very forced and unnecessary, where they were, okay, maybe this works out, but you have to play so phenomenally well to make it work out. It's usually when that is the case, those are the plays you shouldn't be looking for, outside of, okay, we're about to lose, let's do something that is, a bit risky. But in those games, of course, that wasn't the case. So I want to see him slow down the pace. He had one of the best games he's had so far in the split in the first series here. Actually, no, it was against the Chiefs in game 1. And then unfortunately his game 3 sort of hit back at that. So we'll see if he comes back to how he looked at the start of that series.
His game 3 was Blitzcrank. He looked great.
No, his game 3 was Alistair. Harp was the Blitzcrank.
Oh, it was Harp. Yeah,
that's right. the wrong side of the Japanese.
I know there was
derby
Blitzcrank and it completely ruined Oast.
Yes.
That's the main thing.
Absolutely. There it is on your screen. SHG, of course. I mean, Courage isn't back, is he? Is Courage back? Because Courage was on there.
Yeah, I mean, interesting.
I kind of liked Johan.
I really did.
Not that I disliked.
No, but it was, again, a different play style. It was a little bit more off the front foot. He was more proactive, it felt. He was definitely being a little bit more aggressive and enabling things in those solo lanes. And Citrus coming in. Much the same. It definitely felt like Ari was a little bit more unlocked when it came to that mid lane, had a lot more pride. I think, again, it also comes down to a little bit the drafting aspect of it. He was allowed to just be a little bit more free-flowing with the draft. But yeah, no, it's interesting. Maybe they're trying something. Courage, maybe he's performing better in scrims at the moment. Maybe they just want to see how they can interchange those play styles. But whatever the case may be, yeah, that is the start. I mean, especially, in a game that doesn't really have any stakes, why not?
Absolutely. Well, that is the stage set, of course. We're going to go to a quick right fist bump. Once we're back, we'll get into the games. And we're back, of course. Now getting ready for that matchup, the LJL Derby, SHG going up against DFM. Honestly, very similar in play style at the moment, as we're sort of touching on. Both have some pretty good carries in the mid lane. New junglers, although it seems to us that Courage is actually coming back. I do think Blue Side is going to play a pretty important part in this series, however, because again, we touched on in the pre-show, Azir is one of the best champions for both of these players, and it is just such a strong champion on the patch, unless you've got something cooked up like we did see yesterday in that Ziggs pick. The two top laners, Evie and Ray Faki, two of the best, if not the two best Japanese top laners in the world, and of course Evie even going internationally at times.
Yeah, I mean, Evie, both of them, it has felt like have slumped a little bit throughout the middle of the year. It hasn't quite been their stand-up performance that we saw in the season kickoff, but it's not like it's been bad. It just hasn't been up to the level that we've seen from them. I think that's the main takeaway coming in. Yeah, the junglers coming through. It's going to be...
It is Johan.
Okay, it is. So it was just a bit of a mistake. I think that's probably the right call. Johan definitely opening up things a little bit more for SHG. And then, of course, Fate and Aria. Fate, I mean, incredibly capable. Aria just seeming to have that little bit... he has the extra gas tank. Let's call it. Yeah, he's got that extra gas tank. He can just pull something out of the hat and just make it look phenomenal. And the bot lane has always really been where the biggest gap lies, purely because of the situation there for DFM. Karkun, traditionally a mid laner, makes that transition, has looked better and better as these weeks have gone on, but Marvel has been that role the entire year, has not deviated whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of an anchor when it comes to that bottom lane, just able to steady the ship a lot of the time where there have been bits of volatility. In fact, Gang generally is the person who brings that volatility. Today it's his birthday, so, you know, excitement could be up on the air for him. We'll see if that translates to anything on the stage.
And for those Valorant listeners, anchoring is a good thing in the bot lane, not as in anchoring in the kill leaderboard like they do in Valorant. That should be made very clear. Nautilus, again, is a very different anchor as well, so it's contextual at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, the two sports, Harp Gang, have really had those blowout moments, enabling those lanes, enabling a lot of these big team fights for both SHG and DFM. So that in the jungle is where you're going to be looking to see a lot of that action created on the Rift today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to get into this one. We'll see who the 1v1 competitors are, of course. As I said, it actually...
Evie and Marble.
It is? Oh, there you go.
No, I'd imagine that's the ones who have been doing it pretty much the entire time.
Has it been Marble? I guess it has, yeah.
I think Ari's had a couple.
But it can't really be Evie and Marble because they're on the same team. So it's Aria that usually does it.
Yeah, Evie and Aria, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's almost always Evie. And
Evie and Marble have done it. Marble's had a few.
Yeah, but I think that was
of late.
way back when.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Aria, pretty consistent. I don't actually think anyone else. No, Ray's had one.
I don't remember.
For sure, he's had one. It was, again, early on, I think.
There's Aria. Will be taking that 1v1 slot again. Makes a lot of sense considering just how dominant he is in his 1v1 lane.
I mean, in 1v1 matchups, he's pretty consistently been a dominant factor, given those opportunities. Even in matchups you would consider unfavorable for him, he tends to find his way out of them pretty healthy. And Evie and Aria, it's going to be Varus and Aurelia, it would seem.
Yeah, well, I mean, you always look at them on paper, you're like, okay, well, you look at Aurelia, very, very capable duelist, one of the strongest 1v1 champions in the game, and Varus is an AD carry who usually falls victim to a lot of these dashes, but unfortunately that is not the truth. Varus is the biggest stat stick that exists in League of Legends, to the point where at times he was building, what was that thing called? Hollowed Raid? No. It was the healing item when you ult, it started healing you. And you built it first top lane. This was 2023.
The Radiance. Something Radiance. I can't remember.
I forgot the name of it too now. It's not in the game anymore unless you're playing Arena, which I never clicked that item, so it's fine. But
because someone else builds it for you.
Yeah, Varus usually build it. Well, he would go into top lane with press the attack, build that, and then just still out damage everyone. It was a lot of damage loaded into his kit, which makes him quite capable in the 1v1.
Yeah, and then an attack speed steroid and his passive, and
he's got a Warden's Mail.
I mean,
again, no, this is to the point. He still will do a ridiculous amount of damage because of just having so much stats loaded into the kit. As you said, you last hit a minion, you get a bunch of attack speed just for fun. You've got percentage health damage. There it is. Aria not even able to dream of hitting Evie in return. Of course, there is some lifesteal in the kit of Aurelia, so won't be too poorly done by here in the level 1. We'll be able to get to that minion. Got the bone plating too, so there's an avenue, although not a big one.
Yeah, lifesteal's great and all, but then Varus can heal cut you and all that time.
Aurelia can get out of the heal cut pretty easily.
Yeah, but to get CS effectively, you're going to be taking a decent chunk of damage from Evie here. So realistically, you're not going to have a huge amount of uptime. Where you're sustaining a lot of that damage back, as we see from Aria, he's going to struggle to get much in terms of the CS on the Abyss at the moment until it crashes into Terran. You look at the way Evie's slow pushing this, it could be a bit chaotic for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the easiest part of the lane to manage, but once Aria gets a little bit of lifesteal as well, the Vampiric Sector will become harder and harder for Evie. Blade of the Ruined King almost feels like it should be a tipping point for the matchup too.
Yeah, I don't know. Aria's just this is a big way that's going to be collapsing. And I mean, Aurelia, a phenomenal champion when it comes to last hitting, just because of that reset mechanic in a queue.
It's so fun. It is, I think Aurelia is the most fun champ to last hit minions on.
Yep.
Does land the stun, but not going to be able to look for that trade.
Ooh.
In fact, Evie just smashes down Arya's health bar. Maybe even going to have to use that barrier to get this CS. Does use that W, which is the damage reduction, in order to pick up the cannon. I think he needed to get that cannon, but boy, oh boy, he's in a tough position. Leveling up to 5 gives him a little bit more HP, but Evie, you see him, he's just positioned so aggressively. Arya will not land with the E, and in fact, loses that reset on the Q in the process, and now it's just going to have to watch as a bunch of minions die to tower.
Yeah. I mean, has the barrier as well.
He might have to use it here. He's looking aggressively.
Yeah.
Evie took a tower shot. Barriers exchanged.
Oh!
And Arya. Evie makes a very rare mistake, walks into that tower range, and that one tower shot is enough to turn this around. And boy, oh boy, is Evie going to pay the price for that.
That is that it factor we were talking about. Arya just seems to be capable of making miracles happen in the bleakest of moments. Gets himself the kill, gets a bit of a lead, and all that pressure, all that effort committed by Evie to try and keep Arya under the pump was for naught.
Absolutely. Now takes a substantial lead, working towards that Blade of the Ruined King. Vampiric Scepter, Pickaxe, has the dagger as well. In a pretty good position now. Didn't even need level 6 to get it done. Obviously, both level 6s coming through, but it is relatively easy to dodge out of that Chain of Corruption for Arya. Of course, of just how mobile Aurelia is. Skill shot's not typically something she's particularly threatened by.
Yeah, just a big old minion wave. Arya realistically should be fine. Evie is just going to have to try and poke down as best he can. He's not going to have the option, though.
Lands the stun. Is Arya willing to pull the trigger, though? He goes back. He did get the reset, and Evie's in one hell of a position now. Chain of Corruption will go wide, and that is going to be Evie going down. It's going to be DFM with their side selection. A very, very good start to the series, and exactly what DFM are wanting to look for as they try and get their first series win up against SHG. Not yet able to conquer their counterparts from the LGL.
Yeah, no, it's been a rough road throughout 2025 in this local derby. Maybe if Oaks had 2 teams, maybe Chiefs could have found something there. I don't know. Either way, for both these teams, it has been an evolution for sure throughout the year. The SHG has gone from strength to strength. We've seen some massive moments, especially out of Marble in the bot lane. And then for DFM, I'd argue they started a little bit stronger than they necessarily showed up in the mid-season. But now Arya's, again, coming out, having some absolutely titanic performances for the team.
Absolutely. Really looking towards him as well to get some more of those big performances out. Of course, so far, the history here in the season finals was a loss to Vikings, and then they did manage to beat out the Chiefs very narrowly in a pretty hard-fought 3-game series. But importantly, all 3 of those games, Arya was absolutely demolishing his counterpart in Jimmy and just very, very far ahead. Even in the Rise game that they did eventually lose, it was him individually that was that one piece that maybe had some chance to bring it back. And so really looking towards him as that catalyst for success on the side of DFM. But as you said, I mean, a little bit more firepower. I'd say Fate not quite as explosive, not quite the same X factor as Arya, but he does tend to have better counterparts around him in the likes of Marble. You know, he's good for a game generally. He has his games where he pops off, as well as Evie. Everyone knows Evie can carry a game. We've very, very rarely seen it here, tending to be more on the tank duty, the Yorick, than that sort of explosive. The likes of the Ambassador, the Gwen, these champions, not something that Evie's typically gone towards so far in the LCP.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. Both top laners have definitely failed to match that peak that they were bringing in the season kickoff. Absolutely. It's not to say that there were bad performances through the mid-season, but it was just a step down from what we expected coming out of the start of the year from them. But heading into the pick ban phase, Varus, Gwen, Orianna taken away, Trundle, Nico, and Pantheon.
Yeah, pretty typical bans. I mean, Trundle was an odd ban this early on. And yeah, we've left Azir open, and Arya's going to be happy to take it. Now, we did see yesterday a very, very good answer to the Azir in that Ziggs. Has Fate prepared it? Because if you can get away with picking these artillery mages, it does very, very well into the Azir. Just the range, while Azir not a short range champ by any stretch of the imagination, he certainly can't walk up into the face of the likes of the Ziggs.
Absolutely. I mean, they potentially look to enable something for Marble Gang here. Yunara comes out off the rip. Wukong as well for Johan. So, I mean, look, Yunara, I think the jury's still out on where she is going to fit in that competitive meta, but Wukong definitely at the top of that pyramid right now.
If everyone plays Yunara as well as Artemis, she is an S+ tier champ. Unfortunately, only Artemis has been able to play it as well as Artemis so far. So, yeah, we're still a little unsure, a little unclear as to the relative strength of the Yunara, but at least how it performs in solo queue and the likes, it does seem like a very strong champion if you can get it to its power spike. Sion locked up here for Ray Farke. It's a champion he tends to go back to time and time again. He's very capable on the champion, so you always like to see that for him. It's also another piece of the puzzle that supports Arya and trying to get some space. The Xin Zhao will do much the same.
Absolutely.
I also, coming back to a while ago when you mentioned, Ray Farke and Evie, kind of a little bit of a dip in the mid-season. I think, from memory, it was an unfortunate timing, but it was when, if you remember, there was an interview of Ray Farke, and he said something along the lines of, I want to be a bit more aggressive now, take a little bit more control. And that's kind of where the team seemed to have not functioned as well. And not by any stretch of the imagination, because Ray Farke couldn't be that carry, but they kind of had an identity that, while it wasn't working fantastically, obviously, right, they get the game 7th, it gave them better lookings against teams, because after that they didn't seem to have they might actually upset this team here, whatever team it may have been.
It was, I think, again, Arya was the tip of that spear. He would play something that had crazy game carrying potential, and then sort of mid-season they stepped into more of a team-oriented play, and they, like you said, Ray opted to step up, try and play a little bit more aggressively, and they lost a little bit of that cohesion, a little bit of that direction. So I think we are seeing them sort of step back into that.
For sure.
Allow... And not necessarily just put all that pressure on Arya's shoulders, which it very much felt like it was in the season kickoff. But this time around, it's feeling like
we're back.
With the jungle coming in that can enable Arya a little bit more. It's less Arya doing it all himself and more the team is doing better to set him up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like that was somewhat what it was like in the season kickoff as well. Maybe a little less cohesive than it is nowadays, but that's just natural. You've played together a little bit longer. Karkun's had more time to settle in. And so now, Arya, seemingly, at least so far here in the season finals, they're back to what it kind of looked like in that season kickoff.
Yeah,
I also think as well, it's not necessarily that Ray wasn't capable of carrying, but more so, you get champs like Sion, like Ornn, the game becomes a lot more simplified. You don't have to go for these, crazy flanks. You don't have to do anything really weird. You can just sit there, play front to back, and that does make the game easier in general. Of course, the other team then can respond to try and make you not play front to back, but having just a tank and then a bunch of carries and a bruiser there to do some dueling early game does simplify the game a lot.
Yeah, overcomplicating things can be a bit rough, especially in a game like League of Legends. Well, you had the second ban phase, Ambessa Lulu taken away by DFM, denying the Lulu-Yunara combo for Marvel and Gang. And then, of course, Rakan and Bard targeted away from Harp. Cassante will be the answer for Evie up on the top side. I think it's going to have an all right time.
Yeah, so keeping that support counter is really good. Yeah. I think generally in competitive play, support counter generally gets a lot of value, and that's why we're seeing it again. Senna going to come out into the Yunara, a matchup we haven't seen so far, so it'll be interesting to see how these two interact. Generally, with the range that Senna has in lanes are usually pretty easy to get through, but Yunara, not a short-range champ by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, for sure, but I mean, it's another champion similar to Arya who can sort of play over the shoulder of the likes of Citrus and Ray, who will be in the front there. Okay, yeah, so they just go a pretty classic Senna Alistar combo. You've got three very, very beefy frontliners. Xin Zhao, it's a little bit fake, purely because of his ultimate, but he does have a lot of stick when it comes to teamfight time, and then the answer is going to be a Nautilus for Gang.
Yeah, and Sundered Sky ultimately makes these bruisers a pseudo-tank, it would seem. They just seem unkillable in the thick of things, despite not the highest of health bars and armor and magic resist stats, but Nautilus, their final lock-in for Gang. So, I mean, sort of support counter pick available, but just goes for a pretty tried and tested lane where no one is coming out hugely ahead.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, both bot lanes are going to be looking towards that late mid to late game. So that's when they really start to hit their strides and become those real powerhouses. The problem being is Yunara can get a little bit overwhelmed by DFM's draft. There are tools for sure for SHG to answer back with, especially with that Talia, but positioning-wise, if DFM are in the wrong place at the wrong time, they kind of get swept.
Absolutely.
Much the same for SHG.
Yeah,
it's a little bit harder to clear out a Sion and a Xin Zhao that quickly, and Alistar.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same. I mean, both teams ultimately just went for a front-to-back team comp. As the game gets later, both AD carries scale very well for different reasons, right? Yunara pretty capable of clearing through a team fight if given the space. Senna able to hit you from 3 screens away. So it is just 2 front-to-back team fights. There is a little bit more pick potential here on the side of SHG, being that they do have that Talia who can come from a screen, 2 screen, 4 screens away, and Nautilus as well with just so much isolated pick potential. But as always, it's going to come down to how we pilot these champions and how we play the map, and it's DFM up against SHG, the LJL Derby, game number 1. So far, it's been all SHG in this head-to-head.
It is a 1-4 record for DFM. A 2-1 and a 2-0 so far this year. So it wouldn't completely balance the ledger, but definitely would go a long way to at least evening things out.
Yeah, and they'll have one more game against each other, guaranteed at least, to try and even that up. And this could be sort of the matchup we look towards realistically about who gets to that 6th position, who makes it into the playoffs, who gets to contest for those 3 spots at Worlds. And I mean, everyone's going to want to go there. How many years in a row did SHG or DFM usually make it to Worlds? Obviously, last year missed out.
For sure. And I mean, SHG having taken those playoff spots.
Actually, SHG did go. I'm lying. SHG went last year. It shouldn't be much happening in this here matchup.
It's odd seeing someone with pink skin.
It is actually.
All right. And jumped.
Yeah, I mean, not much should come from this. In fact,
it's a shame it's not an Alistar Poppy, because that was great fun.
That was actually very funny. Just both essentially headbutting each other's AD carries at the same time. Not really gaining much, not really losing much. Just
being annoying.
A handshake. Yeah.
Mutually assured destruction.
Kakun missed 2 CS. Didn't get a soul, and then got one and did get the soul from it. So that's not usually how that should operate, but
inner machinations of League of Legends and minions are beyond the likes of us mere mortals.
That's right. So push going the way of Yunara. Not that surprising. Senna not really having a whole lot of push to her name. If she does go that static shift, does then get a bit of access to it. But certainly for the early game, very, very low on that minion damage.
Does take a little bit, and Harp going to be assisting with that support item. Makes it just a little bit better. But I mean, realistically, just the recyclability of damage for SHG is going to be that little bit higher. Plus the lockdown that Nautilus naturally has is okay. That's a
wow. He wasn't a
very narrow margin of error for getting that.
Yeah, I thought he was definitely going into that tower, but apparently not. Gang knows better than I. It's possible that the tower also realized it is his birthday, so wouldn't have given one.
That's his birthday present. The one tower attack just goes into the void.
Both bot lanes hitting 3 at the same time. Very slow paced. Not a whole lot of trading. I mean, there is both supports throwing abilities at each other, but not really anyone gaining all that much.
LJL team's not known for being all that aggressive early. I mean, yeah, we're seeing skirmish in the mid lane, but that's Aria and Fate, and both have been looking to try and create pressure throughout the year in those mid lane matchups. But yeah, even Citrus like, yeah, look, probably there's not much to find here. Okay, maybe there is.
Yeah, Gang goes in.
Ooh.
As you said, Citrus is in the area, but not going to be able to find a way in. Gang just hooks in and walks back. No harm, no foul. Johan, however, pressuring Aria off, gets that flash out of the Azir, and Aria already having used that flash and teleport now means he's in a really, really rough position. Certainly an option to look for that regank for Johan as he does try and get to that level 6.
Yeah, I mean, Talia is just kind of crazy against these immobile mages. You pair that with the Wukong, I think Fate probably just glad it's not an Any or something along those lines, because it probably would have been even worse for him.
For sure. I mean, Azir not an immobile mage, but nonetheless, Talia just outranging Azir makes it easy for her.
Yeah, for sure.
Aria is going to possibly... He's trying to stay around. I mean, Fate has run out of mana, so he should be okay to pick up these minions, but Fate, seeing that Aria didn't recall, does cancel his as well. We'll just get a ward down and now look for it instead. Bit of tempo wasted, but might go unpunished. Aria ultimately going to be able to clear this out and then most likely just has to look for a recall of his own.
And the wet noodle fight up in the top lane, going about as you'd expect, I think, although grass procs being traded back and forth. It's decent damage from Evie, all said and done.
Yeah, and got himself a tower, a demolish proc, so yeah, very well done. Gang again. Knowing the limits of the Nautilus here in the lane. Constant hooks. Harp, of course, does have access to the healing through the passive. He also has healing from Senna, so he's going to be completely fine. But now both bot laners are going to take that recall. Go get some items, spend some gold. See what Marble's going for. Looks like the Blade of the Ruin King for him. Could be Kraken Slayer in theory, but most likely would be that Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, nothing crazy. It goes for the cull as well, just having that little bit of extra income, which is going to make things a little bit worse in terms of widening that gold gap in the near sort of future. But Karkun, he's only down a little bit at the moment. He should be able to at least make it back. Although in saying that,
Arya, Seismic Shove will land. Has support there from Harp. Oh, Arya pulls the trigger, goes forward. Flash away from Fate means he will not get hit by that Emperor's Divide. The Seismic Shove will land on him once again. Johan here. Arya just trying to run away. Won't be able to do so. First blood going the way of the jungle for SHG. And Citra's going to have to flash to get himself to safety as well. Harp almost getting hit by that hook, but will be able to just narrowly avoid it. So a big win there. First blood going over. Arya going down, just not realizing the threat that was lingering in that bottom side of the mid lane. And does unfortunately get a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, hubris there a little bit, unfortunately. Oh, they're looking for
Fate's
more.
Not done yet. Karkun does have flash, so he should never be dying here. In fact, that
was well off.
Like, yeah, I mean, Fate looked like he was trying to predict it. And oh my lord, it couldn't have gone much worse there for the mid laner. Obvious HG, such a big win for him in the mid lane, and then just throws it away straight to Karkun.
I think Karkun might have bought himself a prismatic and got puppeteer there. I'm not quite sure what happened. Yeah, look, it was ambitious. You could see that he was anticipating Karkun to try and back off, but Karkun stands his ground, gets himself a pretty hefty reward off the back of it. And yeah, Arya, I'm just not sure what the game plan was, because Harp was backing off, Citrus was recalling. And then Arya decides to make that call. So a little bit of a disjoint, and then, yes, while Azir is mobile, once he's used that mobility, he becomes kind of isolated, as we just see. He goes down pretty quickly. Yeah, there was a big disjoint there.
Yeah, and then Fate, Seismic Shove was just...
Another big disconnect.
Yeah, I feel like he must have been trying to predict.
Yeah, I mean, you saw where he put the Seismic Shove. He was anticipating Karkun backing off in that engagement, but Karkun didn't. He just turned around and attacked him.
Yeah, realizing that he was actually under no threat whatsoever. As long as Seismic Shove doesn't land, Fate has nothing, and he sees it go down nowhere near him and is able to just stand his ground and take that kill. So what was a great start was answered back. Now DFM walk up. They are able to secure at least one of those Void Grubs. Looking towards a potential second, but they get off the objective for now, ensuring that there is safe passage to get through this mid lane into the top side of the river. Harp, biding time, hits level 6 in the bush, so it is unawares for SHG. Gang only at that level 5 is a significant disadvantage if a fight were to break out. And it looks like DFM looking to secure themselves all 3 of these grubs. The smite is there. Actually, no, it's not for Citrus. Johan has his upgraded smite though, so this is just going to be given over. But the teleport utilized from Evie means he's just stuck in no man's land now. It's gonna...
Yeah, I'm again not quite sure what the call was there. It was a singular grub. You're not getting all that. Okay, he's just going to run it back down. Okay, so maybe some nerves coming into the Japanese derby between these two teams.
Absolutely. Shouldn't be anything happening from this. And Gang actually hooks back in straight onto a minion, but there's no lockdown, so he will be able to walk away. Has that additional shield there to make sure he doesn't lose too much HP as well on the way out. Very odd game. Arya has the flash. Fate doesn't. He wasn't quick enough on the stun. Emperor's Divide comes through and Arya yoinks himself a kill. Perfectly found gang, but as things go wrong, they go even wronger again as SHG will find the one. But Ray Farkey inexplicably in the top lane here to turn around. Marble on his bouncy castle will be taken out and Harp. One more Q would almost certify that gang's going to go down. Ray Farkey flashing forward. Does he have the damage? Absolutely not. Things happening all over the map, none of it making a whole lot of sense. But everything relatively even, all things considered.
Why make sense when you can make plays? A 3-2 game, 10 minutes in, action across the board. And it's hard to say who the big winner is there. DFM come away with 2 grubs and the feat of warfare. I mean, it was a great call from Arya. Second time this is a charm, it seems. And look at Citrus, he just dances around the seismic shove, still gets the knock up. All Johan can do is sit there and watch. And then what happens here? Headbutt pulverize, gang. Okay, yeah, so the route goes wide. Because this is where we saw this bit and then we transitioned away.
Yeah. I mean, it must just be level 6 hit by gang. I think he's going to hit 6 off this cannon minion. Yeah, it does. Lands the hook. Karkun turns around and, oh, Harp doesn't connect on the headbutt pulverize combo. And, I mean, at that point, it's very, very difficult to win.
Yeah. I mean, even if they had connected, I'm not sure that's really the fight you want to be taking at this stage.
Yeah, probably not.
They do get Marble back. A kill picked up there by Ray. They get themselves the feat of warfare. And I think, yeah, unfortunately, he's just out of mana. He couldn't get the pulverize off. Could only go for the trample. And Ray trying to confirm the kill, flashes forward, and...
Yeah, back to action. Emperor's Divide coming through on the top side of things, but it's going to be Harp going down early on. Karkun now arriving, does have a little bit of sustain to offer to his team, but Arya's knocked up. Gang might just live. No, he does very nearly go down. Now it's only Karkun, and SHG will be sprinting at him and claiming themselves yet another kill. Double kill going the way of Marble on the Yunara.
Dragon as well. SHG weathered the chaos in the first 10 minutes of the game, and you look at the gold graph, it was leaning SHG's way, then DFM come back, take the feats of warfare, get themselves a couple, and then off a pretty solid team fight there, they wipe 3 and get themselves all the more. 2-1-1, 4 kills for 2 deaths down in the spot lane alone. Marble well accelerated in the cash department.
Yeah, just starts off, nice shove by Fate onto Harp. Arya comes down and looking to help his team, but it's very hard to get access here. That pink ward being quite a disruption, disallowing Arya to get in, and Harp just doesn't find anything.
I mean, there was a great shout out into Johan. Unfortunately, they didn't flash his Cyclones Arya. Fate, great call. Disengages Weaver's Wall over to help his jungler. Gets the kill confirmed, and I mean, it was just chaos. And unfortunately for DFM, they're not really a comp that wants that chaos. They have a very clear pattern and they want to play team fights, and it's just burst out pretty quickly and get it done with.
Absolutely. Now it is SHG who do take a 1.5, 2.5 even, almost a gold lead. Although even up now as minion waves going back into them. Marble, alongside Fate, doing a lot more damage than their counterparts. 2-1 now on the Yunara. Fate, not the most glorious of scores, but certainly has been very active in setting up the successful fights that SHG has been able to find.
They're leading that damage chart as well, so he's been a huge contributor.
Absolutely.
And Marble, Kraken Slayer done. Cull 33 odd CS away from finishing up, paying out. So, I mean, he's hitting some great tempos for himself. 41 stacks at just shy of 14 minutes for Karkun.
That pink ward goes undetected, getting a lot of value out of it. Ray Farkey looking to take some plates for himself. They are about to go down, so it will just be those 2 on the bot side. No more will be able to go down. 1 minute until we will have that Rift Herald, which is a possible avenue for these teams to look for a fight. So far, more often than not, going the way of SHG, of course, but getting there in terms of that damage. Arya now with that Nash's will be outputting a reasonable amount.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is how disjointed the skirmishes and team fights have been so far. And you look at the last one, Arya's trying to zone out Johan on one side, Karkun and Harp fighting Marble and Citrus down on the... Marble and Fate down on the bottom side of that in the river. And then they just turn and burn onto Arya, having wasted as much as he did in that engagement. They punish him so heavily. So I think DFM, if they want to right this ship, it's just about tightening things up a little bit.
Absolutely. We slowed down. Heavy. Ooh, just missing out of that Q3. Ray Farkey, though, finds a reasonable chunk back. Nothing really gained either side, honestly.
No, it's all about the grass procs. 140 CS apiece. The grass stacks are going to be interesting to check out for this game, for sure.
Oh, the most depressing item to buy in the game, in the inventory there of Karkun, the glowing moat. 5 ability haste.
It's better than no ability haste, I suppose.
Yeah, well, this is true.
By how much, I couldn't tell you.
Well, hopefully roughly 250 gold.
Yeah. Means to an end, I suppose.
Yeah. Most likely building towards that Black Cleaver. This is a good game for it, of course. They do have a reasonable amount of physical damage. And Cassante already heavily opting into the armor, and Wukong with the passive as well. So you do get a lot of value out of it. Need to have it first, of course. Rift Shield started up here by the side of DFM, but it does not look like SHG are willing to just conceive it. I don't think they really need to either. Fate on that top side can join the play with his Weaver's Wall as Marble now getting that mid lane in. It's going to be DFM losing out on a bit of gold as the wave does crash down. Harp in the front line does pull the ult. They are able to get this Rift Herald down. The Weaver's Wall is just completely trapped. Arya, but maybe it's not Arya that's trapped. That looked like Gang was the one indeed trapped. Evie comes in, but the Emperor's Divide's great, and Johan will be going down. Shut down to Arya on the Azir. Marble can do very little but run away. And DFM, they find the objective and the fight afterwards.
I'm pretty sure Karkun travelled further than Fate did off that Weaver's Wall. I've not seen that before. It's an interesting situation, but yeah, I mean, DFM come out big there, get themselves the Herald, they get themselves a great pick onto Johan as well off the back of it.
Yeah, shut down to Arya importantly, but
yeah,
I mean, this Weaver's Wall comes through and doesn't really do all that much.
But look how far Karkun travels, boom, over the wall. Like that's, I mean, he's not all that impacted by it, he can't do much in the team fight, he's a bit separated, but that damage largely being done, they get themselves that pick onto Johanna. They do actually get Gang as well, so it is a 2 for 0 plus the Herald, and they look to try and crack mid with it.
Yeah, Marble, I mean, it's always sad to watch when champs like, I guess like the two champs I'd think is Yunara and Zeri. They press R and then just run the opposite direction because they can't really do much else, and there was a position that Marble found himself in. Now, mid lane tower will be going down, replaced by a Sun Disc, but all the while, Fate and Evie are making some work on these side lanes. DFM not opting to respond to him for the time being, so Evie gets himself that tower. Fate making a lot of damage happen there on the top side, and you see the team converging. They're willing to give this dragon. They're trying to target down Ray Farkey, answering, maybe looking to get themselves that inner tower, which would be a huge sum of gold for them to pick up if they were able to do so.
For sure. And I think, yeah, with Dragon being taken already, Johan is just going to try and snipe away some of those camps as best he can, clear out, deny some of that economy away from Citrus, but realistically, I don't know if they have much of a shout of taking this tier 1 in the mid lane, barring Karkun losing a bit of control mentally and just walking it into the middle of the two of them. He's just going to play it safe, clears out the wave reasonably quickly now.
What a chaotic game.
Yeah, I mean, not what you'd expect from the LJL representatives who, for the most part, tend to follow the same blueprint, which is patience.
Yeah. This time, very happily just going in and fighting. And really, both teams doing well from it. SHG up gold, but DFM, they are making some headway into getting that mid lane tower down and the two grubs.
Unfortunately, for the near future, at least for about 4 minutes, we are going to see a bit of a lull here.
Yeah, unless there's a very ambitious Artican, but not likely. DFM, though, once again, they haven't won this head-to-head so far in the LCP. Really looking to get that one done. Arya 2-2 on the Azir. He's really who you look towards. Slightly behind Fate in terms of gold, but is a very menacing threat as this game continues onwards on this Azir. Not the longest range champs to deal with them. Really just the Talia.
Not the biggest margins, but the vast majority of that gold gap is down on the bot lane. 1,600 between bot and support. for SHG. Marvel, well, ahead with those 2 items ready to go.
For
Should
sure.
be doing a lot of AoE damage in these team fights too.
It is reasonably typical for the center to be down gold because you are more willing to conceive. You know, for example, we just saw at the Rift Herald, Marble sitting there, pushing in that mid wave, getting that priority, making sure something's lost while the Rift Herald's being started up, and Karkun just happily watching the minions die as he claims the objective with the team. So it is just a stylistic clash.
Okay.
SHG starting up the Art of Khan. No one really in the area to defend this for DFM for the time being, but you do see them coming out into this bottom side. Deploying bot. Oh no, Arya, he's just jumped on by Gang. The Emperor's Divide's good. Has he made it out? No. Oh my god, Evie comes back and flying back over. Ray though, can he look aggressively? There's a lot of bunched up champs. They do still have some damage coming through from the center. The hook lands from Gang. Is that what he wants? It looks like it is. Johan, the Cyclone through 3. And they're finding so much damage on the backside of things. Citrus, he is trying to play his life. Karkun can do very little damage into that Nara just ripping through the health bars. Ray Farki's gone down. So have 2 of his teammates. And now, unfortunately, for DFM, the Arakan will follow.
Another incredibly chaotic fight, but Arya looked like he had maybe salvaged it, but the damage he'd taken by the time the Emperor's Divide comes out, and then Evie just seemingly screaming out of nowhere, because that's just what Cassante does, it seems. That was a bit of an odd interaction.
It was like a yo-yo. I have seen it happen before. Arya getting stopped. I mean, Gang flashing to make sure the knockup's immediate, and there cannot be a response.
Okay, so he flashes over the wall. That's what happened. Flashes over the wall, drops the ult onto Arya. So in the moment, it looked far more chaotic.
Yeah, it did look playable here, but everyone just gets hit by that seismic shove.
Yeah,
the 2-man seismic, and yeah, Johan's able to just get in the middle of everyone with that cyclone. Evie being targeted down on the top side, but he's very tanky. You see it in the picture-in-picture.
He really is.
Unfortunately for DFM, they do lose that out of Khan, so in a position now where the team fight power is just a little bit more in favor of SHG than it already was.
And
gold lead extending now to 4K, seemingly out of nowhere.
Oh, half of it down in that bot lane, so it's almost another 1,000 that it's gone into the pocket of Marble there. Karkun, 67 stacks. So definitely not just behind the curve in terms of items and gold. The stacks not quite as accelerated as he'd like to be at this situation.
Absolutely. Mid-tower on a slither of HP still, but that should be a matter of moments until SHG able to claim it. Not got the numbers on this wave though, so DFM will be able to defend it for the time being. Dragon spawning, 10 seconds. We'll see if DFM even opt into it. It looks like they are. They are first to the move as well. Arya not there, but does have the teleport to join.
No, Weaver's wall
coming out. Hook lands. It's onto Harp. He's got that Alistair ultimate. He's going to have to pop it very early on. Seismic Shove connects back onto him, but still with that damage reduction, he's going to be able to limp this one away. Evie's coming in, Johan's going in, Cyclone does land, but it is flashed away upon from Ray Farki. Hook connects straight there onto Citrus, and he's Seismic Shove back in. Does get the Crescent Sweep, is maybe able to make it out, but not before the damage is already done. Ray Farki down in the red buff. Hook will once again connect, Seismic Shove much the same, and SHG are running away with it.
And Arya's top, he was shoving in the wave, trying to make something happen off the back of that, but the TP coming through. Fate is going to be there to answer.
Not even willing to give the tower. Willing to sacrifice that teleport to make sure he's there to defend it, but Dragon's going to be picked up. Mid lane tower's going to go down as well. It's just win after win now for SHG.
Continuing that form in this Japanese head-to-head, having only conceded a single game to DFM in 2025.
Yeah, at least looking like that track record will continue. At least here in game one. Of course, it's not over. There is still the scaling through that Azir, through that center, and importantly, Azir nowhere to be seen during the entirety of this fight.
Had the TP as well.
Guess just no real angle to come in. Like, where are you? Where are you ever teleporting in here? You're not going to that red ward. I can promise you that.
I mean, your best bet maybe the tower. I think realistically, your best bet is just keep accelerating.
Yeah, I think he made the correct decision not to move at all. I think this was a bit of a lost cause, unfortunately, and see Citrus does get caught out by the back here. A little bit of a slow lands onto him and damage done. And unfortunately, as we come back to live, much the same. Crescent guard there. But Johan's going to be able to smack him down with that monkey pole. Harp still looking aggressively. Rayfark in the top side of things. Stun does connect, but Johan with that clone gets himself over the wall and thus out of harm's way.
Okay.
Evie is behind enemy lines. Evie's very behind enemy lines, and he has made it out of tower range at least, but he is still taking a large amount of damage. He's hunting down Karkun, won't find it. Shut down, going into the hands of Arya.
It's been a very rough game for Citrus.
I don't know what's happening. How was Evie there? Did he just teleport in and then just get straight shuffled?
Must have.
I guess so.
Unless he walked over and Arya hits them with the Azir Classic.
What on earth? I'm a little bit...
It's been a game like that.
I'm a little bit bamboozled this game.
Yeah.
Now, Baron is alive, of course.
Portal's over, you'd imagine. And then maybe he was looking for a wrap onto Ray or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I dare suggest no one does.
Unless we get a replay. I don't think they're going to do that to Citrus, though, thankfully. He's had a rough run of it this game.
He has.
Johan again proving his value to this SHG roster.
Absolutely. Marble extremely far ahead now. Has his Infinity Edge online. Is going to be putting out absolute numbers. Ghost used by Gang here, looking aggressively. Weaver's Wall's good at splitting off the team. Rayfark in the front. He will be tanky. He will be a little bit hard to take down, but his health is depleting, and rapidly down he goes. It's Johan who gets it. Citrus trying to play spoiler in the middle of this fight. Arya trying to find any angle to find damage whatsoever, but won't be able to do so. Citrus is going to go down. Arya's all that's left, but he's hooked. He's claimed. Double kill going the way of the AD carry of SHG, and it's a 5-for-0 ace.
That's criminal. He very nearly took down Gang there. That was his focus, to get the kill at the very least, and was denied even that. Finishes the Rylai's, but it's just going to be a picture at the end of game screen. Unfortunately for DFM, their record against SHG in this head-to-head matchup continues on the downward trend.
It absolutely does, as the Nexus will fall. SHG claim game one. And DFM, glimmers of life in there, but it realistically was just SHG the whole way through. Although looking to put up a defense here, won't be able to do so.
Yeah, a last breath, but a final breath in that game. SHG, it was chaos. It really was. It was a bit, you would have thought that was a VCS game, given how willing they were to just pull that trigger and start fights.
For sure. I mean, it was also just weird chaos, where things were happening that didn't really make the most logical sense, right? Where generally, if you watch the likes of the Vikings or Team Secret Wales look for their fights, it's generally you can see the angle. In this game, it felt like there was just fights because we want to fight. We're a little bit bored, and they were going back and forth.
That face, Karkun's face, just completely summed up that first game. What?
Yeah.
What? Just a little bit of confusion, I think, on the whole.
Yeah, I think on both sides, realistically. Not the most sensical of games. I mean, you start off with Fate managing to get that kill alongside Johan in the mid lane, immediately ults down and just dies to Karkun.
Yeah.
And that kind of summarized how the game went from that point onwards as well. But SHG, they do get it done. Fate doing a lot of damage alongside Marble there, and getting some answers as to how good this Yunara champ is, because you could see when it gets any access to actually hitting these team fights, it really does output massive numbers, and that's what we kind of got to see at the end of this game.
Yeah, I mean, between the fully stacked up Q and the Runans, it's just kind of crazy. I don't know, realistically, if there is a direct avenue back in.
Yeah, absolutely. But now we're going to get the highlights. I mean, taking a look at this one, this is kind of where it all starts off. Harp, unfortunately, missing out on that Alistair combo, and it's immediately capitalized upon by SHG. It's Gang flashing forward. Karkun goes down, and they do turn it back as Rayfark was kind of inexplicably in the top lane, or headed to the top lane. So because of the rotation that was already pre-planned by the side of DFM, they are able to capitalize on that aggression, but it did cost them their AD carry in the process.
And a couple of summoners as well, and then, yeah, again, more of these odd posturing fights. You look at this. This is one of the ones I was talking about. So Arya's sort of split there. Johan's threatening. Johan was trying to bait out the Emperor's Divide. Meanwhile, you got Fate and you got Gang fight down on that bot side. Meanwhile, Arya, all his focus is still onto Johan. I don't know. It's hard to say whether or not it would have guaranteed a kill if he turned and focused in with the other two members of his team onto the Fate Gang combo. But whatever the case may be, it was an SHG success in that skirmish and just really snowballed things from there.
Yeah, absolutely. But this was the big win that DFM did find. They got the Rift Herald and entirely for free. Didn't cost them anything at all, and then they do get 2 kills on the back end as well. So a win for them, absolutely here. But that was kind of the last win they saw. In fact, I believe it was even the last kill that they saw this game. As everything after that, I mean, Arya here, not realizing Gang's in the bush, and unfortunately nearly gets away, but Evie, because he'd already channeled that ultimate prior to the dash from Azir, it is just going to drag him back, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, and it just, again, hook after hook coming out there from Gang. Oh, it was just such a great display of synergy in an anti-synergistic situation. Like, the entire game was chaos, but SHG combined to make that chaos look really, really good for themselves. It was a bit of an odd one.
Yeah, absolutely. And just another fight. I mean, Arya's not here, not really able to be here either, so problematic fight from the get-go, and tries to get something on the top side, but after this team fight does go the way of SHG, they're able to send Fade up there to defend that as well. And just, yeah, I mean, in terms of the macro play, SHG were just ahead of the curve in this matchup, and that's kind of how we see ourselves at this position. It wasn't a huge micro masterclass by any stretch of the imagination, but just their positioning on the map there, access to the objectives generally were just a little bit more solid. You're seeing sort of how these team fights play out when that is the case.
Yeah, and Marvel just given complete and utter free reign in these team fights, was just not touched at all. And look at that, Gang was targeted down, almost taken down by Arya, but just couldn't quite get it done. But you know what you can get done at home, and that is support the LCP, of course. If you are watching on Twitch, you can subscribe. You get yourself some pretty cool rewards to go along with that. If you subscribe from now until the 28th of August, you get the Pengu Garant or Peng Garant Bring It emote. You can spam it at every single game mode in League of Legends at the moment. You can even spam it in Talkers Trials if that's what you're into. But starting after the 28th, of course, going from the 29th onward, you also get those regional icons. Top left-hand corner, the LCP Dancing Rammus with his cheeky little LCP tattoo on his bicep there, or leg or whatever. Again, we still haven't quite figured that out. And Armadillo, does it have arms? Is it all just legs? We don't know. But what I do know for sure is if you do subscribe, you also get uninterrupted viewership. You don't miss out on a single moment of LCP action. Unfortunately, if you're a Prime sub, it doesn't count. It needs to be the full subscription. And then you can watch along with us as all the chaos and all the fun unfolds.
Absolutely. All the chaos and all the fun has unfolded, at least for game number 1. We're going to go to a break now. Once we're back, game number 2. We'll see you there.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
喜欢台北的夏天。
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
其实当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。对于礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 about to get underway, and it was SHG who pretty cleanly, by the end, took game number 1, but it was a rough road to get to the end of that game, where there were a lot of ups and downs.
It was an odd road, yeah, for sure. Off-road.
Oh. Marble. I mean, it is a cool mouse. Mine's just plain.
Yeah.
It's got a plain mouse.
Same. Although mine's definitely on the way out. It's about 5 years old now.
Oh, I've got good usage out of it. That's good value for money.
Didn't have to pay for it.
Oh, even better value for money then.
But we'll see whether or not the mice survive after this game. That one was a bit chaotic. I would imagine maybe there's a little bit of frustration in some of those plays where very nearly did they find success. But, you know, coming into game 2, DFM will have side selection would be very, very surprised if it wasn't blue side that they opted into.
Yeah, I imagine it was.
Yeah, so, I mean, in this situation where the stakes are just absolutely nil, realistically, maybe, actually, to be fair, would it be nil? The only thing it would have implications on is potential promo relegations. And even then, I think it's beyond just this single game.
No, that's just for next the next phase. Right now, it's deciding who competes for the upper and lower bracket competition, but that's already decided, so.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's confidence. Maybe it's just an ego thing. No, not ego. Yeah, confidence. We'll go with confidence. You know, just...
momentum?
Yeah, but I don't know. But it makes them feel better going forward. There you go.
Who created so many English words? Really making our job harder. Oriana. Picked up very early here for Aria.
Not sure about that one. I wanted Aria... I was going to say, I want to see Aria on something playmakery. Oriana does not scream that to me. So, although in saying that, we've seen a couple of times where it has done that. So I think it's going to come down to pairings as well.
It was his series against Vikings that they did make it look pretty good, right?
They made it look crazy good.
SHG now, they get there. 2 selections, Lucian and could be anything. So probably just a jungler, I would guess, although it could be a mid laner.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just everything open. There's like nothing screaming, we need to pick this, because there are just so many good champions available for both sides. Vi is going to be their option.
Okay, so they deny the Vi-Oriana combo, which realistically you're not going to be all that upset by. It would have been nice to have for sure, but I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't pick the Vi first round. It's not like Oriana is a high prio pick that would have been sniped away.
Yeah.
Seems like a bit of an odd move from DFM.
Well, so the move they went for. So now the Trundle is open this time.
Yeah.
If DFM wanted to go for it. Of course, it was banned last game. Corky is the choice, so a stronger bot lane up against this Lucian.
I'm not sure. After that first game, I'm still feeling a bit thrown for a loop. Okay, so it's going to be the Oriana Nocturne combo. I haven't seen it for a while. It doesn't often get played, the Nocturne, by these two teams. It's more of a VCS pick or PCS at times.
Yeah, I think Citrus was the one that played it, though. Up against... No, was it? I can't remember. One of the 2 junglers did play the Nocturne. I think actually it was Johan who played against the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think it would have been Johan.
I think it was. So this time it's going to be Citrus. Braum, I mean, you see Nocturne, you pick Braum. It's perfectly good. Jakey Love. It's one of our colleagues over in Taipei. Now, second phase of bans, Bard against Harp. He has tended to like the Bard pick, so don't hate it. It also makes the lane a lot harder for the Braum. Still, not an easy lane by any stretch of the imagination, being that you're already seeing the Corky. Now, what are we banning on this side? Mid laners would be logical to me.
Yeah, Annie, okay. Yeah, Annie Vi would have been a terrifying combo in the mid lane.
Yeah, especially against Oriana, who is not known for her mobility.
Yeah, runs fast, but that's about it.
Yeah, and even then, it's not that fast.
No, it really isn't.
Realistically. But, yeah.
Poppy, okay. Could have been a Harp angle for sure.
I don't know.
I don't.
Yeah, you're wanting something that can skirm. Oh, honestly, maybe even Silas.
Yeah, I could see it. I could definitely see a Silas ban. I don't think you're getting the most value out of it, but yeah, for sure. Ari, okay.
Yeah.
Ari, bye.
I mean, it's in the same sense of Silas, where you really do like skirmishing on those champs. So Silas Akali would make sense here for me if Fate wanted to play one of them. Both having reasonable matchups into the Oriana. Of course, the early lane is a little bit of a struggle, but once you get through it, you're feeling perfectly okay.
I think you can go top lane. Okay, so they're going to go for the flex, ultimately. Or it can go both top and mid. So it gives that counter for whichever they want at the end of this draft.
Yeah, it has more commonly here in the LCP been a mid laner, but especially of late, Kiaya has been taking that up into the top lane for himself, having a great performance on it yesterday, in fact.
Does add potentially a little bit more thinking for DFM in this final rotation.
Yeah, I like it.
Rumble.
A little bit of uncertainty. The Rumble, I mean, Aurora has been an answer to the Rumble, so maybe even wanting it to go up there perhaps, but
man,
I mean, unfortunately, you get either the Aurora into the Orianna, which is fine, or you get the Aurora into the Rumble, which is good, and then you can also still go for the
Galio support.
Wow.
Okay. So Nocturne in, Galio, Equalizer, and Command Shockwave just to make it all fun and nice. And Citrus Karkun comes in on the backside with some rockets.
What a weird game. Both teams just wanting to go in.
Yep. So now we have the ultimate question is, okay, so this is going to be Ornn for Evie in the top lane. Which, I mean, it doesn't have a phenomenal time into the Rumble, but it also doesn't have a particularly bad one.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, these are some aggressive compositions coming out of both sides. And, I mean, last game already was pretty high octane. This one, with the drafts we're seeing, should be even higher realistically, where neither team can really afford to get behind. If you do fall behind, it is probably just lights out. You
It's going to be lights out regardless. Nocturne's in play.
Yeah, well, that's true. Lights out for SHG, but
the global threat of this DFM rush is kind of scary.
Yeah, absolutely. But SHG with the Storm last game, looking to do so again. Of course, they had the global threat with the Talia last time, but still. Choo-choo on, I see it. All right, skin battle and high noon. Okay, yeah, this one's a wrap. I don't think there's much that can be put together here for DFM to win out on the skin battle rather. SHG win, some fans.
And Galio.
All right, what do we got here?
I rate the Nocturne skin.
I do too. The splash art looks really cool, but I would, if I was loading into game and I wasn't paying enough attention, I would think that's Valkos.
They give you any number of things. I mean, with the Talons, you could think maybe it's even an Azir skin.
Yeah.
Realistically.
Yeah, he does have that similar physique.
And if you're really not paying attention, you could mistake it for a Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, you would have to be really not paying attention for that one.
Yeah, says the guy who took the Ignite Exhaust Augment on Jin earlier today.
Yeah, well, look, that wasn't even the most egregious augment take of the last 24 hours.
No, not at all. Oh, dear.
All right. The top lane fun has begun for Evie already. And these are just two of the best skins in the game going head to head. Arcane Brawler skin, I do see this a lot. People do tend to like this one. I personally don't have it, so... What do I use? I use Project.
Or the Neon Vi or whatever it is the other one that does see a decent amount of play.
That's because it has that annoying recall sound.
Just sounds in general.
Turbo Shock Rockets.
Okay. So Arcane Comet for Arya. Going to be doing her best impersonation of an artillery mage.
Yeah, it should be a fine matchup for Fate, all things considered. Karkun starting Q. Not particularly typical, especially if you're not using it on the wave. And this time he will.
Yep.
But because he started Q, he's conceding a lot of pressure. If you had the Gatling gun, SHG would not be able to have walked up that far, but landing that Justice Punch does mean that there's a decent trade onto Gang. Level 2 should come through just first for DFM, but not by a large margin. You see still Marble hitting these minions trying to get it for himself, but will concede now.
Yeah, I mean, just not a huge XP margin as Marble and Gang do take over to 2 as well.
You know, I wonder if this is just a matchup thing where he starts Q because of the aggression that can come out, but I still think that
Gatling is kind of just crazy.
It's so broken at level 1. It is, really is.
I mean, we saw Hongq level 1 run down Jimmian with it.
Yeah, it does just so much damage. Not necessarily the gun, but the fact it reduces your armor, which at an early stage of the game, you barely have any to begin with.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a dodgy Justice Punch. That's a very dodgy Justice Punch. Now, heal does come out. There's going to be, at least for now, Karkun getting stunned up. Does use that barrier to dodge out of some of the damage. Has Conqueror fully stacked for himself now, but he'll eat another Winter's Bite. Out of mana now on the Corki, meaning he's just desperately going to want to try and get this wave in so he can look for a recall, but SHG will be well aware of this and do their absolute best to disallow it.
You got to wonder maybe if both these teams are taking those signs a little bit too literally, you know, SHG fighting. Because they are going at it hammer and tongs down in this bot lane.
A little contest over this Scuttle Crab, it looks like, but Johan will concede it and just head to the top side. Not really the biggest of deals. As long as he gets it, he's then going to be quicker to his second rotation of camp, so he'll be perfectly fine with that, the going-ons.
Yeah, just, again, down in this bot lane, they're fighting.
Yeah, just battling.
This has to be one of the most bloodthirsty bot lanes we've seen in a while out of the LJL representatives.
Yeah, they have been really aggressive. It's good to see. I think it bodes well, showing a bit more confidence.
Yeah, definitely something that they'll need, especially going into the latter half of the season finals.
Absolutely.
Supportal combat, classic.
Harp does a good job though, able to get that wave to not crash entirely.
Ray just tanked the tower hit.
Sending a message.
Yeah.
Just trying to tell you he doesn't even need as much HP as he had. But we'll most likely just look for a recall now. Cannon Minion wave crashing. Not ever going to be looking for a kill at this stage.
Ray just coming back into lane. He's lost a third of his HP already.
Oh, misses out there too. Fate. Oh no. Oh, Aria.
Boy.
Having his ankle broken. Possibly the entire knee.
Yeah, that's why there's no Dunk Master or Baller or Oriana skin. Mechanical ankle's not the best for changing direction suddenly.
Give it a few years. Still, battle happening again. Both supports here in the mid lane this time. The Fear won't connect. Been a lot of fighting for not the most gain, really. Everyone's perfectly even. Very slight CS advantages, but that's more or less off the back of accidentally missing things. Marble, however, he's a little bit out of position. Most likely has to lose that flash and will. So good capitalization there for DFM. Possible avenue in this bottom lane now.
Yeah. And then Citrus back to farming, so he can keep pace with Johan, both of them looking for their ultimates. Well, this could be problematic.
Well, the Between Worlds used in the mid lane. Aria flashes away, so he does dodge out of a lot of that damage. But unfortunately for him, Johan's waiting. First blood going the way for the second game in a row of the SHG jungler.
Yeah, a bit of a rough shot in. Citrus not far off that paranoia. He should be hitting it pretty darn quick.
Yeah,
as he's looking around this dragon.
Does a good job of realizing the timer he has to look for the dragon. Going to get the Scuttle Crab as well. That's going to get him to level 6. And now the Chemtech Dragon should follow.
Ooh.
Oh my lord, Karkud with the barrier. He is burning down. Oh! And Gang snipes it away. Happy birthday.
Cool
Precision on that.
Cool guys, don't look at explosions. He heads straight back towards his bot laner as well. And all that aggression, all that hounding and haranguing, unfortunately, turns against him. And paranoia.
Yeah, there's no flash here for Marvel. He's going to go down. Great job by Citrus. Can Gang make it out? He lost flash. Looking for that kill. The punish is looking good, but no, 1Q! Oi! These guys are locked in today.
Playing dodgeball, not League of Legends. Oh.
Back to the mid lane.
Okay, so this is what happened. Oh, what a shockwave.
Yeah, Aria does catch him, but unfortunately it's a Vi waiting here. That means Aria, I mean, there's even the chance he could have just walked it off, but not realizing the danger is in. Finds a couple of auto attacks onto Fate, but here, I mean, Gang just goes in, auto attacks Karkud, and Marvel's able to follow up with a massive, massive chunk. Oof. And boom. That's why you don't flash in a straight line.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, level 6 here for Vi. Harp's here trying to keep Aria alive. He doesn't have that phase rush, but he does have a lot of movement speed and does barely get himself out. So that is going to be the cease and desist completely wasted.
Command Shockwave gone as well. Enough to make sure that SHG do not find any more beyond that. And Citrus really taking some prio in the macro game. And draws it out of the pit. Harp comes in to assist.
Just going to get them.
Yeah.
DFM having a good game too thus far. Couple mistakes, but they got that dragon. They're getting the void grubs as well for themselves. This is a perfect position for them to be in.
Paranoia not going to be far off, coming back up once again. They can look to make some more plays around the rift. He's getting some good timing towards that strike breaker as well.
Yeah, very close to it now. Obviously the double kill accelerating him a substantial amount, although Johan has kept even in gold, essentially, despite that deficit he finds in the kill score.
That's going to be the scaring point in the game when we start to see Citrus and Aria teaming up, and all of a sudden Command Shockwave is traveling from about 1,500 units out.
Yeah, the classic.
Making up for that significant lack of mobility that Oriana has by just getting someone else to do it.
For sure. I kind of forgot there's a Rumble and an Ornn in this game.
Yeah.
It's been a long while since we took a look at those guys.
Ray's just been winning that handily.
Yeah, as you'd expect.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the nature of Rumble. Now, admittedly, when you're down 300 gold as Ornn, you don't really care. It's fine. As long as you don't do anything too egregious, you'll be in a perfectly okay position.
And the build path isn't going to suffer all that greatly. There's a decent amount of magic damage coming out of DFM.
Yep, absolutely. In fact, majoritively. You don't really require that much armor to be able to deal with Corky's damage.
It's just going to be, I think, the vast majority of it. And even then, Eevee's not really the priority for Citrus, so very, very infrequently will they be meeting up in the next wee while.
Yeah, we'll see if Eevee wants to try and concede a little bit of pressure around this top lane to help out with this next dragon, which will be spawning in 1.5 minutes, because it is very typical of him.
Oh boy.
To just be okay with dropping some.
This is about to hurt.
But here we go, in we go! The perfect combo will land, and my lord! What a burst of damage. DFM find another 2. Johan's here, but too little too late. Oh my lord, that command shockwave came from 3 screens away and just dumpstered the bot lane of SHG.
There was one large wombo combo, fries, Coke Zero sugar, and a cheeseburger to boot.
Teleport has to come in from Gang to assist with dealing with this wave and the pressure that was being put on there by this 3-man core of DFM.
This is potentially a game that could spiral out of control. Just the power of that all but guaranteed ball delivery system with Citrus.
Absolutely. Oh lord. Fate though, he is doing a lot of damage back. He's actually pulling off that between worlds. Both supports here. Oh, the flash from Harp will connect. Aria trying to find the damage, but he doesn't have that shockwave, still on cooldown, and no one will go down, and it is Harp that loses out on that flash.
So with, I mean, Unsealed Spellbook, it's very much a sacrifice you're willing to make. Keeps the hero's entrance as well.
And Dragon spawning now. It is a lot of power gone from the Galio, not having the flash. Can replace one of those 2 summoners, but still no one looking to come down here. Eevee's just going to go down. Ray, can he make it out? It doesn't look like it. In fact, I think a bit of a waste of the Vi ult there, but still gets it nonetheless.
Gets 2 ults and a flash out of it.
So he was
very much
100% dead to that tower shot, but in any case, it will be the kill secured. Dragon is the reward though for DFM.
I think more than anything, just making sure that it's Johan that gets the gold, because Eevee, while gold is nice, it's going to probably do a little bit more at this stage in the game on the Vi.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I didn't see. He could have just used Smite to do that, though.
Yeah.
It might have been on cooldown, who knows. But Harp will be fine.
Okay. Just Cabal. Okay.
Oh, Eevee just misses the knockup.
Yeah.
And as soon as that happens, Ray, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Now, let's see. No Smite, but I mean, I think you just give the kill over. I don't think it's ever worth using the ult. It's just a lot of pressure that's gone now that could otherwise be used, right? Like, even now, he could return to that top lane, Ray, no flash. As soon as that Ornn ult's up, you could look to it. But in any case, it was the choice made, and they are going to have to lay in the bed of which they made.
Even if that is made out of pallets and Poland, because it's a bit of a rough one at the moment, not having that cease and desist for the moment, so they are not going to be able to find a heck of a lot. Realistically, it's not that far off being off cooldown anyway, so you can just hold off for the moment. There's no real objectives to play around. By the time that Herald is up in the next 90 seconds, it will be there. The problem being, so is the Paranoia Shockwave combo.
Yeah. This time the flashes are there for both the carries, so you shouldn't be getting hit that commonly when that's the case. Fate, though, maybe realizing the pressure he's under, is trying to dip and dive and clear out that wave, won't be able to do so, goes invisible, but the fear is going to land and he's going to go down. DFM continue to find more and more. That's going to be their 6th.
Harp just coming in to make sure that all the crumbs are eaten. Karkin keeping himself safe. Leandri's up and available.
It's a rough position. DFM, I mean, they are getting pretty ridiculously far ahead now.
Yep.
Likely to be this tower as well. And if they hadn't already, the feats of warfare would have been secured. Feats of strength, rather.
And so they just went across the board, all categories.
Absolute blowout in that regard. Game far from over, but we are teetering on the verge of it being essentially a done deal. The problem is the scaling, while it's not nothing, it's just not that amazing on the side of SHG, right? Their scaling to talk about really is just Ornn items.
Yeah.
Whereas, while the scaling's not amazing for DFM either, they both have comps that just want to fight, they want to go forward, and if you both have similar comps that function roughly the same, generally whoever gets ahead just has so much easier of a time to execute.
Yeah, Herald, okay. DFM seemingly just going to be taking everything. They are looking for Ray.
He has no flash, so he should go down. I mean, teleport's going to be coming. Ornn much the same, and Ray...
Okay, I mean, Johan makes him miss it.
He's living. There we go, he's dead. So, good find. You got to find something on the opposite side of the map. They're able to do so. It does cost them a teleport. But Rift Shield will be secured by DFM, and Citrus claims that one as well. Can go to this mid lane, try and break open that mid tower. Teleport now coming in. This is going to be Aria.
Delio here, but without someone to enable that hero's entrance. Aria might be looking for it, but probably too little too late, honestly. And yeah, they get themselves the tower, but it's going to be answered back by Herald and then tower in mid. So a lot more map prio is going to be taken by DFM. Bot breaker being charged.
They're on here. Just coming to make sure no funny business happens after the Herald though, and Aria's going to claim another one. That's all 3 of the outer towers broken in favor of DFM. They're looking to take us to a 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, net positive across the board, even with the answer back from SHG.
Yeah, I mean, exceedingly positive. The mid lane gold difference is very substantial, as is that 80 carry. It's going to be a very hard-fought battle if SHG are going to want to even have a look in.
Yeah, I mean, it's drastically different story being told by the gold graph here in Game 2.
And does just go to show how close these two teams are, where SHG get a blowout win Game 1, and now DFM look to do much the same here in Game 2. Of course, they've still got to get that one across the line.
Not quite sure where Citrus is heading. So he's gone Stride Breaker, picked up the Phage, had the dagger, got plated steel caps. I mean, it could be a Triforce. It's not a completely unheard of item for a Nocturne, but...
It's fairly unheard of. I mean, it is just going to be Hex Tech.
Yeah, it'd have to be.
Oh, nice flash. Means won't be able to connect on that Nocturne Orianna combo. Of course, Marble losing the flash is significant, but for this upcoming possible Dragon fight, substantial losses in terms of the ultimate, but Citrus is... I mean, Johan rather, not anywhere near the area. They are coming down. It does look like they want to contest this. I think they realize those two ults are down. It's a really good angle for them. This is a lot of combat power lost for DFM, and Marble, as long as he's playing reasonably safely, should be okay.
Yeah, but Ray Farkey's here.
Yeah, Karkun lands a lot of damage. In comes the Ornn, lands onto 2. Fate trying to find the way in the backline. Johan will find the way in the backline. Aria running for his life. Good flash from Johan.
Oh my
a lot of
lord.
damage. And Marble waiting on their health bar of the Rumble will get the kill. First one of the team fight. Johan back in there in the middle of 3. And he's absolutely ripping through that health bar on the Orianna. Gang flash, lands the Winter's Bite, and Aria on such a minuscule amount of health. Johan playing his life perfectly, but does go down eventually. And Marble now found down by half. Does he have the damage? Yes, he does, just barely. Everyone on absolute slithers of HP, but out will go Marble. Gang is running for his damn life as Kakun constantly absolutely barraging from the back line. Still hunting down this
Paranoia is not far off being off cooldown, so if Kakun can keep vision...
Won't be able to do so. They will find him here, though. They know exactly where he is. Without the vision, though, it is just going to be the Dragon. Third of the game. Soul point now for DFM. Very, very close team fight, but that was a team fight where they were missing the Orianna and the Nocturne ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, Kakun just getting so much damage out. Picks up a huge amount in terms of gold off the back of a couple of big kills. It was just so dangerous. And I think Ray is just so instrumental here. You look at the Equalizer's about to come down, and Fate and Marble just take so much damage. Look at Fate. Burns almost half his HP. Marble as well as he steps just into it. I mean, it's a miracle that Marble finds as much value as he does out in the remainder of the team fight. You look at it, Fate on the backside. Citrus as well plays this on a knife's edge, just avoiding disaster there. Looks like he's about to back off, and as soon as Fate turns his back, he turns it around, looks to come in as that focus is completely misdirected. And yeah, Kakun, look, gets himself yet another. They almost found Gang as well. But it was just chaos, and exactly what DFM needed in that situation. Oh boy.
Going aggressively this time, it's on to Johan. He played such a good fight for himself last time around, but this time won't even be able to move. That is the Vi gone down. Those are 2 key ultimates, though. So it should be okay now for SHG to try and defend. Artican looks like it is going to be where their priority lies. SHG, can they buy enough time for Johan to be able to rejoin? It's going to be hard. You see the Artican being hit. For the flank angle here is Fate. Looking to come from somewhere a little bit unexpected. Evie, Ornhorn up and available. When does he choose to use it? Can they get the vision? Fate. He's going to be found by that ward. Takes a lot of damage from Ray Faki, but Ray Faki will take a lot of damage from him as well. Harp now trying to make sure there's no access into this fight here for that Aurora. Artican will be secured. It's smite versus no smite. Evie finds a nice knock-up, though. In they go. It is going to be the Artican secured. And now it's SHG running for their lives. Equalizer comes down, slowing that backwards movement, and they will be able to disengage, but it's the Artican secured for DFM.
Yeah, again, a lot of posturing, a lot of teetering on a knife's edge. Either team could have walked into a very rough situation, but DFM get the job done. Get out without losing too much of anything. And that's 2-item power spike. Finished up now for Kakun. So he's going to be hitting that much harder. Even Ari, you could see it in the build up to that Artican being taken, was still ripping and tearing.
Well, the cannon having a little bit of a fit there. Does eventually break free. Yeah, very, very good game out of DFM. Continually isolating targets with that Nocturne Orianna combo and then using that as pressure to then look for an objective. This time, critically, it was onto the jungler, so absolutely no way that smite fight was ever going to be a thing.
Yep.
And while a lot of time was bought, it wasn't enough for Johan to rejoin.
Fortunately, but I mean, the big boon for SHG at this stage in the game, Evie is starting to hit those levels. We start to see some of those items getting upgraded. Unfortunately, I just don't know if there's a heck of a lot of value you're getting out. Hex Tech, Experimental Hex Plate now finished up for Citrus, so that Paranoia is going to be cycling out incredibly quickly.
Faki is being looked at. The teleport was channeled before the Paranoia comes out. Ray's trying to run away, and he will do a good job of doing so, but will go down eventually. On the other side of things, though, Marble will go down. Gang will go down. Ray is the only answer back, and so 3v4 as this mid lane inner is sure to fall.
I mean, you look at it. He just dropped Paranoia. It's already a third of the way off cooldown. Like, Experimental Hex Plate for a level 2 ultimate on a Nocturne is just so much value. And it gets to the point where once 16 is hit for Citrus, this game pretty much becomes unplayable for Marble.
Yeah, and you see it, how he flashes away from the Orianna ult again, but he can't get away from the Nocturne that just follows him. The Galio comes down on top, and it's a done deal.
A lot of AoE damage. Just a lot of damage.
Yep, a lot.
Get some flex tape. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough for Marble in this game. Oh, boy. Who's about to die? Yeah, it's going to be Fate.
Uh-oh, he's ulting. Yeah, he gets away. Let's cost him his ult.
I don't know, 5 seconds to Paranoia. Someone's probably about to die.
And there's a loss, though. Between worlds, gone.
And this is going to be fate. He's dead.
Goes invisible, does flash away. Has managed to once again avoid that combo, but this tower's taking a lot of damage. Johan trying to look for an angle in and will find it straight onto Citrus. Now looking for Aria. Oh my lord, the culling is coming through. The Ornhorn too. Citrus will flash away from that one. It's a 4v5. Ivy, knock up. It's good. It's good. It lands on a Citrus. Shuts down to Johan again. Fate trying to create some space for these carries to do damage as Marvel will go forward. Lands the stun onto Ray Farkey, but the flash away means he doesn't find any more follow-up damage. Gang on such a slight amount of HP will be hunting for that Galio. Does land the Winter's Bite, but Johan not going to be able to find an angle here. It's a 3v5, but the health bars are criminally low. Karkun on the backside of the fight. Fate is there. Gang trying to find any space whatsoever. Puts up the wall. Will be going down. Karkun in the pit. Karkun finds one. They find a second. Johan's down. Evie will fall as well. Marvel and Fate can't do anything, and DFM get the soul.
Yeah, you might have taken down Citrus and Aria, but the damage out of Ray and Karkun should not be disrespected at this stage in the game. Bloodletters and Leandries, Ray is hurting so badly right now, as is Karkun with the 2 items. That was a rough one for sure. And a cheeky little bit of tech coming out from Heartbit. We'll see it in just a moment. Yeah, they full commit onto Aria. Great shutdown there in the pockets of Johan. Citrus just takes so much damage, but Ray, he's about to drop that equalizer. Unfortunately, it's a little bit off the money, but you look at the damage already that it's done to Gang and Johan. Harp just being such a beefy lad. There's his Karkun with that damage output on the Corki. Yeah, I mean, even here, they've got a distinct numbers advantage, but you can see the SHG aren't quite sold on actually coming into this fight. And oh, look, here it goes again.
Yeah, Nocturne Oriana combo in full force here in the jungle of SHG. They've managed to once again get away. Gang very narrowly escapes a pretty tragic fall. This tower on its last legs, however, culling used to try and dissuade them, but won't be able to do such. Baron now could be on the horizon for the DFM. They are substantially ahead. 7k in terms of gold, and that's not including the other Khan, as well as this Hex Deck Soul.
Yeah, there is some big value coming out of this DFM roster right now. I mean, you look at the recyclability of the Paranoia Command Shockwave combo, comparing it to the flashes at this stage of the game. It is nothing. As soon as the flash is gone, that just means that they're dead. Not that long later.
Slow is just so egregious too. Very difficult to deal with. Harp putting the NOS on. Does have flash. Not able to find his way in this time.
And 3, 2, 1. Paranoia is back online.
Yeah, lifelines very slim here. They're finding an angle onto Harp, and in will go Citrus again. It will not be connected with that ultimate from the Oriana, but everything else will. It's an absolute boiling pot, and unfortunately, DFM of the meal. Johan trying to find something on the back line, won't be able to, and Harp flashes in, double taunt, and get the final kills across the line as DFM will take us to a third.
Once again, Aria goes and shows that, well, Oriana is a carry champion in the right hands with the right tools, and just the Paranoia Shockwave combo just disjoints the fight so much. Even if you flash away, it just splits such a big portion of your damage profile away from where it needs to be, and consistently Marvel or Fate or even Gang at points, we just aren't able to play these team fights. Yeah.
Good luck, Gang.
Some of the temp.
Butterbraum. If there was one other carry, maybe you could defend, but there isn't. And that will be game at number 2. Going the way of DFM. And the LJL derby just getting started.
A second victory for DFM up against SHG this year. It's been a bit of a trough. They haven't had that one. That first one was in the season kickoff. They didn't. It was a 2-0 for SHG in the mid-season, and now they're going to take it to a game 3. Can DFM finally overcome? Look at that. Karkun's damage just
0 towers.
Huge. Yeah.
0. Not a single tower found by SHG.
Not a single anything found.
Yeah. 10 kills, but yeah, it was a bit of a wipe. Well played by DFM. Even when the Nocturne Oriana combo was just flashed away from, they got something for it. And both games so far, it's been DFM on the upper hand when it comes to the Dragons early on. Obviously last time SHG turned it around a bit earlier. This time never found an angle to even come close to taking one of those dragons. Even in the 3v5 we eventually saw it.
Yeah, I mean, Ari showing that Orianna really is such a powerful part of it. His kit, unfortunately, yeah, it started a bit rough going down to Johan off the gang. And then Karkun getting caught by the Brom passive stun, courtesy of Marvel. And then just, yeah, boom, clipped in the back of the head. And then Citra's about, okay, we're not going to see Citrus do the same to him back not moments later. And yeah, bit of a rough situation here for Evie, just a little bit off the mark on the knock-up. Ray, it was such a quiet game up until that point.
It certainly was. Karkun here just does so much damage with these rockets before anything even really happens. I mean, the entire game, Karkun's positioning was just phenomenal.
Yeah.
Never once did it really look like he was going to be taken out.
Until that last fight, and even then he still limps away. Even that fight where they lost too early, he jumps into the dragon pit, and they still win that fight. And Citrus, such an integral performance from him. You look at it here, he's going to come in on the backside of Fate. All those cooldowns just focused onto Arya, and Karkun gets himself a pick, backs himself away. Karkun just fearless in these situations, follows it up with even more. And yeah, look, you can try. You can try to get away from the Nocturne Orianna combo, but you've got Harp there rather, on the Galio to follow it up. So it's not just a 1-2 punch combo, it's a 1-2-3 uppercut.
Yeah, even here, good looking. They get their first kill across the line, and Citrus will fall as well. And you know, maybe the jungler's down. I mean, here, if they don't try and turn and fight, if immediately they try and disengage and look towards the dragon, there's a possible avenue where the game's extended for an extra 5 minutes, but unfortunately they look for the fight. They had the numbers, but not able to get there onto Ray. And they just completely ignore Johan. Like he's just come into the fight there on the Karkun, but the rest of the team's already done the damage they needed to. They can then turn onto Johan and finish him off. Yeah, that was that. Wow, LJL Derby certainly is heating up, certainly giving us what we'd hoped for, and DFM, after taking game number 2, will take us to a third. But of course, we are going to go to a break first. When we're back, we'll see who the final conqueror of this battle will be.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来了。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。会礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be. Knowing that I would lose control and drive off the track, would you take it back? Saying that I would only crash, would you have still done that? I wonder how you'd be given the chance to sit with me reluctantly. I wonder how you'd plead if you were put on trial for damages to me and my mentality.
DFM have taken us to a game number 3 to try and get their first victory against their counterparts in the LJL SHG, and it's going to be an uphill battle, especially because it's Gang's birthday.
Yeah, I mean, they've doubled down on victories against SHG this year with that win. They could even triple down if they win the whole series here in Game 3. coming into today. It was a 1-4 record, now 2-5. So they would still only have a 33% win rate by the end of it, but that would still be a victory nonetheless. At least, yeah, momentum-wise going into the latter half of the season finale. That's going to be absolute bits. You want to keep that. Okay. You want to keep that progression forward, and SHG opt into a red side pick. It has been an interesting series thus far, and it continues to pay out for sure.
Red side, first red side pick so far. I mean, blue side does seem to just be stronger.
Yeah,
I think objectively speaking, but we'll see. Maybe they have little tricks up their sleeve here. See what they can get done on that red side. Hey, Farky having a good game for himself, getting that solo kill over Evie last game. Marble, unfortunately, while I mean, he did well in the lane, obviously finding that solo kill, duo kill, I guess, early on was just absolutely annihilated by the Orianna Nocturne combo, by the Nocturne. It was a rough game for him.
Yeah. So, fun fact, if SHG win this game, we would be sitting at a perfect 50-50% win rate for blue and red side.
There you go.
It's currently 52-48 in favor of blue, having played 25 games to this point.
Wow.
Ironically, also, we're averaging a 25 kills per game in 25 games played.
Well, that does seem high, but...
To be fair, we had the game between SHG and Vikings with 44 kills. So.
Yeah, bumping up that average a little bit.
And then Artemis goes and drops 14, last night in a single game.
Yeah, but admittedly, the game before that, we also just had only 14 kills in the entire game, so... And they were all actually on just one team.
Yeah, that was a wild turn of events. Queen Yorick banned, Pantheon responded by SHG.
Johan looks happy enough.
Yeah, whatever. I don't think he's all that fussed. We're still seemingly only scratching the surface with champion picks in the jungle. You still got your tank avenues.
Yeah, for sure. And that's probably the avenue we have to go to at this point. We're willing to pick up some of those AP junglers, but I haven't seen those thus far out of Citrus or Johan.
Some vibing coming out of DFM. Rise taken away from Fate. What do SHG look to round this out with? Nico. Okay, yeah, look, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, very strong champion. Harp is always just going to snap that up if given the opportunity to. Now, DFM with that first pick. What do they opt into? Jarvan.
Okay.
So, wanting to keep that bruiser trend going. However, it is a blind pick Jarvan, so there's going to be some answers, especially Fate and Marble are going to want to have some form of mobility, some way to play against this Jarvan, against this Cataclysm.
Most definitely. I mean, most of your best options are gone. But, I mean, you got the likes of the Israel Kaiser. I mean...
perfectly fine pick.
Yeah, for sure.
Doesn't have the pairing of the Vi. Has an Ari you could go alongside it.
Rakan as well if you want to go that route. If you're looking for something engage heavy.
Yep. So you can pick to come through. Trundle remains as one of those bruisers in the jungle that are still available. Obviously Pantheon really the only other one, but that's banned. So
Rel. Okay, so they go the Kaiser Rel angle.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Nothing that amazing, nothing that poor. It's just whatever. Next pick to come through now for DFM. Next two picks indeed. I mean, you can just go for whatever. It's hard to really say. I mean, realistically, do you care about your bot lane matchup? Probably not that much. There might be priorities that you want in the mid. I mean, the Annie could be a potential avenue with that pairing of the Jarvan.
Zyrakan. I was thinking... I was going to say, any other bot lane, I wouldn't have immediately screamed, gone, Karkon Harp, that screams to me at Zyrakan, but obviously Karkon has been putting in his licks. He's looking a lot more comfortable in the AD carry role, and Harp, just well-rounded as a support, will easily be able to slot into that with Rakan. And saying that they could just go a different route entirely.
Yeah, I mean, the Rakan makes the most sense. They will go for it.
Makes too much sense not to.
Okay, probably... I mean, there is just... Skarna, Sejuani,
Maokai, Yone, you could go. Yeah. I mean, Fate's played Yone in the past.
The hard thing about that is if you pick the Maokai now, you get the Yone ban. If you pick the Yone now, you get the Maokai ban. So
yeah. Ambessa. Yeah, okay, so you just take something else entirely and hope that they don't ban one or the other. I think if DFM is smart, they can likely ban something along the lines of a Maokai, given what we've seen out of teams at the moment and what they're playing after those first string junglers are gone.
Got the SHG whiting.
They have been fighting.
Yeah, there's been a lot of whiting, in fact. Honestly, this might have been the most fight-heavy LJL derby. Even if a lot of the times it doesn't result in kills, there has just been a lot of fighting.
It's been more than some of the VCS games we've seen, honestly, this split.
Yeah.
Although I suppose it is good to see that diversity between the different regional factions. Trundle going to be taken away from Johan.
Yeah, and the next logical ban is Maokai or Sejuani or Skana, but there are just so many open that it's not going to be that much of a detriment.
I mean, we haven't seen as much priority around Sejuani as, in the second half of this year, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Maokai makes the most sense because it's the hardest for the Xayah to play into.
Yeah, for sure. Jack's taken it away from Bray, looking to give a bit more security to Evie up on that top side. Are they going to ban the Maokai? In which case, does that just... I mean, if they leave it open, surely that is the answer. Okay, yeah, so Maokai is going to be taken. Smart call from DFM.
So if they do want the Yone still, they can go Sejuani. Yeah, that's still perfectly strong. Not as quite as amazing at the team fights, but much stronger in skirmish.
The problem being is you haven't got a great amount of range.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, they're probably going to go for it anyway, but it's kind of hard for this team composition to isolate down the Xayah. I think this is a really, really good game for the Xayah.
Absolutely.
It has a perfectly fine lane. It actually has the same attack range as the Kai'Sa, so that's why we quite often see these two going up against each other, is because they both kind of struggle in lane because of that attack range, but if they get out of lane, they're very strong for different reasons, so...
Okay.
Ari?
Reasonably good at dealing with all of that go forward. Without Vi, you're going to be much, much safer in terms of kiting out SHG when they run at you.
Can skirmish fairly well too. Is one of the majors that does fairly reasonable at skirmishing.
Okay.
Against the Sejuani and likely to be Yone. It should be fine. Actually, this... Yeah, no, you can go Yone because the Kai'Sa can be your magic damage, so it's perfectly okay. And yeah, I mean, top lane Aatrox into Ambessa, nothing that amazing. I mean, either side does have kill threat, but you wouldn't expect either of them to really be going down.
The only other... That was the other champion that I was thinking about was a Sylas angle.
It's very good. It's a very good Sylas game because the lane's good. But again, it's another champion that Xayah deals perfectly well with. I mean, Kakun's just got himself one of the best Xayah games of all time.
Yeah.
There's not that much threat onto him, really. It's an Ambessa ult and Sejuani ult. If that's hitting Xayah, well, it's just him mispositioning. So I really like this game. Kakun has the cards to be able to carry this one. It's not often you get a Xayah game that is just so playable. It really does struggle with range.
Perfect opposite last night.
We did, yeah. I would, yeah. Playing Xayah into Jace. What was it? Jace, Ziggs, and another poke champion in bot lane. Senna.
That's the one.
That is wholly unplayable.
Yeah.
And this time, you're into a bunch of meelees that want to skirmish that don't have the greatest dive in the world. So you're feeling perfectly okay. Sylas, I mean, he'll have access to the Ari ult, of course, which does give him a little bit more of a scarier dive, but there's not the biggest amount of threat to come alongside him. I mean, you can have those flank opportunities with the Rel, as well as if there is any CC that does land, then Kai'Sa's coming screaming in.
And still batting 100 with the Cosmic Dawn Rakan.
Yeah. I think there's a high percentage of Star Guardian Rels as well, but we did see that trend bucked yesterday. Oh well, it all comes down to this. Can DFM finally get that win up against SHG they've been hunting for all season long? They've so far not been able to do it, and every single one of their series going head-to-head has been at the absolute back end of the split. Once again, it'll happen here. First round robin. I mean, they're competing for second and third in their group, which doesn't really change a whole lot, but still, it is those bragging rights. It is the momentum heading into the important split, into that decider of who makes it into playoffs.
I mean, you'd rather end on a win.
You would.
If you can.
Pro Rider Sejuani is the correct Sejuani skin, of course, as is the Ari skin. And yeah, well, I mean, IG Kai'Sa again. Just the clear pick.
Bit of anti-synergy in the bot lane. for Karkin and Harp, not running the matching skins.
They're going for a quarrel.
It's been an interesting series up until this point. And no real signs of that showing down. I mean, the crazy thing is, while this is a great draft from DFM into SHG, if any sort of momentum is built up by SHG, and I think particularly Fate in that mid lane on the Silas, this could just quickly spiral out of control. Unsealed Spellbook, Sejuani in the jungle again.
Yeah, rears his ugly head once more. Does mean the Sejuani is a little more squishy, but the utility available from that rune, Nyon, I mean, it's just ridiculous.
No one expects to be teleport ganked by a jungler.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really annoying to deal with. Even the Sejuani coming in and just has exhaust or has
ignite.
Yeah.
What do you mean? This isn't Shaco jungle.
So far, controlling the pace of the lane well are the SHG bot lane. See Karkun struggling alongside Harp to walk up. A gang going in. This could be an avenue back. Bit of damage, but still a winning trade for SHG, definitely.
Yeah, Harp has the tools, though, to get some of that HP back, though, in his kit. Johan looking for a...
Looking early.
That's an early gank.
It's a very early gank. Finds a flash. Arya. Oh, dear. Oh, dearie me. Johan for 3 games in a row gets first blood, but it will be answered back as he doesn't leave the tower range.
Gang is clearly using a different turret down in that bot lane. They need to shift it to the mid. Maybe that would have been better for Johan, but I mean, 1 for 1. Both junglers getting the kills there. Unfortunately, no assists going the way of Arya, so he gets literally nothing out of that.
Yeah. I mean, I think Johan could have just left. It's the unfortunate thing. He could have just walked out of tower range. Unfortunately, he doesn't. He gets knocked up in it and takes 2 shots, and that will be enough to turn that kill around. So, ultimately, 2 flashes used for just the 1, and it's a 1 for 1. So, realistically, DFM actually come out ahead of the play. Obviously,
yeah.
First blood gold no longer a thing.
And it also throws off Johan's tempo compared to Citrus, who just heads back to his jungle and starts smacking away.
Yeah, it's definitely a very big win for the jungle mid of DFM. Arya didn't get an assist, though, so he did lose out on the gold. But
which is a shame. All he had to do was throw something backwards and he would have got it. So very, very rough for him there.
Possible even just get it by pressing W.
Yeah. Maybe just attack it. Just throw an auto attack out. You know you're in a pretty bleak spot.
Shot. Well, lane swap coming through. Will be matched. This is a bleak lane swap, though. This was a terrible lane swap. This is a really... I mean, the problem is both lanes are in horrendous positions for DFM.
Now,
this one is frozen outside Evie's tower if he wants to keep it that way. He will push it back out, but look at the top lane. And Citrus, realizing it, is actually coming here to make sure it gets crashed, because otherwise it's a pretty sizable freeze and just bleeding minions after minions will DFM if that is allowed to continue. So Citrus shows his presence up there, gives over the information, which means now Johan can try and fish in this mid lane for something, but Arya is playing relatively safe. Nice charm, tower range not quite there.
Okay, so they did shift Gang's tower up into the mid lane. He was, again, very narrow margins there. Fate taking a tower shot. Johan was looking for it. Turns around and says, "You want to see me do it again, mate?" Because he was in a great spot to do it. Unfortunately, that wave just pushing it a little bit too quickly.
Oh, and this is funny to watch. Just sliding, gliding everywhere.
I mean, not a particularly great game for Evie, unfortunately, given the target selection. Oh, Arya!
Oh, Arya hits level 6, pulls the trigger, but Fate hits it as well! Oh dear, just out of tower range as well. My oh my. I mean, it was a very good look in for Arya. Just a slight amount of damage off, and unfortunately that slight amount of damage means Fate gets himself the solo kill and puts SHG ahead in that gold.
Second death for Arya in 6 minutes. I mean, it was a very narrow margin.
It was. I respect the look.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at it. that you play that same fight over 10 times, and I guarantee you, yeah, he just dives straight back into it. And
even if, yeah, he dives in. Unfortunately, it's exactly where the chain was. Hold up, Ray Farkey going aggressive here onto Evie. There is flash used. Evie does manage to create the distance to get himself away.
Fortunately, no Cataclysm. He was darn close to it too. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Aria now getting put to his limits against this Sylas. It's a lane that Sylas typically doesn't do this well in early, but does eventually completely control the Ari. Does have a good time against her in the side lanes, but already at this point doing perfectly well.
Yeah, jungler intervention is a crazy thing.
I mean, I think it was fine after that as well. It was just Aria.
Yeah, I mean, that
just sliding
the worst possible Spirit Rush.
Yeah. Oh well. Can still try and alleviate this pressure. Try and stem the bleeding.
Worst possible place for the Spirit Rush. It's not like he just completely into that.
No.
It was you either back off completely and you concede the fight, but given how close Fate was to going down, it's well worth the risk, honestly, unfortunately.
He does have Spirit Rush back.
Yeah.
So he should be fine. And Citrus waiting there in the wings, but here comes Johan. Spirit Rush dodges out. The charm's great. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Aria, one Spirit Rush goes awry. This one is so fantastic. Johan slightly late. If he was just seconds earlier, that Spirit Rush wouldn't have been there. That ult would have landed and the kill almost certainly would have come through, but unfortunately for him, just not there in time. Now, I don't know that this is DFM's to claim. Johan is significantly up in terms of those resources, the health, the mana. Does get a little bit from that honey fruit, of course, to Citrus, but getting punished.
Then one last Void Grub is playing ignorant right now. Oh, what a catch.
Yeah, nice smite as well. Johan's going to have to flash away. The priority afforded to DFM's bottom lane. Does mean that this is theirs. Aria even teleporting in for good measure.
What a read from Harp. Great way for them to capitalize, and you're not getting much else off the Rift in answer.
Johan with that spellbook, though, will be able to swap that flash out. But look, it was... I mean, if he did go slightly earlier, if he was there just a smidge before when he was, Aria wouldn't have had Spirit Rush. It would have been an almost certain kill. Coming back to live, though, bit of a fight breaking out in the top lane. Both ultimates still there and available for the DFM bottom lane. Marble having to use that killer instinct.
Yeah, look, I think it would be slim margin. His flash is not far off coming off cooldown as well, so it was a narrow window for sure. There is something just so humiliating about getting pulled back by Aatrox's chain.
There is a little bit. Ray Farkey and Evie both doing perfectly well. It's going to be Gang coming to this bottom lane now with his teleport, matched by Marble. Ray making his way towards the Sundered Sky, much the same as Citrus. Once those items are online, a bit of a spike in the skirmishing power of this DFM lineup, and they are slightly ahead of their counterparts across the Rift, very slightly, however, so it's not like a fight goes one way very decisively outside of just playing it better.
Yeah. I mean, it's so rough that Aria's died twice here. Like I said, play that fight however many times over, and it's actually now Fate that's dead twice.
Gang in there, does have ultimate, not going to choose to use it just yet, and Citrus going to pull the trigger. They find their way straight on and absolutely annihilate Gang. Johan now put in a cage as Fate trying to find a way on the back line. Shutdown comes through, it's Marble that picks it up. A lot of low health bars, Fate. He's going forward, but the charm connects. Harp's in there for the knock-up, but Karkun not able to hit. Marble roaring through these health bars. Marble's the only one standing. The flash forward. Aria, can he shut him down? The charm would secure it. Yes, he can. And just like that, from 0-2, 3 quick kills found, and Aria is roaring ahead.
Yeah, nothing like 14 Spirit Rushes in the middle of a team fight. Just the reset after reset. But Marble at least capitalizing where he can, gets himself a decent chunk of change off the back of it. 3 kills for himself now. Is actually the only lane up. And he's got that cold that is 30 odd CS from finishing as well. But yeah, going from, oh dear.
Heavy. Not going to have the cooldowns.
Yeah, Aria going from 0 and 2, or 1 and 2 to now 3 and
0-2.
Oh, he was, yeah, at one point.
Yeah, Gang goes in. I mean, he doesn't commit too much, but it's just Aria. They know where he is, but the charm connects. It was a pretty easy charm to land. They then lock down Johan, and things look pretty good, but Fate does a good job of putting out some damage on the side, and Marble's just dodging out, not putting himself vulnerable to those feathers, even dodging out the majority of those ones there. The Q comes through, not able to find Harp, but Marble eventually will as he takes down the AD carry. Able to get Harp, and Aria will secure himself that kill.
It was a bit of a scrap picture in picture. Although it was Gang almost getting caught. Watching intently.
You can see that even in the game, everyone's just on bated breath, like, do we win this? Do we win this?
Yeah.
As soon as that charm connects, Aria absolutely is taking.
I mean, Aria is that edit factor. You give him those tools, and he's really just going to do so much damage. And Aria, okay.
Hey, no teleport, so possibility for Evie to get himself tower plate or 2 now in this top lane.
Oh boy.
Gonna be looked at. Yeah, he's dead again. There is just absolutely nothing happening. He is getting one shot. The exhaust comes down. It does very little to thwart off the attack. No quickness here for Harp, meaning it's very difficult to look for Marble. The flash, not gonna have to be used by anyone. It's just a killer instinct response.
He wants that plate, but yeah, I mean, a great catch on to Gang. We'll give them that prior, start up this dragon. Fate is roaming down with Johan, so they might look to contest this.
Yeah, no ult on the Ari. And while it was a rough start, Ari is very, very strong at this point. So not having the ultimate makes this fight look almost impossible, but Citrus is having a look in. Gang's here. Good flag and drag to buffer the knock-up. Harp going in, has the smite, but won't be able to get it down as Johan, steady hands, will get it.
It's crazy that was dragon number 1. 13 minutes in, first dragon taken.
Yeah,
a lot of priority around the top side though, that's why.
Much slower this game in the past.
Yeah, for sure. You look at it, Marble is about to get a big payday. That cult nearly finished, unfortunately not going to be on this recall. Tempo-wise, that wave is just too far away for him to justify staying and finishing it off. But looking to beeline their way mid. Herald less than a minute out. So they want to take that mid lane priority, set themselves up a bit of vision to take that for themselves if they can. If at nothing else, at least to deny that away from DFM.
DFM, they are on the precipice of actually getting themselves this win. I mean, it's always been close. Even the 2-0s, the games themselves close. This one is DFM leading the charge as they head into the middle stages of this game number 3.
Dishonorable top lane. It was a nice, wet noodle fight that Evie was winning, and now he's going on board and Executioner's calling. So Ray is going to be hurting a little bit less. I mean, to be fair, Aatrox is just the most egregious amount of sustain in this kit anyway.
Yeah, he'll be mostly fine. Gang taking a substantial chunk of damage from all of nothing, really. Priority over the mid wave, secured here by Karkun, and DFM are going to start up the Rift Herald. Aria in the area, has ult of course, has the flash coming up very shortly, much the same as Karkun. Ray's getting some alone time on this tower. Evie coming to match. See if either top lane wants to look to teleport and to intervene in this fight. For the time being, they're stuck down there. Fate coming in from the top side. Ultimate coming through. Straight onto Citrus. Oh, an absolute explosion of damage. Into the backline goes Hart. The charm landing onto most people. But importantly, it is going to be Johan securing himself that Rift Herald. No jungler on the side of DFM. 4v5 if they wanted to fight. And so just having to head away.
Yeah, great snipe from SHG to alleviate a lot of that pressure. That gold lead has dwindled out to less than 1,000. Very much a workable position. Great synergistic dumping of utility onto Citrus, who could all just stand and watch. There was nothing more.
An answer back. It's far from the winning play, but it's certainly the legs to get there as Gang, just with the nice and clean Q flash, means there's absolutely nothing Citrus can do to get himself out, and Arya having to use the Spirit Rush defensively means he's just not going to have that X factor about him that you'd like out of your Ari. Obviously, as soon as those Spirit Rushes are gone, the maneuverability, the possibility of going aggressive certainly fades with it.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you're looking for a bit of a flank as well, taking that fight head on. Not the most comfortable of positions. You're definitely going to struggle to get those charms onto the targets you're looking for with the likes of Johan and Gang in the front line.
Now, second item.
Yeah. The cold money coming through, plus the gold off the back of that fight with the team. He's going to be hitting really hard.
Still a close game, but SHG have been picking up the objectives. It's the 3 grubs that were picked up by DFM, but outside of that, the Dragon and then the Rift Herald that we just saw going the way of SHG means they do have pretty good passages of play. Johan up here in the area. Ray Farkey maybe getting a bit too accustomed to the 1v1 battle is now going to find himself in a pretty rough position, and Johan takes away that kill. Still, it was the first tower secured in the bottom lane, so DFM are going to have themselves the feats of strength.
Johan just continuing to prove that he's an invaluable addition to this SHG roster. Just consistently playing the macro game. Even from a position where, I mean, he helped secure first blood and then ultimately is traded out after the fact. Loses a decent chunk of tempo against it, just finds it back for himself pretty cleanly.
Heavy?
U-turned.
Yeah, maybe thinking no one's coming up here to answer. Cancels his recall to get into that Herald and quickly sees Arya and heads.
That's the Bodhi number. 73.
It is. Oh well. Dragon now spawning. Arya in the top side has teleport. You can expect a fight almost certain to break out. Really eyes on Karkun. He just picks himself up his second item as well. The Navori Flicker Blades for him. So combat strength fairly even across the Rift. Everyone having flash outside of Gang, which admittedly that is a big tool for a Rel. But keep eyes on Evie. Can he find a passage into the back line? Johan's ult, is it going to land onto someone of importance? Ray Farkey loses flash immediately, but Evie loses his life. Top laners being the targets for both sides, but unfortunately one flashes away to safety, one gets absolutely annihilated.
And all it costs them is the quickness. There's still plenty of tools left in the belt.
Wow, getting a little bit too confident. A little comfortable even, DFM. Just going for the mid tower. Maybe not too concerned with Dragons. I mean, Dragon stacking not really a factor of the game thus far.
Yeah, I mean, we're hitting the 20-minute mark, and this has only been number 2.
If he has teleport, he can come and rejoin this now. This is still a playable fight for SHG, as Evie will be able to get here. He's spawning in the very near future. Lowers this Dragon, sure. It's going to be a smite fight at best, and it's a smite fight once again won by Johan. And the damage is coming through. Eddie now arriving in the play as well. Karkun trying to kite, and Gang finds his way in. The Magnet Storm lands, and it lands well, and Evie slicing and dicing and shredding through this backline as Karkun is going to get annihilated. Oh dear, DFM. They go for everything. They take the mid tower, but it takes so damn long that Evie comes back and the dreams look shattered.
Yeah, that's just well and truly overstepping. You need to play your advantage in that situation. I don't know why the heck you're going for a tier 1 in the mid lane. And you get punished so heavily for the delay. Yeah, I mean, it's just a bizarre call. It's a great collapse onto Evie for sure. They well get value out of that. But from here, they need to absolutely collapse on the Dragon. But you look at it, it's so delayed, it's so just messy. The ult dropped on the Citrus means that he can't contest that. The Cataclysm does nothing onto Fate, who's stolen the Spirit Rush. And Gang coming through. It would have made that fight a heck of a lot quicker if he'd connected onto everyone, but connects on what he needs to, and the team just mops it up from there on out, and Ray can do nothing at this point.
Even then, already teamfight 1, and Arya dies immediately after as well. Now, gold very, very even, but the 2 Dragons are in favor of SHG. game far from over, but boy, oh boy, have these last team fights looked shocking out of DFM.
Yeah, I just don't know what possesses them to make that call onto the mid-tier 1. Adakan started up here.
All right, if there's ever an angle, Harp, can he find his way in? Ray Farkey has the teleport to come down and join his team. Fate waiting. Chains will miss. Quickness. Fate might have overstepped. Fate, he's living. He's dead. Aria gets the shot down. Harp falls on the other side. Evie straight in the back line. Is Adakan likely to reset here? Getting his health back, but still wailing through the bars. And the max range charm will land onto Gang. And the Adakan to go to DFM. SHG, they are hanging around, however. Johan maybe looking for a third smite battle. Can he find a third smite win? If he's in, he's ducking around. Ray's trying to peel for the team, but Heavy, he's waiting. Killer Instinct. Kakun so low. It's a smite fight again. It's a smite fight that Johan keeps on winning. Citrus, can he get it? No, the reset. The teleport now coming through.
Oh, this is just so bleak from DFM. I mean, Kakun steps up, takes all his HP in the Adakan, is forced to throw out his ult just to get away to safety. SHG just being given so many opportunities and are not failing to make the most of them.
Oh, it's a disaster. I mean, they were so scared of the 50-50 that they just end up giving it for free. Yeah,
I mean, it was a great catch to start things off.
Oh, wasn't it?
I mean, Hart with a great read. They get so much out. Fate's locked up. All he's going to be able to steal is the Cataclysm. And realistically, yeah, cool. You lose Hart, but that's your Rakan. You're perfectly fine from there. And all the while, Adakan just doing its business into SHG. Max range charm. They get Gang. So it is a 3 versus 4 here.
They could have even just not done the Adakan, but as soon as they commit to it, but they should be able to get, I mean, it's always going to be a smite fight. This is the nature of it.
But they just sit and hold at 1600 HP and just take damage the entire time. Right here, they just need to turn and burn. Turn and burn that Adakan, finish it off if you can. Because you look at how much HP Kakun has. They even get the root there. They just attack the darn thing. Like, if they just turned and attacked, the smite would have come through and they would have secured it. But they hedge their bets.
Yeah, and teleport comes through, and that's that. Fate with the fully topped up Silas South bar is going to be enough pressure to ensure DFM have to get off the objective, and it's a free take for SHG. A dicey back and forward, and DFM are so ever slightly ahead in gold, but every objective of the game, barring those Void Grubs, have gone the way of SHG.
Yeah, I mean, all that early prowess from Aria on this Aria is just completely fallen off a cliff. He hasn't been able to find much of anything.
He found a pretty miraculous charm.
Well, yeah, look, and then they go and throw it at Adakan, which seems to be the name of the game in the LCP. If it can be thrown, it will be thrown at Adakan.
Still ahead. Just the objectives being that big worry. Dragon now spawning 5 seconds away. Fate does have his flash now. Kakun, not quite. Harp getting rid of the barrier. Will have his flash available to himself. Is going to go in. The quickness won't connect though. Johan's flash gets him out of dodge. Fate alone in the backside. Ray's trying to keep him away. Gang's in there. Kakun, he's going to get locked up. Evie is in between 3 people and he's winning. It's the 1v3. Eventually he goes down, but Fate now absolutely railing through this team fight. 1 HP left on him. Ray Farkey left, but Aria's going to get taken down. Ray Farkey will too. And oh my lord, every fight is so chaotic, but the engage from Gang is enough to ensure SHG pick up the win and the Dragon Soul point.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, I am just struggling to see the value of the Aatrox at the moment. He may have 2 kills, but it's not having nearly the same impact as this Ambassador for Evie. And the pings are coming out for Baron.
Yeah, they have Marble. He'll shred through it. 3-item Kaiser. Johan perfectly capable of tanking it up. Fate even wanting to get here so quickly he doesn't top himself up fully in HP. And this is going to be a very, very dead Baron Nashor.
SHG just presented with opportunity after opportunity, and they are eating it up. Following it like a trail of M&Ms down the hall. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that DFM have thought beyond that. There's no trap waiting for them.
Oh, gang. I mean, Karkun with a great reaction. All said and done. It was a great reaction out of him. Manages to featherstorm that flash engage, but it was all for little. Evie in that back line just shredding. And Fate with the flash as well. I mean, Karkun even here nearly manages to outplay it, nearly manages to take down Fate, but they always have that insurance of Marble, who is entirely untouched for the duration of this.
The red buff. Yeah, it's for sure a rough shout in, but another charm.
Connects. Can we take down Gang though? No, allowing him to get away. It is a reasonable chunk of damage, but the follow-up not quite there, and the confidence maybe waning on the side of the DFM.
Oh, yeah, I mean, those charms that were so assured in the early game, just not landing quite the same way here for Aria.
Gang off the goes. There's no objective down here. DFM.
It was Johan.
No.
Just cycling through to his flash.
Gonna find a lot. There's no objective up, but one good thing that is happening right now is DFM are completely wasting this Baron. Able to do a lot to stop their towers going down, but the ult comes out. In will go Citrus. Marble having to use the Killer Instinct defensively, but Evie's in the back line again. Fate's not here though. Is this an avenue in? Citrus still living just barely. It will eventually go down as Fate comes in. Featherstorm's good. Ooh. Oh dear, that's a lot of damage, but Ray not able to find as much of anything. Doesn't have ult, flashes onto Marble, but he's going to be chopped up to absolute bits, and Fate going forward with the Spirit Rush. Flash through from Evie. Secure yet another. It's an ace. Going the way of SHG as they look to get it 3 from 3 in the head-to-head.
In a game where there was nothing to play for at this stage. Luckily, I mean, look, they did waste a decent amount of the Baron. There's less than 45 seconds left of it remaining, but the waves are primed. Whether intentionally, I mean, to be fair, I would imagine it's probably intentionally, but due to lack of oversight from DFM, they sent no one to even try and bounce them, and they get everything that they could possibly want off the last minute of Baron.
Yeah, 7k gold swing it was. And now the gold was always in favor of DFM this whole game. It certainly is not anymore. They're already losing the fights, and boy oh boy has it got a lot harder. Marble having to use his ult defensively, but Hart not able to land the charm onto Evie. Aria admittedly was, but they still aren't able to take him out. And Aatrox, while trying to deal with that, Ambessa has just left his team, and his team is just getting absolutely torn to shreds. Marble entirely untouched again at the very end. Sure, Ray finds a bit of damage onto him, but it's all of nothing really. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I mean, the healing coming out of Fate right now is just meaning that he can run rampantly through towers, do pretty much whatever he wants, and he sustains through these fights because there's, at least from what I last saw, no heal cut, and it seems that, yeah, there is still none.
For who?
Fate.
They have a mortal reminder.
Oh, no, they do, sorry.
Yeah.
It just popped up. Unfortunately, yeah, Karkun not really getting all that much opportunity to get that heal cut onto him. By the time the fight kicks off, he's used the ult to try and survive, and then he's jumped on and dead anyway. It is a rough shout. It was, like we said, it was gearing up to be a great game for the Xayah. And unfortunately, I said, SHG found that momentum to steamroll over it.
Yeah, I mean, Karkun's still doing well. He's still outputting the damage. The problem is the frontliners are just getting absolutely bursted. Sejuani just ults Citrus, just ults Harp, and they die. Clean's now available for the Rakan, so not a viable ult target anymore. And Dragon, this is the Dragon's soul for SHG. If they do secure it, almost ensures the win. Infernal Soul making that damage even more difficult to deal with.
Aria
waiting on the wings, but Aria is trying to match him. The charm here. Okay, Fate with the pink ward is going to spot out where Aria is. Does dodge out of the Orb of Deception. Dodges out of the charm as well, so Aria's going to have to concede this ground, but does land that one. It's a reasonable chunk. Spirit Rush available. Evie's in the back line. Ray Farkey trying to find a way in the back as well. Citrus is there! And Marble's been one shot! Cataclysm's great! Charmed up, goes to Sejuani! And Ray gets himself a double! He's trying to end some world's fate, being an absolute menace. Can Ray get it done? He needs a couple more! No, he can't! It's Evie! And it's SHG! The shutdown comes through. Try as you might, Dragon Soul to SHG.
Okay, we're going to watch that team fight back in a second, and we're going to see just how much value that Mortal Reminder gets. Long story short, it's 0. Fate just heals through all of it. It is just absolutely egregious how much HP he gets back throughout the entire run in that fight, even with heal cut on him. What a champion Silas is. It's so fun to watch the the dynamics between comps like this and how Silas can still find that avenue back in because he becomes such a massive snowball.
Marble shut down at the beginning of that fight. But unfortunately, not needed. It was still SHG. Even Johan going down relatively early, but Evie doing so much. There's Baron getting shredded through. DFM not even dreaming of walking near it. This game likely coming down to one last fight.
Yeah, oh Fate, he's keen, he's eager. Wants to close out this series strong and again, just deny DFM that chance of a victory against their LJL counterparts.
No
quick was stolen.
It is. DFM putting up a potential last stand here on this top tower. Evie.
Oh, Karkon takes some big damage.
Just W. The Infernal Soul on top. Gonna be the mid tower paying the price for it though. DFM now are gonna have to concede that top inner tower to try and defend their base.
These waves are just marching down. There's 2 minutes left to play with. Last time it cost them the entire team to hold off that Baron. This is a 9-3 Sejuani.
Yeah, 4 items, not often a place. Oh, Charm lands! Ooh. They're landing it, they're landing onto Fate. There's a lot of damage coming through, but he is still there. Quickness still available for him as well, wings. And Ray Farkey loses his ultimate. Harp, he has no ult. There is a lack of tools now. The peel not going to be there for this Rakan any longer, and neither will the bottom mid lane inhib.
It's a rush out. Looked like a decent opportunity, but just nets nothing. There's still 90 seconds to play with. They can rotate back towards the top side. Fortunately, that wave is a little bit far off, so I think they realistically just get some extra item power and come back. Oh, we are going way back. This is the fight that I was talking about. Okay, so look, Fate in the wings. They dive in heavily onto Marble. They get so much damage out. They finish him off. Fate backs off. All this damage coming out on the front line, and then Fate comes in. He is effectively 1v4ing right now, and they cannot get him lower than half HP. Evie and Johan could have left, honestly, in that situation, because the healing, even through cut for Silas, is just so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it wasn't the cut. I think they'd run out of damage tools. There just wasn't any tools left. They'd used so much to try and take down both Gang and Marble that they were just struggling to find answers to the Silas, and Fate maneuvering around Karkun and his feathers so well. It's going to be this top lane in a tower going down. 30 seconds left to the Baron. They're going to try and take themselves the last inhibitor remaining as well. If DFM wanted to find a fight, it has to be soon. Harp, you see him trying to position, trying to find an avenue in. The Baron, one last super minion. Is just slowly chipping away, but it will go down. They find the charm this time onto Evie. He's rooted up. One down. Karkun gets that kill and Gang going in. Oh. 4-man Magnet Storm, but there's no follow-up. Marble tries to get away, and Aria will not connect. Citrus goes forward immediately, having to flash away, and Ray Farkey, still with that World Ender going, is feeling a little bit confident, but now that it goes away, the stun's going to be there. The quickness is available for Fate, and he's trying to turn things around. Won't be able to do so, but DFM will hold off.
Yeah, look. It is A hold with potentially a dying breath, but a hold nonetheless. That tower just going to hold on.
I actually think DFM should have let it go down. Because then it's going to respawn with full HP. This tower is not going to regen all that quickly.
No.
1 minute until the Elder Dragon is available.
What a catch, though, onto Evie.
Yeah. Aria again.
Just lands it perfectly. They get the root off the back of the feathers as well. And then Jumping Gang, who, to his credit, gets a phenomenal Magnet Storm off with his last breath. Unfortunately, there was just nothing there to follow up for SHG. But that could have been a game ender if SHG were in a position to collapse.
But importantly, I mean, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear indeed. Ray Farkey, he lives, but in comes Marble. He finds one knock-up. He's trying to heal, won't be able to do so. And that could very really be the end of this one. Aria, he's trying to find an avenue in. Potentially, Johan has the cleanse available. Karkun's coming around. We've swapped sides of the maps, ladies and gentlemen. Karkun's really in the thick of things, and so is Aria. But now Aria's out of them as he's gone down immediately in Fate, roaring through the health bars. SHG will take the game. They will claim victory against their counterparts, and it will be another game the way of SHG, 3-0 now in the head-to-head.
I have to respect SHG there. They completely play Ray. They position, they posture, they act as if they are getting themselves ready for that Elder, and they just wait for someone to push out, overextend, and they collapse on him, and that is the vast majority of your front line for DFM, and then they just collapse in and take the rest of the base. That was a brilliant call from SHG.
Yeah, it was a very, very well played game. I mean, honestly, DFM, they had the tools to get that one across the line, but unfortunately they do just fall short at the last hurdle. But for that man on your screen there, Gang, it's a very happy birthday indeed. They will go 2-1 in the group, only dropping their series to the Vikings. I think a commendable effort from them.
Yeah, I mean, Gang just consistently doing so much work for this team. You look at the rest of the likes of Marble, Fate standing on his shoulders off of what he and Johan have been setting up time and time again throughout that series. And it was just so impressive. And that man, Evie, was instrumental in that game three. Yep. His Ambessa was so clutch. So many of those team fights. He hits public execution. He gets in. He's running rampant in the back lines of DFM. What a character Evie is.
And Johan, I mean, his Sejuani was pretty flawless, really was. Picked up a triple kill even.
He was 9-3.
Yeah. Yeah, SHG, they'll do it again. 2-1 in the group. They will be second in that case, but of course there is another round robin. There's one more chance for DFM to get that revenge, but it's going to have to wait. It could have been today. They were very ahead. They were very, very ahead, but every objective going the way of SHG makes the game incredibly difficult to play.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at this SHG roster, seeing how previous splits have gone. Coming into playoffs, it tends to be a pretty brutal beatdown that they then receive and quickly flushed out of the playoffs. But with Johan coming in and what it seems to be enabling for this team, I am beginning to believe that SHG might actually be able to make a bit of a playoffs run.
I'm going to be honest, I'm not.
Well, beyond 6th, so maybe 5th.
Well, the problem I'm seeing is that Vikings are currently that 5th place team, maybe PSG, and this team got completely trounced by Vikings. I think there still is realistically, and it's unfortunate, and hopefully, I'm hoping to see changes. This is not what I hope, but it does seem like there is a bit of a clear divide between the level of the LJL teams and the level, and the OCE teams, and then the level of the VCS and the PCS teams. And admittedly, this series, was closed out the games that they won very cleanly, but there were a lot of mistakes made from both teams to get it to the point that it was at. And it's, I mean, if we played like the end of the game for SHG every single game, they would be competing, but unfortunately there's a whole early mid-game to get through until you get there.
Yeah.
Marble had a great series for himself. Even in the game they did lose, played perfectly well in the Lucian. It was just, I mean, the Nocturne Oriana was proving to be very difficult for them to deal with, so... Yeah. I mean, a very valid MVP. I think the next closest to me would have been Johan, but
absolutely.
Still, I think you're very valid in giving it to Marble.
Yeah, and look, I'll back up what I said. It's not a guaranteed thing. I don't think they could take down Vikings yet, but given the time that they have available to them until we sort of head towards that playoffs position, I think there is the work that could be done that allows them to. But DFM, I mean, they had such a solid draft to deal with the comp that SHG had given themselves into this game. But then you look at the way that the likes of Johan, Marble and Fate play this Evie and gang as well. Just the entire team maneuvered around DFM's draft so cleanly that even though this was the perfect Xayah game, it became the worst possible situation for Karkun to find himself in.
I mean, really, the entire game was lost because we put too much pressure on that mid lane tower.
Yeah.
And gave over the Dragon because up until the Dragon Soul, it was DFM ahead in gold. If we were able to slow down the Dragon Soul for 5 more minutes, buy ourselves a bit of time, play around those items, it's a much different story. But again, we get the pick. It's a free Dragon if we choose to go for it, and unfortunately we don't. And then the Artican as well. I mean, it's here. And this is also why I say what I say about the playoffs run is, if you're against one of those PCS or one of those VCS teams, this Artican is at least being 50-50. They have the upper hand. It's going to be a 3v4 after Gang gets caught here on the back end of a max range charm out of Aria. I mean, he makes the play that should secure him that Artican, but unfortunately they don't get it. They're not willing to risk that 50-50, and it just goes down 0-100 to the side of SHG.
Yeah, I mean, look, SHG, when they're playing from a power position, they are really a team that is just so impressive to watch. But when they're playing from behind, that's when they tend to struggle. And yeah, look, I will call a spade. Definitely felt that this game was handed to them by DFM off that first Dragon contest into the tower. And then, of course, off the back of the Artican. From that Artican, it really just spiraled into a place of just non-existence for DFM coming back into it. And we're just going to see continued attempt at teamfight after teamfight from DFM that just really just gets them nothing because of the power that is currently wielded by SHG. And again, Evie, public execution of the backline, splits that teamfight from DFM once again. They can't focus that damage where they need to. Fate teleports back in to assist the team in closing things out. And Aria, despite getting the lead that he did after what was a rough start into a pretty solid comeback, just never quite managed to keep pace with Fate.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, it was off the back of a few mistakes. I mean, here was a really good look. Citrus finds his way straight onto Marble, and it looks like, okay, this could be very possible. But unfortunately, they've used so many tools, and Karkun just gets hit by Fate. He just gets caught by Fate, and unfortunately, that's kind of the undoing, because when it comes to ripping through the Silas, you rely on that Xayah, and as soon as Fate uses that Spirit Rush, lands the chain onto Xayah, it's a pretty done deal. And here, I mean, there's not much to watch here. It's just a very one-sided affair.
SHG just defending DFM's base.
Yeah, I mean, oh my lord, Fate just one-shots Aria.
Yeah.
Karkun, he does a lot of damage on the back end, but it's, I mean, everyone's dead by that point anyway, so it does unfortunately seal the deal for the team fight. But that was just the entree for the night. That wasn't the stakes. That wasn't like, oh, who's going to be the best? This next series is really what we're all here for, realistically. The battle for first, who's going to come out at the top of our upper bracket out of CFO and Team Secret Wales. Both teams currently 2-0. CFO have dropped one singular game. Team Secret Wales yet to do so.
Yeah, we've had our sampling plate. The bread's been finished up. Now it's time to get onto the main course. It is a prime cut of beef. CTBC Flying Oysters coming in. Now, it is important to preface this. In the regular season, these teams are 1-1. Team Secret Wales got it done out of nowhere in the season kickoffs, and then Flying Oysters came off that form from first stand and single-handedly dominated the mid-season. Now, coming back in, Team Secret Wales seeming to hit that, that regular season form that we've come to expect from them. They tend to fall off towards playoffs, but they just seem to be a beast unleashed in the regular season.
Absolutely, and so it is by no means an absolute one-sided affair. A lot of people coming in that haven't watched a lot of LCP might think, oh well, CFO are just the best in the region, they should have this cleanly. This team on your screen here, Team Secret Wales, are an absolute beast to try and deal with. They have Hero on the screen here. I believe Pun might be the person who ends up playing. But the person to watch out for, honestly, on both sides, is the mid laners. It's Honku versus Dai, the two best performing mid laners we have in the league. The one caveat is one of those mid laners have Junja, but that is a story for the next game. We are going to go to a break. Once we do return, we're going to have that matchup. Team Secret Wales up against CFO. We'll see you very shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来了。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。对于礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
One v one side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round-robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite levels.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
What a way to close out the week. What better than the most anticipated matchup here of the regular season, at least the start of the regular season. CFO on one side going up against Team Secret Wales. The winner will be getting that first place position heading into the second round robin. Now, I'm going to put you on the spot really quickly. What I want you to do is give me a hype intro to these teams. How are you going to introduce the game?
Well, not with SoftBank, that's for one. They've just played. That's one way to, start off. And it's, ladies and gentlemen, it's time, the match that everyone has been waiting for, coming into the season finals. On one side of the coin, CFO, a team that has dominated internationally, represented the region to the absolute best of its capabilities, and put the world on watch. On the other, the regular season demons. Team Secret Wales, the only team in the regular season to take down CFO a peg. They beat them in the season kickoffs. They have dominated regular season match after regular season match. Dire here to put Hongkyu on notice.
Absolutely. What a hype intro. Damn.
It's like I do this for a living, eh?
Yeah. Man, oh man, that was intense. But of course, you are very correct. Everything you did say, the only team so far at all, not only in regular season, at all, to have been able to take down CFO, of course. These guys headed out onto stage on your screen, Team Secret Wales. Very shortly, we will get the player walkouts, and my lord, what a roster. Again, I do think Pun is playing now. I think that he is coming in as their primary starting top laner. You see him here at the substitute position, but
he's him. He is.
Yeah.
He is the
So
top
far,
laner. He
it's all
really
we've
has
seen.
been a stand. He's consistent, given that we've only had a couple of matches from him, but I mean, it's something that I talked about coming into the season finals. Maple comes out of retirement. I said this is very much a good thing, not just for PSG talent, but for the likes of CFO as well, because you don't want to get complacent. You want someone that can keep putting pressure on your young star, to keep making sure that those improvements come, that he keeps putting in the hard yards. I'm sorry, Maple is still feeling a bit rusty. He's just come out of retirement. It's been a rough. Dire stepping up and feeling like he could be the one to fill that role and make Hongkyu keep putting in the hard yards to stay on top of the pile.
yeah, I do agree, but there's always that caveat, right, where Hongkyu is not just himself. He's not, okay, it's only Hongkyu. Hongkyu's doing well in the mid. Hongkyu is doing well in mid, because not only because, but largely because of how well Junja in that jungle is able to just control the pace of the game. I think, for my money, he is just so far and beyond the best performing player in the league. Not just jungler, he is just so good, and it's not necessarily always shown very obviously. It's just the minute things where, okay, we saw against PSG last split where it looked like he was just completely out of a game. Casa had completely shut him down, but he always finds a way back in. He always finds a way to have huge amounts of impact, even on champs that you don't necessarily associate with it, right? Like it was the Kindred that game where the Maokai was just shutting him down completely. He finds one good ult, shuts down PSG completely, and that is how they find their footing back in. This Junja guy is just incredible at the game of League of Legends. We're about to have the walkouts come in, and we'll get to see. I think it is Driver starting, but we're about to find out.
It has been, at least from, because it was season kickoff, that was Rest coming in to start, then Driver jumps in the second seat, and depending on whether it's a best of 5 or a best of 3, if it was a best of 5, it was game 3 where Driver usually came in. But now it's been Driver starting, right? Rest comes in game 2. They have had a little bit more interplay, through games 3, 4, and 5 rather, when it comes to best of 5, purely because there is a again.
It is Hero. Okay. So Hero is playing today.
Yeah, I mean, Pun comes out the first 2. Oh, Drive, he's such a character.
For sure. I will say with Pun, there were inconsistencies, but nothing unexpected, nothing that egregious, but it was the sort of things where, okay, that's a position that you probably shouldn't be in, but it's something that you learn because of the experience. And now that they would very much be wanting to compete for this first place position, it's probably better to bring in the guy that's just been here and done it for a little bit longer. So I do understand. Driver coming in first. International fans that have only watched CFO at First Stand or at MSI, it might be unbelievable to them, but at least recently, Rest has been performing better up in that top lane in comparison to Driver. I mean, his Ambessa last weekend was just phenomenal. And in fact, they were in a position where they were probably going to end up losing the game, if not for how amazingly well Rest was playing. And it was echoed in their voice comms. You heard it when they did the mic checks. The team were just saying, how well Ress was playing. I think it was Junja even complimenting and saying, man, you are playing like an absolute beast today, or something along those lines. I don't remember the word-for-word quote, but it was close enough. Down in the supports, though, Kai Wing, he is the brains behind the operation. He's the shot caller. He tells everyone what to do. Oh, the LCP walkout, as beautiful as ever.
Honestly,
getting into his head early.
That could not have been more perfect for those two, honestly. It's just, these two teams have some of the greatest character represented, not just domestically, but internationally. For the likes of Driver up in that top lane, he has really won over the hearts and minds of international fans with his, getting into the champion dances on stage. And then Taki just taking over social media for this Team Secret Wales roster. He's got some moves, man.
He does. Oh, there is a different, both of them dance, the Doggo and Taki. One of them is funny, and one of them is very good at dancing.
Doggo doesn't dance. Doggo doesn't even talk.
Sorry,
he just sits there and kills people.
Driver, yeah. Driver and Taki. Driver's got the funny dances, and Taki has some groove to him.
Oh, dude, he's got some rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. Junja going to be coming in for the 1v1. Could it be another Ivan game? Yeah. Again, they're going to be wanting to win, and maybe that's what they've identified as the strongest 1v1 champ. I wouldn't blame them. It's looked pretty phenomenal. Barring one game it lost, and it was Casa. No, who was it? It was someone that you're like, why is this guy playing the Ivan?
Yeah.
I forgot who it was now. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Junja coming in does suggest the Ivan to me, though. It was what happened last split. It's likely to be that it's what happens this split. Chowie, the brains behind the operation, out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, just the work that goes on behind the scenes for the CFO roster. I've talked about it time and time again. It is just so impressive to me, the environment that CFO has nurtured in their team. It's not just, oh, coach comes in, says you play this, you play this. It's coach comes in, listens to everyone's ideas and treats them is potentially valid. I mean, we heard that. The Hongkyu Camille, like, I'm just going to play Camille. All right, okay, go for it. And he dominated that game.
Yeah, okay. You also forgot the part of that mic check where he's like, "What runes do I take, Driver?"
Yeah. He also had the what does Zed do?
Yeah.
So he's not infallible. He's still young, but even at that age, for Chowie to give that respect to that call and run with it,
he's earned it.
Oh, absolutely.
But I mean, much the same on the other side of things. This Team Secret Wales roster is a very young roster in general, and the fact that they're playing so well is not just because of how talented they are as individuals, but also the coaching staff they have behind them. Seal on your screen there. I believe that's how you say it. I haven't actually checked that, but in any case, it's just a phenomenal scene to see the dominance that this team is able to output on players that realistically coming into the league, you'd be like, okay, well, they should just be stronger, or they should just be more familiar with what it's like in a competitive environment. But no, Team Secret Wales in general have been an absolute shutout. Unfortunately, when it gets to the best of five, they've struggled quite a bit. But we'll see. I mean, there's been growth continuously. There could be again here in the season finals.
I mean, especially coming into the start of the year, they've been punching above their weight for a good while now.
Yeah.
I mean, the mid-season as well. The only game that they dropped, it was CFO. It was just such an impressive run from them in the mid-season. Unfortunately, like you said, falling flat in playoffs.
Well, it's
twice
unfair.
now.
Junja has the power of the temple behind him.
Yeah,
he's only a pro player because I can't remember.
It's his divine right.
Yes,
His grandmother went to the temple and prayed on whether her grandson should be a pro player.
And there was a witness there too, because his mum went alongside her and was like, "Yep, that's what happened." Yeah. So, I mean, how are you supposed to get between this divine intervention?
Yeah, I mean, how are you meant to play when your jungler's not just running smite, but it's divine smite?
Yeah, it's a little unplayable. Okay, we've seen this matchup before. Was a 2-0 against Kiaya yesterday. That was won by the Varus. So Dire in a good position, you have to think.
Yeah, I can't remember what the D8 damage added to a divine smite is, but when it comes to Junja, he is winning those battles more often than not. So clearly, he's rolling well. Yeah, look, give everyone a go. Of these two teams, I think I would argue the likes of GARM and PSG Talon as well. The side selection isn't as make or break as for the likes of the breakout group. But yeah, look, you do want to get something strong. If you can get one of those big prio picks for this team, it definitely is going to make things that little bit easier.
Yeah. Yeah, it's another matchup where this 1v1's important. But, I mean, we saw last game, red side did pick up that win, evened out the win rate between the two sides. Oh, man,
Which carry, though?
I really do need to learn Mandarin. It's a big undertaking.
Oh, there's a couple of languages they need to learn. The finals are heading to Da Nang, so yeah, there's going to be some pretty cool signs, I imagine, for the local crowd there.
True. I know how to say I love you in multiple languages, and both Mandarin and Vietnamese are two of those languages.
That'll get you so far, I suppose.
Yeah, I think thank you is one I need to learn in Vietnamese if I ever were to go there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pretty important.
I don't know if you can order food with "I love you." Maybe you can. Who's to know?
Yeah, far please. Surely that gets at least, you know, what I'm after. Who knows? But definitely, I mean, it's always important when you go over to other countries to immerse yourself, not only in the culture, but the language as well.
Yeah, I tried to wrap my head around Mandarin. I was not very good.
No, I mean, it's a big undertaking.
It was very much so. And I had someone coaching me on what exactly to say, and I still couldn't get it right.
Yeah, it's the thing. It's like a lot of the phrasing and the tonage we just don't have in English. You know, it's just unnatural to us. I do have I mean, I have learned Korean, so maybe there's some level of getting through it, but Junja, flash there for Dyer. This is a rough position. Can he dodge? Oh, no, Dyer will snipe him out.
You don't run in a straight line.
A lot of times, the 1v1 competitors do laugh, but Junja is not impressed.
This man's doing calculations in his head.
He is sitting there saying, this guy is flash abusing.
Absolutely.
It was close, but, I mean, now it probably won't be.
Yeah, 7CS isn't going to buy you a whole lot. I think he got boots. That's about it. So it's going to be played at steel caps is the response for Dyer. So he's going to be taking even less damage now. The one saving grace is there is no flash for Dyer to get away. Problem being for Junja. Dyer is well on his way towards 6, so those chains of corruption could be a little bit problematic.
All right, well, Dyer definitely ahead. Can Junja somehow navigate this? I mean, it doesn't feel all that possible, but I mean, stranger things have happened.
Well, yeah, chains of corruption are going to be there for Dyer.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie me. Yeah, this is over.
Yep.
Yeah, well, Junja with a smile on his face. I think he knew it was over.
Yeah, look, that Varus champion is definitely illegal. I'm sorry. I did say it coming into this I was like, come on, surely we get like a gentleman's agreement. No one plays Varus.
He's a Darkin, isn't he?
Yes, the bow.
Oh, that's right. So was Aatrox.
And we got another one coming soon.
Another Darkin, is it?
The Glaive, if I remember correctly. I saw some posts about it.
Oh, I don't know. I see lots of posts.
Although,
kind of in one ear out the other.
If my memory is correct, the Glaive is the one that doesn't like Aatrox because Aatrox sort of left him to a fight, and yeah, yeah, it was not a good end to the relationship.
Oh damn!
I'd have to check that. I could be wrong. But
yeah, who knows? Anyway, Team Secret Wales with side selection. I believe they selected blue. One of the few teams that in the past did like the red side. I think it's not that surprising considering their playstyle. They quite like to be able to pick against what the opponent is showing, but perfectly good at picking first as well. Dyer here in the mid lane. You see him there on the right-hand side of your screen. That is kind of their X factor. I mean, everyone plays their part, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to those big-time plays, it's very often off the back of him on some playmaking, like the Aurora, the Ari, these types of champs.
In terms of this Team Secret Wales roster, you look at it, in terms of the way that they've lost games, the exploitable part of this roster, Dyer seems to be the brick wall. Like, he just is not the one that crumbles in the face of pressure from the other team, and just tends to... Oh
yeah, girls are getting their fan service. I'll be honest. He is so illegally handsome.
He is.
Doggo is.
And he's the quiet brooding type too.
Yeah.
You've seen that in the mic checks.
Oh,
he's CFO's Batman.
Yeah, he is.
Except he doesn't have the Batmobile. Or Batarangs. Or a cowl. Or a cape.
Yeah, just home guards.
Yeah.
Not death guards. This guy barely ever dies.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Histo here, a little bit more locked in than the side of CFO. Not even recognizing that there's a camera about. He's got things happening on the screen and he's focused, and that is the champ select. Talia taken away from Hongkyu. Oh my lord, we have 3 mid laners gone already.
Yeah, I think that's it speaks to the level of respect because Dyer, you think back to his previous Rise games and he has has literally pushed Rise to the absolute limits. Varus ban, completely unwarranted. We've seen how to beat a Varus. That is, like, honestly.
That was smooth, I like that.
He can't, he's got flash. That's it. Once that's gone, he's dead.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's warranted in the fact that it just guarantees you bot lane prio. It's
Absolutely.
so strong as a bot lane champ. But taking away Xin Zhao, Pantheon remains open. It's a champ we've only seen once so far, and it in fact lost that game.
Yeah. Yeah, just that global pressure that it does offer is...
I mean, it is just broken.
Yeah, I mean, that side wave, you think that you've got... It's the same as the likes of Taliyah, which is why we see the Taliyah Pantheon played so frequently when they're available. It's the Great Wall of Sparta, just because all of a sudden what you think is a favourable matchup gets tipped on its head because the Grand Skyfall of Weaver's Wall just appear out of nowhere, and suddenly what was a 2v2 is now just a 4v2. Nocturne banned away from his dough. That is one of the big respect bans that we see repeatedly against these VCS teams.
Yep, absolutely. So, Hero now to select something for his team. There's just a lot open, really. Is it something like the the Pantheon?
Yeah, Vi Pantheon. But one of the two goes to Junja. That's the problem.
Exactly. Now he gets his choice. I mean, Dyer has been phenomenal on the Aurora, so it's not too...
Yeah. I suppose, look, it does take the onus off them making that call and potentially making the wrong one. So CFO are going to pick one of the two now. Potentially, look, if you wanted to be real spicy, you could pick both and give that Pantheon over to Kaiwing and do something crazy down the bot lane.
There is a scary angle that I'm seeing, and I mean, it's not definite right now, but there is something like the Vi. Okay, they go to the Pantheon.
Ari Pantheon is
But I was thinking the
definitely
Vi, the Vi with the Ari, and then, or even the Pantheon with the Ari, and then a Kaiser as well. A lot of scary dive, and it's a champ that Aurora doesn't deal that well with. But Yunara's coming through now for Doggo, so we've seen it quite a lot.
I think this might actually be a really good Vi angle for his zone now with Yunara being picked.
Yeah, I mean, Yunara, well, seems like Zeri isn't, so not that slippery of a champion.
Wukong, okay. Look, I think Vi...
Yeah, I actually like the Wukong.
Yeah, I do. Circle theory would dictate that it works well. Yeah, for sure. It is just going to offer that little bit more in the team fight aspect of it, whereas Pantheon can jump onto one target and lock them down. Wukong can just do it to everyone. So, plus he's that little bit more slippery. You do have the flex potential for the Aurora as well, if you wanted to go with that potential Orianna combo, but it's going to be Kai'Sa locked in.
Okay. So, Eddie feeling confident, and I mean justifiably so of recent performance. He's been playing pretty phenomenally. Now, last pick to come through for the first stage of the draft for CFO. A lot to go for. I mean, I imagine mid lane is the angle you look towards. You could go for top into 2 bans. It is also an avenue if you wanted to get a priority top laner for yourself.
Yeah, for Drover for sure. Okay, yeah, they just lock in the side, and this is easily one of his most impressive champions.
Oh yeah. I think now you look towards top bans. The Gwen is an obvious ban.
Yeah,
I think the Gwen alongside Mbessa.
Yeah, so that was the angle that I was thinking. But I mean, maybe CFO have a different plan in mind. I would be very surprised if they didn't target out those two.
As would I.
Unless there is some respect to Taki, which, to be fair, he has earned that.
For sure. Admittedly, the Gwen matchup, while it is obviously good into the Scion will be able to build a lot of magic resist. So it does lower the impact of the rest of the champs. Obviously, Gwen will be fine against magic resist. She doesn't really care all that much. But in terms of the Kai'Sa and the Aurora, they will struggle a lot more if it was to be another AP champ picked up.
It's going to be interesting. So, I mean, Taki traditionally has probably had the broadest spectrum of champion pool with the support. There is just nothing that he is hesitant to play.
Yeah, I think maybe Elio actually probably.
I give you that. Elio matches him pretty well, but Kaiwing coming into his own is starting to pick up more of those. He's diversifying the champion pool more. We're seeing more of the Bard. We saw the Nico come out to great effect.
Oh, it was beautiful. It was a beautiful Nico game, but I mean, Taki arguably the best Nico in the league.
Oh, the Taki, I think, it'd be in the conversation for best support in the league.
Yeah. The problem, the thing I have that I struggle with is that when I think, okay, who's like the best top or whatever, in any role, it's like, okay, well, they're all just Like all the top 5 teams have arguments to be made to be like the best individual player in their role. And that's like the struggle with that conversation.
Yeah.
I think Junja is the only person that stands out to me as like, okay, this guy probably is just the best in his role.
Some wide eyes from Honky there.
Yeah, making sure to reset that focus. Alistair and the Poppy taken away from Kaiwing, of course. Poppy, not something he's played typically, but again, spamming it in solo queue. Able to get some reps on it.
Yeah, no, the only reason I make that argument for Taki being the best support is, well,
his dance moves, just say it.
Not even just that. Like, you think of hero plays made in this competition, I think Taki's probably had some of the greatest hero plays.
Possibly. I mean, Sealong's Pike is the only thing that comes to mind as well.
Which we just have not seen in the longest time.
Yeah, I miss it, man.
Yeah.
I miss it.
And I think maybe they get in their own head a little bit. Like, we've showed that hand. Now everyone sort of knows what they're doing. In reality, you probably could still get away with it a few more times. But Annie.
For Honkyu, he's been very hit or miss on the Annie, if we're being completely honest.
Well, every champion's hit or miss. Either you hit it or you don't.
Yeah, but she's point and click is the problem.
His early appearances on Annie with, pretty rough. But Annie Pantheon is a pretty scary combo.
But if there was a champion to deal with it, it is the Galio. This does mean more than likely the Aurora's going into the top lane. Now, it could be Galio support, of course. We did see Hart bring it out not moments ago.
I've got bad news for CFO fans. Circle Theory is leaning Team Secret Wales' way in a pretty big factor. They have some crazy big circles, and then a couple of really, really solid small ones. And another, they've just got circles upon circles.
But sure, solid team comp put together here by Team Secret Wales, but you expect that at this point.
Absolutely.
Very, very good at drafting this team, and that's half of how they get so many good games in. Never dropping the ball.
Yeah, for sure. What's the game plan for Kaiwing? That's the question. Do we see more of that deviation into what he's been changed? Okay, it's going to be the Brom.
Yeah, tried and tested. I mean, you're against 3 melee champs. The Brom's always going to be reasonable. It does well into the Rel and will provide a lot of space for the Yunara. I like it. There's a front-to-back, honest front-to-back comp here coming through from CFO. Now, Team Secret Wales, probably a dive comp. I mean, they're a team fighting comp, but they're a team fighting comp that likes to come from different angles, and Wukong over walls, Rel from behind you, and Galio just from wherever. He's just going to ult in.
From the sky.
Yeah, he's above you. But yeah, I don't think any team necessarily winning out largely in the pick and bans. I do think this mid lane combo of the Annie Pantheon, you kind of like to be able to punish. The Galio, not very punishable. Aurora up into Driver's Scion is going to be pretty difficult to deal with. It should just be a pretty free game for Hero to scale. You'll have to see what Rooney goes for. It's a perfectly good grasp game with that Demolish, where you can start to make some moves on the tower. Obviously, you don't get the greatest amount of value out of the grasp on champions like the Aurora, but it does allow you to have that resolve tree.
Was that a...
It was a capture.
Yeah, capture of just Taki.
Or skin battle. I mean, again, IG Kaiser just always tips the scale.
I know, Pantheon skins. I mean, the top side of the rift for CFO is pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean, same for Team Secret Wales outside of the Galio that is just base skin. Gonna have to get yourself one there, Dyer. I quite like the chicken one, as you said yesterday, actually.
The one I have is it Gatekeeper?
Mine's the green one.
Yeah.
It's like green and black and red or something.
The Gatekeeper one where he's literally just the Gatekeeper for hell.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I have the same one, if I remember. I think I also have Infernal, but I don't use that one. Into game rather, actually, now. CFO against Team Secret Wales. Winner of the series will claim pole position up in the top side of the bracket. And of course, while it doesn't mean anything in the immediate future, it will give you that boost of confidence, that motivation to continue striving. If you are able to secure it next round robin, however, gives you great seeding into the playoffs and makes your likelihood of getting through and making it to Worlds just that much better.
Driver heads down the bot side, chucks a ward down and goes back to his lane. It is going to be the grass for the Aurora as well. So Driver, well, look, we've seen how this goes. We saw it with the Nidalee Scion matchup of the past, and, well, all those stacks didn't really count for much by the end of the game.
All right. Off into game we go. Be interested to see how the Yunara does into the Kaiser. I think attack range slightly in favor of the Yunara, but when you have the Braum, it sort of tips the scales a little bit, although Taki finds a way onto Doggo early. He'll going to have to be used. Summoner advantage ever so slightly in favor now of the Team Secret Whales bot lane. Winter's Bite does connect though, and that's a large chunk of damage back onto Taki.
Yeah.
Level 2 is going to come across though for that bottom lane of Team Secret Whales now. And Kaiwing, he is well too far up, going to lose the flash, but does use the flash to dodge out of Taki's flash Q, so kind of an even trade.
Just starting up the cycle of the unsealed spellbook. So, I mean, realistically...
Yeah. You're a ways away from having access to it, though.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, at this stage of the game, you're not going to be suffering all that greatly without the flash. Maybe in the next couple of minutes, if junglers do decide to head down to that bot lane. But, I mean, for the most part, we very rarely see those kills eventuate down on the bot side. Usually it's mid that the action is usually looked for early.
And Hero is going for the Demolish, Grasp of the Undying. There's not really any other rune you could go for in this matchup. You're not going to get a whole lot of value out of things like the Arcane Comet or the Electrocute. So...
yeah, it was going to be a rough one. As it is for Dire, at least in the early stages in the mid lane. Because while Galio is great into mages, Annie has a really, really long attack range and will just right-click you.
Yeah, yeah. It is actually stupid how long that attack range is. A very good champion to learn if you're just picking up League of Legends.
General classic champion too.
Yeah, yeah. Not the poster girl though. That's Ari.
Yeah, but I mean, when you've got the likes of Faker, who's almost synonymous with the Ari.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Poster boy would be Rise, I dare say.
Oh, for sure. Talk about classic.
Uh-oh, his toes in the area. Not gonna actually be able to punish,
yeah.
but
Stun was prepped and ready anyway. One way or the other, they were going to be able to halt that progress.
Sure. Driver teleporting bot. Hero will match it now, but it does mean this wave is going to crash. So Driver gets a little bit of pressure alleviated from himself.
Oof. It's a rough gig playing melee into mage.
Yeah, it is, but it's fine. Later on, it actually gets a lot easier for Driver. In fact, it's once you get just any magic resist item through, it's kind of Hero who has to be careful because he's never going to be able to shred through the Scion health bar. You see the null magic. Be interested to see what he goes for. I mean, probably the Hollowed Radiance, but
yeah,
wait and find out.
I mean, it just gives him that little bit of acceleration in terms of wave clear as well. Not that Scion's ever really needed it.
No, but that just allows him to one-shot. And it's really, really... what is the word? I mean, it gives you a lot of dopamine when you see just one Q demolish a wave. Aggression, nice knock-up. Oh, Doggo just barely able to escape. And that could have been a very disastrous play if Doggo hadn't have been able to walk out. But he was able to, so all good.
Speaking of walking out, Dire is having to take a breather in this Hongq matchup. He's still keeping pace.
Yeah.
In terms of CS, which is exactly what you want from Dire.
For sure, and it's much the same as the Scion versus Aurora, as you don't really mind that you're low on HP. It is going to suck for a while, but eventually it gets to the point where Annie's just doing nothing to you.
Yeah.
And that's why we see pretty mirrored items in regards to these matchups.
Now, ult's starting to come online. Hero's entrance is going to be there. Kaiwing. Poor Kaiwing.
Chucks up the door.
The vault door. Between worlds.
Oh my lord.
1 HP in a dream.
That
41 HP in a dream.
That scene was awfully reminiscent of, I believe it was the PSG series where Dire actually ended up dying in this matchup due to some good play.
Yeah, no, he overcommits. He just sticks around too long, gets a bit greedy.
Was it? It might have been the Garm matchup. I can't remember. I think it was actually the Garm matchup.
Yeah. And
it was Emo.
He just gets stunned.
Oh, mate, this is looking awfully reminiscent. I remember he stays around a little bit too long for some CS. Walks up and just, yeah, I mean, awfully reminiscent. Awfully reminiscent. This is exactly the same thing that happened this time. He's able to narrowly get away. Actually gets the flash out too, but...
if not for the null magic mantle, he's dead there.
Yeah,
yeah. Crazy. So if he'd opted into a slightly more greedy build and gone maybe some AP.
But again, that's a big win for Dyer. The fact that he lived, because now it's Annie without flash against the Galio Wukong. He's very, very vulnerable in this lane now. All it takes is the correct map movement, sneaking through some vision. If Histo gets into that lane, gets a Cyclone underneath the Annie, all of a sudden, she's not moving anywhere, and she's more than likely just getting taken out.
Well, that was a decent combo to Doggo. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be scary. Between Worlds is being used by Hero as well at some point up in that top lane.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like it did much.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, just tanks slapping each other, but this time it's an Aurora. Bop.
Oh. This is so miserable to watch. I've played so much top lane, and this is basically the experience. You just get counterpicked, and you're like, sweet. Guess I'll just do nothing for a little bit.
Yeah, look, the team fight potential for both of them is pretty impressive.
Both junglers 6.
Yeah.
Jun just starting up the dragon. It's a slow take.
But they're looking for Honkyu.
Yeah, again, this is the problem. Boy. He's locked up, he's dead. There's absolutely nowhere this Annie's ever getting away. First blood going the way of Histo.
Oh.
From all 4 games we've had tonight, a jungler has picked up first blood in each and every single one of them. It was Johan 3 times in a row. Now Histo's carrying on the trend. Gonna be the trade though. The dragon for the Void Grubs. Taki alone at this tower. Forced away was Eddie. Ultimates, of course, was used by Doggo. Kaiwing not yet with access to his. Oh, lordy lord. He's gonna live.
That pot.
And now he's staying. Has to be careful. Histo's not going to get off the Void Grubs, and Driver can see it with that ward.
Driver, it was Driver, yeah. He said he was a big Bounce fan, so it's all about good deaths.
That's right.
Decent, massively impressive damage there from here onto the tower.
Unfortunately, this is why it was so good that Dyer was able to escape and blow flash from Honkyu, because now there's just nothing Honkyu can do. There's another world in which, after the CC's been used by Galio, that Honkyu could flash away and with Phase Rush make it out, but with the flash unavailable, there's nothing going.
I respect the emote game from Histo as well. The question mark is coming down. But as we go later into this game, that Annie is going to hurt a lot more. And speaking of, if the Tibbers was there, Eddie could have been in a real bleak spot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if there's any point in hitting Dyer right now, Doggo, but good on you, mate.
No, the post-game damage stats, and damage is the most important stat, so.
I'm not even sure if he's doing damage right now.
It's Force of Nature.
Yeah.
Is what Driver's going for first.
I mean, look, there is enough magic damage, I think, to probably warrant it.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I just...
Seems like an odd start.
Yeah, it would be nice, I think, to have that wave clear to free yourself up a little bit more, but in any case, he's going to be wholly unkillable. He's actually looking aggressively onto Hero. Hero doesn't have flash. Hero doesn't have ult. And Junja here means this is one very, very dead Aurora. Does dodge out at least of that spear, but, I mean, it's just a matter of time. And Junja will answer back that kill. Both junglers now sitting with 1 each.
Yeah. If you can dodge a spear, you can dodge a ball. Unfortunately, you can't dodge a spear. Doesn't have the abilities, doesn't have the cooldowns, and we'll just eat it.
He dodged one spear, but
he did.
Once it becomes point and click, it's a lot harder. And that's going to be some much-needed gold going the way of Driver, evening up and, in fact, taking the lead.
Yeah, it keeps things even for Junja as well, which, I mean, he's perfectly fine for him. He's quite capable of operating and finding even more off the back of that even point. And tempo game, no, okay. Kaiwing didn't go for the punch.
Now,
a lot of solo time, though, for Doggo and
this
lane.
is a bit of whiplash in comparison to our first series. We go from fighting absolutely everything, and in fact, fighting nothing, to essentially no fighting at all outside of the mid lane.
Yeah, I think it's just the two teams, though. Taki coming in, Junja Should be fine.
Yeah, he's going to be able to walk out. Yeah, you say it's the two teams, but Team Secret Wales certainly not synonymous with a slow-paced game.
Yeah, but the difference being between our first game and Team Secret Wales is they will wait for an opportunity. They're not going to force a fight for the sake of forcing a fight. They will force a fight that they at least think that they're confident of winning and then just absolutely pressure. Like, there is a reason, there is method to the madness for Team Secret Wales, where it just felt like that last series they were like, well, I suppose we can, so why don't we?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more that CFO just opt out of fight.
Yeah, they're also just the most measured team in this competition.
Yeah, I think that's more. Because once Team Secret Wales get any inkling they can look for a fight, they generally take it, as we're seeing junglers meet each other here in the jungle. Junja going to be able to dodge out of a reasonable amount of damage with the flash answered Taki. And Junja will be trading that summoner spell, but red buff will be picked up here by Histo.
Yeah, I mean, avoids disaster. It's going to be a bit of a struggle for Junja that won't have that flash engaged now, but same is true for Taki. Luckily, Junja has the way to get onto the back line, and Hero going to meet Driver behind his tower. Unfortunately, that is a Force of Nature Scion, and suddenly Hero's job becomes that much harder.
Yeah. I mean, he's just going to be unkillable at this point. Even the AD damage dealers aren't going to be doing all that much because it's only a Wukong. Kai'Sa doing a lot of magic damage because of that passive.
Impressive amount of damage coming out of Doggo. He's just spamming him.
Yeah, he's doing some backflips in the lane.
Oh wow.
90% slow. He's going forward. Man, oh man. All right. Seeing it. Okay, even if Driver dies here, I don't think it matters, and he's not gonna. He's out.
Missed it.
Someone revoked this man's license. He has driven into a pole. He is absolutely dead, but gets a grass proc on his way out. I mean, there's just nothing he's doing.
Yeah. He was trying to threat. Okay.
Oh. We've dove mid and got dragon. Okay. Oh. Feat of Warfare, I guess, secured from Team Secret Wales, but second dragon for CFO.
Yeah.
What just happened?
Doggo has not been innocent of this in the past. He will find an opportunity to full send. So they see Eddie pretty well isolated.
Oh, he just gets hit, and Doggo sees red. Unfortunately, Histo does as well. Oh, what a snipe, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that had the possibility of going a lot worse than it did.
Yeah, we've seen moments like that from Doggo where he just gives in to the bloodlust.
I mean, honestly, it's worth it.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's another wave lost from Eddie, and it's a kill that goes over to Doggo, the AD carry on Yunara, versus Histo, the Wukong. Always going to prefer it to be on your carries that just have far more expensive items.
Yeah, and he's well on his way to his Runans as well. And that does, while not the biggest of power spikes, is where Yunara becomes a real force in the team fights. Between having that empowered form off the ult and the Runans, you do a lot of damage in these team fights if Team Secret Wales are stacked up. And you look at just the 1v1 threat. He's confident that he can take Eddie 1v1, 100%. But CFO winning the macro game.
Yeah, just completely outplaying. And this is what I mean is CFO are finding their timings to look for all of these things that are just completely uncontested. Now, this one will be contested. Driver does arrive first, but the teleport will be matched, and Dyer with that ultimate can absolutely find his way in. Histo loses a lot of damage. Honq stunned up, flashes away, but in comes Dyer. There's going to be one kill going over. Rift Herald alive and well. It gets put down.
Doggo.
Driver, he hops straight into it, and he's just knocking everyone up. Driver knocks up 3 people in the Herald. What Doggo and Junja are doing damage on the back. That's a double kill going over to the jungle of CFO. We need a replay. They pick up the Herald. Driver hops into it and just drives through everyone. My lord.
Doggo is getting so much value in the middle of that fight as well.
Yeah, because of a Rift Herald. I want to see this again. I saw the Rift Herald. I thought it was the regular Rift Herald just still dancing around, and then Driver just
pops
in.
out, yeah.
So, I mean, he's earned his license back, that's for sure. It's picked up. I mean, Junja
just drops it in the middle of the team fight like, yeah, cool. Let's just make this as chaotic as we possibly can. Driver's like, yeah, cool, bet. Boom, hits the 180. Wow, he just goes in 360. Rift Herald no-scopes them.
No, well played though. Obviously gets all three of the knock-ups, forces out Hero's flash at the back end. It's a 2-for-1 with the Rift Herald. Of course, the Rift Herald immediately dies, and it's only a 2-for-1 because of the Rift Herald, but still.
I mean, it denies it away from Team Secret Wales. I mean, that in and of itself is going to be a highlight play for Driver. Who was the other one? It was a Jarvan jungle, I know that much, and they just came screaming out, caught someone just below the top Raptor camp.
I want to say Guri, but I might be wrong. That was ages ago. In any case, it was a well thought out plan. I don't know if Junja was using it for a aggressive team fight.
I don't even know. He just dropped that thing.
I have a feeling he was trying to use it to get Hongkyu out. But obviously he just gets completely one-shot and they're like, well, it's here now.
Driver says, don't mind if I do.
And makes up for that criminal ult into the tower.
Yeah. He was trying to thread the needle. You can respect it.
Hold
wow.
up. That's a lot of damage. Not having the greatest time against the Annie. Does live. Oh, does he? He has to use his ultimate as well.
Yeah. And this should be the Noxian Blessings coming through as this tower will go down. Herald will know. CFO do get it done.
Yeah. And that's going to be the Noxian Blessings. And 1 minute until a potential Dragon Soul point for them as well. Only 18 minutes in. Well, it hasn't been the most bloodthirsty game of all time. It has just been methodical, and CFO winning out everywhere they possibly could. Now, unending despair in the inventory of Driver. He is very far ahead now, and this is the problem. It's similar to what we saw. I don't remember who. I want to say it was either Hero. I think it was even Hero when they had the matchup of Sion into the Nidalee. Very similar thing where it was just, okay, you've won the lane, but now Sion is just wholly unkillable.
It was going well until he got stuck at the Krugs camp.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately found himself locked in with
Sion. This is Driver. He is fine. Yeah. This guy, Histo sees its Driver and is like, well, all right, fair play.
Kaiwing though.
Kaiwing though, yeah. I mean, he has fallen prey to doing things like this before. This time they're not willing to pull the trigger on that Cyclone. I think smartly realizing that it's too important that they're at maximum teamfight capability ahead of this Dragon, because getting a third Dragon on the side of CFO puts Team Secret Wales in a really, really tough position for the rest of this game. Dragon started up. Junja's going to be heading it alongside Doggo. Driver in the wings, trying to find an angle to look for that unstoppable onslaught, but Taki marking him for the time being. Coming, popping the ghost. Not going to find all that much. The knock-up actually does connect, and Honkyu's there. This could just be Taki going down. The shield from Galio is there too. And Honkyu's the first to fall. Dragon secured by CFO, and Doggo untouched in the back. There's no angle in for Eddie. Eddie's just dealing with this Tibbers. 1 kill going over. Junja secures it again. Gets himself the double. And it will be, despite the early death for Hongkyu, again, a 2-for-1. The Dragon for CFO. Close fights, but it's still the objectives always going the way of the Oysters.
Doggo jumps forward. Oh, Kaiwing. Kaiwing. Oh, dear.
No ultimate available for Doggo. Oh, he finds one. Doggo, he's showing the strength of the Aurora. Hero having to leave. Double kill for the AD carry of CFO. Junja trying to catch up. Has the movement speed from that smite upgrade. Will find his way onto Hero. Will find his ace. And my lord, CFO is steamrolling it all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, that fight, Doggo jumps forward with the empower. Okay, they're just going to keep going, and justifiably so. They are manhandling Team Secret Wales right now, despite their best efforts, and Team Secret Wales are not rolling over. That much is for sure. But when CFO find those openings, Hongkyu is just being targeted out, team fight after team fight. Team Secret Wales are that concerned about the Tibbers stun that they just beeline for him. And it just leaves Doggo and Junja to run rampant in the backline.
A well played game thus far for CFO. They're on Soul Point. They have the Artican. They've had everything.
Yeah. Bar the grubs. And that's fine.
Oh, Driver just. And Hongkyu, I mean, admittedly, walks a little bit too far forward. Yeah. And he is punished for it. But as soon as he goes down, because Eddie gets the last hit, Tibbers
But watch
just,
Doggo here.
Yeah.
So Dyer's about to... He flashes in to stop the Justice Punch. It means that Galio can't get away. Oh, that is just brilliant. And then Kaiwing overextends. Doggo's like, well, look, okay, the hook's baited. I suppose I'll go fishing.
And he almost goes down, but almost doesn't really count for much. And Taki will, in fact, fall. Smite movement speed being on the side of Junja means he's always going to be able to catch this Aurora.
6-0-1. pantheon in the jungle.
I will say the dicey Annie performances from Honkyu is continuing. Now, at least every time he's died, they've gotten a lot from it. But I would say that death's not necessarily always warranted.
Yeah, but there's very clearly, as soon as they see the Annie, they are pretty much beelining for him. That last one, he was a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, both times, realistically.
Yeah.
Honkyu's here. Kaiwing puts down the Glacial Fissure. They've found him on the back line. Honkyu's flashing in. They get one. Doggo claims that. Histo's having to leave. And that will be another fight. Only the one kill for now. As Kaiwing and Doggo still going forward. Driver channeling that Q won't land.
Ooh. Yeah, and this is pre-Baron, mind you. So
yeah, it's a bit of a wipe.
Yeah, that manhandling Team Secret Wales that greatly.
See, I think part of the problem we're seeing is that Team Secret Wales are just not as good at as CFO at playing the macro game. They have always thrived in the chaos, and as soon as you're playing a non-chaotic game against CFO, they are just the best in the region, and it's going to limit your abilities a lot. And we're seeing it here. The game was a very, very even game, other than the fact CFO just got every single objective the whole time. And now with that pressure they've garnered, it's so difficult for Team Secret Wales to respond.
I mean, it's almost a more accelerated and vastly more accelerated version of the Game 5 between GARM and CFO, where CFO just avoided everything until they needed to actually commit and just win the game.
Yeah.
Minute 20 to Soul and Ocean Soul would... Yeah, I mean, look, the door's pretty much blown wide open as it is, but you might as well take the frame with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very hard, and there's just not that much damage on the side of Team Secret Wales. You're staring down a 2-item Scion that has entirely opted into magic resist against the team. The on-hit Kai'Sa majoritively will be magic damage, and of course Galio only magic damage, Aurora only magic damage. Wukong's never doing anything to a Scion. And so really,
I think it's Titanic Hydra.
It is.
Yeah.
It will be.
So it's sort of a roundabout way to get that wave clear.
It is something that Driver pretty much is the only one in the region that does do it. He just typically also had the Hollow Radiance around it.
To be fair, I mean, this is just a crazy accelerated game.
Yeah, it wasn't, though, is the main point. It just has been in the last 5 minutes. Now, Dragon Soul. It really does feel like it's just a last-ditch effort.
Yeah.
I mean, you see, it's just impossible for Team Secret Wales to get through this massive frame that is the Scion. Driver can pretty much just walk up at will. Hero now joining the team.
He is.
So it's a
they can't even crack the
5v4.
shield.
Honkyu's nowhere near the fight, and still CFO are the ones on the upper foot.
Oh, Histo. This catches it.
Honkyu waiting. Dragon has been started. It will go down very fast with this Yunara. You see Kaiwing and Driver just doing a great job of denying any access in.
That just
Between Worlds goes down. They find Honkyu. Yeah, you found Honkyu, but he is not even all the damage. They've got him down. It's a 4v5 now, but Doggo's completely untouched. Down will go Hero. Down will go Histo. Eddie's on the wrong side of the map. He's going to go down too for sure as Doggo locates him. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the deal sealed. The Dragon Soul will be picked up, and there is absolutely no shot Team Secret Wales come back.
Okay, that time was definitely a target being put on Honkyu's back. That wasn't him misplaying at all. In fact, he was playing reasonably safe, all said and done. And they just beeline for him. It definitely seems like a bit of a problem in terms of target priority. And, oh, Doggo, he's just going to keep running.
Yeah, he's just, has flash, but it can be matched. I don't think Doggo should flash.
He will.
Going to. I do think that's a waste, but nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, he will have that IE finished, all but certainly.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
I mean, he's the only option, is the problem. Like, they go on him, sure, he's not the main damage dealer, but there's no way they're ever getting through Scion or Braum to get to Doggo, so Honkyu being alone there and isolated in the bush does mean that he's just the only target they can go for, and unfortunately, they just don't have the damage. So they kill him, they commit everything to do so, and then Doggo, untouched, is able to run at them.
Yeah, 6-1-6 for him, 7-3. Oh, the Guardian Angel's there for Junja now, so he's going to have even more uptime in these fights.
Yeah, the one thing I will say, and it's very hard to be critical of CFO, but things like Doggo flashing there for the kill on Galio, which will result in absolutely no gain, is when you are against these international teams, right? When you're going up against the likes of T1 and likes against GNG, that is an avenue where they can punish you. And I think there's a lot to be said about just practicing exactly how you'd play in the high-stakes games. And I think you're in the position of this game where you feel like you're completely untouchable, but it is just a waste of a flash. Now, Baron being started up, they're looking for a fight. Honku going to be able to find a stun onto Histo. In will come Hero, in will come Pantheon. That's one kill. That's Eddie down immediately. Doggo's in the thick of things, but he's completely unharmed. Double kill for him. Make that a triple. Can I get a quadra? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Sold. Quadra kill going the way of Doggo.
Are they going to hold it?
Is it the Penta?
They're
holding it. Hero's trying to run, but Doggo is sprinting in, and it will be the Penta kill for Yunara. Doggo claims it, the ace, and CFO will march to take victory.
Oh, good guy, CFO. Our first Panda kill of the season finals. Doggo gets the full combo. He's had a quad, he's had 3 triples, and now he books the Penta as well. The man is just... Look, yeah, he was a bit egregious with that flash, but he's pretty darn good on the sticks when it comes to the spotlight. Yeah, there we go. He's legendary.
How many kills does he have? How many kills? 14 is the record.
I don't think he's quite there.
14 is the record. Can we get more? I don't think so either. I think he's at 12 if I remember correctly. They're going to take the Nexus. No more kills to come through, but CFO cleanly take game 1.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Just... But stage in the game, Doggo is just such a problem. He literally just stands there and sort of just attacks.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't do it. He's stuck in the middle of so much CC. I believe he's taunted by Galio, and while taunted, he gets a double kill from auto attacking the guy. I mean, it's a rough game. It is a rough game, and unfortunately, to me, it feels like Team Secret Wales are playing into the methods of CFO, and unfortunately for Driver, he will not be playing game number 2. Getting his keyboard all packed up. Rest, you're coming in. Finish this one for us, pal.
I wouldn't even say, unfortunately.
Look at him.
I think he's just so stoked to be a part of this team. Even if it is the interchangeability of this duo just seems so flawless. There's only been like 1 or 2 matches, at least for me, where it's felt like it's been to their detriment, in fact, and it's purely because the other team and the way that they drafted and banned around them. But you look at that, just from the 15-minute mark or just after, it is just a nosedive off a cliff.
It absolutely is.
And Doggo, 31,000 damage.
Yeah, not comparable anyone on the side. And Hero was wailing against the Scion for the good part
that is
of this
entirely
game, so
fraudulent damage.
It is. It very much is. And so, yeah, Doggo just destroys this game.
Not a single tower, just the 3 grubs.
Yeah, again, you always... The problem I see with CFO, and again, it's highly critical. In this game, it doesn't matter at all, but you really need to get into the habit of just playing how you'd always play. You know, I think these mistakes like Honku, yeah, he dies and they get a lot from it, but some of those deaths were very much avoidable. He didn't need to die. This, I mean, it's a winning play for Doggo, and I actually don't hate that one because you do actually get much more than you lose. But it's like this one. I don't think Honku had to be so far up. It was saved again, largely because of Driver and getting in this play.
What a turn.
Yeah, crazy. Manages to find the 3-man knock up. And because of that as well, Eddie, Hero, as well as Histo were just not able to get to Doggo.
And
so
that
it was
really embodies the
room.
name. He is indeed the driver.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just criminal. And I mean, you look at situations like this.
Honku walks way too far up. He blows everything onto on Taki on the rail, and it doesn't do anything. He just dies. But again, it's saved afterwards. Junja alongside Doggo once again, pairing together so well, doing so much damage.
I mean, the one benefit is, I mean, Honku almost acts as sort of a red herring there, and it allows Doggo to just have so much free reign in the game, and we're going to see it here again. And a 1v3 effectively gets the kill onto Eddie, then turns it around, finishes off Taki with support coming in, and Hero just run down by Junja. And the crazy thing is, Doggo probably could have broken the kill record, but Junja was just racking up kills himself.
Oh boy, yeah, Junja had the first 5 of the first 6 kills for the team. Earned them, of course.
Oh, absolutely. Look at that. Eddie all but gets solid out there because of the Winter's Bite. It connects, and then Doggo just runs him down.
Yeah. I believe hopefully the next will be the Penta. Hopefully the Listening. Oh, yeah, this one. I forgot about this fight. All the fights were in very quick succession after almost nothing happening the whole early game.
Yeah. Junja, another one. Doggo, another one. Eddie just in no man's land, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty easy to deal with that Kaiser here. All right. Let's listen.
透砸，
推着，保牌，回来保牌，
我杀，真的，别打了，给我，我去追这个。OK，有战之力，随便追。有吗？有。OK。
哎呀，还速，来，阿们来，我再晕一下好不好？
我去追中。
中线好像不能一波
一波吧？哦，再一波吗？
来得及吗
？2个53吗？可以353。再来给我。
All the while smiling like a maniac. That doggo is such a character. He is top quality. And you know what else is top quality? Supporting the LCP. If you are on Twitch, we would love if you could subscribe. You get yourself some great benefits as well. From now until the 28th of August, you get yourself the Pengu Garant or the Ping Garant, if you want to call it that. Bring it emote. You can spam it in every single game mode. Let them know that you are the top dog and you want them to give it to you because you know that you can take them in any opportunity. You are the man. And also you get yourself some uninterrupted viewership, and then starting 2019 get yourself that regional icon as well, the dancing Rammus with the LCP tattoo. Oh boy. And look, with these two teams, there is some dancing to be done.
Absolutely. Game 1 done and dusted. Pentakill for Doggo to get it capped off. Now, we are going to go to a break. Once we're back, can Team Secret Wales fight back? See you shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Lover I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby. 17. You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2. I was about to say 3, absolutely not. Game number 2 about to get started. CFO just dominant in game 1. It was a very slow start, but it was a slow start where CFO were just taking absolutely everything on the map. Very early Dragon Soul for them, very early game close, and a pentakill to top it off for Doggo on the Yunara.
Yeah, he's starting to stack him up now. I think that's what his 3rd, 4th. Potentially. Pun coming in, though, to match the top lane change. And that might have been by design, if anything, from Team Secret Wales. Just thinking that Pun might have been the better matchup into Rest, giving Hero the opportunity to play into Driver, which, to be fair, Hero didn't do a bad job by any stretch of the imagination, but it just got to a point where he was doing nothing into a Scion.
Yeah, I think falling a little flat in the draft by terms of just the damage profile not there. So the game was close in terms of that gold. Of course, the objectives all went the way of CFO, but it was at a point where, well, the Scion is not killable, and the only person we can really go for is Hongq because he's looking for these flanks, and otherwise you have to try and get through the Scion and get to the Yunara, and that was just not possible. So Doggo there, get himself some air time.
Blue side for Team Secret Wales.
Yep.
No real surprises.
Nope.
I think they probably gives them the best opportunity to make something here and force us to a decider. But I mean, no overwhelming picks that are gone from the pool. Scion for Driver, but he's been subbed out now, so that's much of a muchness in all reality. Pantheon gone, but given how little we've seen of it, I would say that it's, you know, a true loss. There are still very, very strong junglers still in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, it's just usually banned.
Yeah.
So it frees up
the
one
thing.
of the bans. We see Champ Select is underway there. I think Rest doing the final touches on his settings. Or he's just going there for it for fun.
Yeah,
who knows?
A bit of muscle memory, make sure that everything's where it should be and how it should be. Well, so we are waiting to get into it. Actually, you know what? Let's do something a little bit fun. We've got a bit of downtime. Desert Island Draft. Which 3 champions from League of Legends would you take to a desert island? The stipulations being you're stuck there for 2 years, so you can't take, you know, Rise and just realm warp out.
All right.
And while you're there, obviously you got these different nationalities in Runeterra that don't get along. They get along for now, but you've still got, like, Sashayko's a bit of a psychopath, so they will do that.
Sure. Jin and I'm going to do a human service. I'm getting rid of Jin, Israel, and what would be the next one? I'm doing a service for everyone. I'm getting rid of those.
So your goal isn't to survive; it's just to take out as many of the problem champions that you think are
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, Jin and Israel. I've got to choose a third one. Probably Yorick. Yeah, Jin, Israel, Yorick. I feel like I'm doing a service to the rest of everyone. Like, okay, you know, no one. Well, some people do like those champs, but I think they suck, so I'll get rid of them. And then we're never going to have to see, like, oh look, we've got solo AD Jin into a Scion.
The only problem being is, you know, Yorick, I don't think he can die, so he'd just sort of sit there for 2 years and then come back.
That's 2 years of him off the rip.
Not the angle that I thought you would have gone for, but having worked for you this long, why am I even surprised?
What about you?
I went smart. I was thinking something along the line, Heimerdinger. If anyone was going to figure out, coconut technology, it'd be him. Timo, because obviously he's going to be annoying, but if anyone's going to be prepared, it's going to be a scout. I mean, I got stuck on the third one. I wasn't quite sure. Maybe something along the lines of Rumble. I was like, oh, maybe Nidalee is a hunter, but I think she'd probably get a little bit upset if you were hunting and eating animals. She just seems like the kind. And same with Syra. You don't really want someone who can grow plants that you can eat because she probably would take offense to that.
Yeah. Well, Siva, I mean, her ult's just
run really fast.
Well,
Yeah.
thrill of the hunt, it's got hunt in there. But she's more about hunting for gold.
Maybe
so.
Caitlyn.
Yeah?
Do the traps and...
yeah, you just eat the cupcakes
rifle.
off the traps. Just be very careful about how you get...
Yeah, get Timo to pick up. There you go. Problem solved. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Trundle going to be picked up here first in the draft. And Hongkyu gets a Zia. It's it's a scary start.
Yeah, okay. I'll take that. Yeah. I mean, look, if people at home have ideas for their Desert Island draft, at Blue Panda Casts on Twitter, tag me in your ideas. Give me what your thoughts. Whether you want to go the angle of removing threats from society or actually surviving, it's up to you.
I'm doing a service.
Absolutely. Ziggs comes in for the Azir and the Varus. And immobile ADCs.
So, well, I mean...
artillery mages.
Again, it's the artillery mage into the Azir. Now, this time, admittedly, it's not the Xayah, so there is still the damage option of that poke through the Varus, and it does open up some options.
well, no Scion.
Well, not on that island yet.
Skarner. They're probably not the greatest, but...
No.
Xin Zhao.
No. Yeah. I mean, the Jhin somewhat works here because of the Trundle existing, so it's harder to pick a tank.
Okay, no. One of our lovely co-streamers, Kevin, code KMT. I'm not reading that out, Kevin. Oh, dear.
Well, Ambessa, for rest, I mean, his last week Ambessa performance was phenomenal. One of the best we've seen this year. So very happy to see it once again. And it has that dive threat onto the Jhin, onto the Ziggs as well. So it does make these champs a little bit more vulnerable. But of course, the Vikings showed us yesterday just how good the Ziggs can be into the Azir.
Yeah, Poppy gone. I mean, you do have plenty still in the pocket for the likes of Taki. That Jhin. Okay, Renekton denied away from part of the top lane into the Ambessa matchup. Oh dear, what a day. We do love our co-streamers here at the LCP.
Oh, I can't believe that. That's diabolical. All right, Renekton. It's a classic ban. Renekton does just do very well into the Ambessa. You can eat her shield, and it becomes very difficult, especially around level 6 for the Ambessa to play in that lane. It's not too bad prior to that, but it does get very difficult. Vi, just one of those strong junglers taken away, and it's something that Junja has excelled at, so again, makes a lot of sense. Still, there are picks available. The Rumble is an option that is there for Team Single. Not the greatest lockdown, but it does pair well with the Jhin.
I have to say I'm impressed with how quickly he got that posted too, by the way.
He had to prepare. He thought about that.
That was locked in. That's been on his drafts for a week now. I mean, you could look to take the Xin Zhao away from Junja, but again, he's just got such a diverse pool. Maybe you look to target away something in the lines of support. I don't know. How worried are you about... Yeah, okay, so Jarvan still, again, leaves the Xin Zhao, but there are definitely tools to deal with him already.
Now, I mean, Junja's champ pool is getting pinched here. What does he have left? Xin? I mean, Zin's just open. But Trundle does do very well into the Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
The other junglers, you'll notice, have the ability to dash away from the Trundle.
We could see him maybe go an AP angle.
Yeah, the Zyra goes for the Xin. Okay. The Zyra was a good angle.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't do that great into the Ziggs, admittedly, but yeah, goes for the Xin Zhao anyway. I mean, he is just so good at the game that he probably just makes anything work. Of course, it's very hard for him to go forward if Trundle's around now.
Yeah. Does somewhat mitigate that impact that the Ziggs and the Jhin can have from range with the ultimate up. Bard coming through for Taki. I was thinking maybe that was going to be an option, and I mean, this has been a series-making support for him.
It has been. I mean, his performance last week on the Bard was so good. By far the best we've seen. I don't even think there's anything to talk about there. So you're going to feel pretty comfortable, and it's once again against this Varus. Same champion he was against last time.
Yeah, Jax. I mean, this is a rough day to be a Varus.
Yeah.
What does Kaiwing bring? I mean, the Nico, potentially. I think that, yeah, well, okay, they are going to go for, I think it's going to be a little bit tough to get through with a Ziggs and a Jhin.
Yeah, but Nico never plays from the front, is the thing. I like this Nico. You just look for some passage through the back, somewhere, try and find a hole in the vision rather, and then make your way onto the Ziggs and onto this Jhin, because the thing you struggle against when you're against these artillery champs is if you can't get to them, they just thrive. But with the Ambessa, with the Azir, with the Nico, you certainly can find passage into that back line. And if you are able to do that, it should be a pretty reasonable team fight for you. And there's also not that many tools to get onto this Varus. Of course, you can poke him away with the Ziggs and the Jhin. But outside of the Bard, there's nothing really to collapse upon the Varus with after that. So I mean, I don't hate either side, but it's going to really be important, especially for Team Secret Wales, to have that vision line established before these fights, because if Kaiwing ever manages to sneak his way around into the back of a team fight, it's going to be very, very difficult for the side of Team Secret Wales to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. Pun freshly joining this Team Secret Wales roster this split, and the fans are already in the stadium. And justifiably so. He's been pretty impressive. I mean, it's not been flawless, but stepping into the competition the way he has, he's been doing very well.
Yeah, I think this game, I mean, it's just Team Secret Wales skin win, because it's 3v5 first of all, and there's no I do extra damage skins on the side of CFO, so...
Yeah, I mean, the T1 Bard alone for Taki.
Yeah, it's a very nice skin. I mean, I'm still a big fan of Snow Day. I have to say it. I think Snow Day is Bard's do more damage skin.
Yeah, but there is just some level of gravitas that the T1 Bard does hold.
That is true. Carrier, just already one of the all-time greats. Not that deep into his career either.
And depending on how the rest of this split goes, Taki may get that opportunity to play against him.
Yeah, that would be really exciting.
Although they can't both play the Bard, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah. Take me back to the OGN Game 5 blind pick days.
Oh, that was wild.
The origins of WTF 2 Shen.
Yeah, back in the day when it was Sona Tam Kench was the bot lane?
No, this is way... Tam was like 4 or 5 years from being released back here.
No, I mean, yeah, but there was a more recent period even where you had the blind pick.
No, it died with OGN.
I swear, it was a regional league, I swear.
It died with OGN, I'm sorry. But Taki and Eddie fighting for control and have the Jhin, so pretty reasonable that they can establish it. Kaiwing answering back though, trades reasonably even.
The Ghost. Ooh. Yeah, look, we saw this played out into the Bard last week, and it was a pretty rough gig for the Varus.
Has the Ghost though.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times was it the ankle getting caught?
Yeah, it really was.
This time you have that additional move speed, not only the Youmu's, but the Ghost on top of it means, I mean, it feels like an impossibility that he just lands those dry ults this time.
For sure.
So he was making it happen to Artemis, who was absolutely no slouch.
I mean, when you pair it with a Trundle, it is going to be that little bit easier to hit when he doesn't have the flash up. So long as Histo's in the right vicinity.
Yep, very true. Of course, very immobile on the Varus, so the pillar does do quite a bit into him. Oh, Rest is so good. Look at this trade. This is not how the lane should look this early on. Rest is just dominating those health trades.
While being pushed up to his tower. Down the spot lane, as you'd expect with two Enchanter support, it's just throwing abilities. Honku and Dyer again going at hammer and tongs.
Yeah. Nature of mid lane.
Although I suppose spear and bomb rather than hammer and tongs.
Yeah, this is a battle that Histo will be able to win out over time.
Yeah.
Ginger running, realizing.
Oh.
And oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Great W.
Histo,
can he make it out though? He does not have flash. He should be going down. But what's it going to cost them? Oh my lord, that's another kill for Doggo. Taki does not have flash. Oh no. Oh dear. Eddie now running for his life. He at least does have the flash, and the satchel will create some distance. Oh, it's a disaster.
It was a great deadly flourish from Eddie.
It was.
Unfortunately, then Doggo rocks up.
Just overextending. Does get Histo a lead, but now Doggo 2-0 on the Varus. Sure, it's not the most impactful of AD carries to be on with gold, but
the satchel.
It's going to make that lane a lot more difficult. Honku doesn't have teleport, importantly. He teleported to the play, immediately went to it and lost all of his HP, so it's a good lane position for Dyer.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it here. Already, Eddie and Taki walking their way up. It's an even fight until someone else gets involved. Ginger, I mean, you think he's going to be able to get away, but then all of a sudden, Deadly Flourish comes through. Even Ginger, you can see, not expecting it. Unfortunately for his yeah, he's between a rock and a hard place having flash. Now Doggo comes in. Great route from Kai Wing.
Yeah.
Sets up for a double.
Not even sure that the Azir flash was necessary at that point. Does opt into it though.
Jeepers.
Yeah, teleport there for Pun, so he should be fine. But yeah, Rest doing a great job nonetheless. And the one issue that we do see with Pun, and again, it's just teething issues, is on his entry into the league, not quite with the same understanding of how things have been played out here in the LCP.
Yeah.
Still getting used to it a little bit. I mean, and it's just akin to, I mean, you see Maple now, you watch Honku at the very start of the season, right? There's just these jitters that you do get for coming into a brand new league, a new level of competition.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're used to something that is technically a step down, but I mean, the playstyle is definitely less punishing. Doggo taking some big damage.
Oh, celebration in the live audience. Wonder if it was for taking down a Jin trap.
Oh dear, poor Jin. Doesn't know it yet, but
he's getting shafted to an island.
Yeah. All expenses paid vacation.
Maybe I should have gone, hold up. CFO need to be careful. Histo can just chuck down a pillar. Doggo does have flash, as does Kaiwing, but... Oh yeah, there it comes.
Oh, fast fingers.
That should be the play fizzling out. But maybe I should have gone for the angle where I only take out one of them, and the battle is you get Varus, Jin, Ezreal, and a Scion. And whoever it takes to take down the Scion longer gets eliminated.
No. So you take Jin and Ezreal, you start them out on opposite sides of the island and tell them that the other is coming for them, and it just becomes a game of cat and mouse.
Yeah, but they don't do damage, so both of them are just going to live.
I feel like Jin probably has the advantage.
Oh!
Deadly Flourish. Almost, but not quite.
Yeah, not quite landing. Oh, Kaiwing finds Taki on a very, very low amount of HP. He's following.
No mana.
There's no mana. He will get the kill, but is it going to cost him? One more kill.
Solo boloed.
Kaiwing able to just catch out Taki in a very, very peculiar position. I mean, I don't know what led Kaiwing to be there. Eddie has no flash.
Is he going to get a double?
Oh. He'll be fine.
He's going to get a double.
He is. This is a dead Jin. I mean, giving it over to Honku would be the best decision, but unfortunately, he is going to go down if he doesn't take it. It will be answered, though. What is happening?
It has been a night for it. But I mean, that's just the power of the Nico. Like, she just does a crazy amount of damage as a support.
Yeah, and it's post-nerf.
Mm.
But nonetheless, Kaiwing, he finds himself too. I mean, I think he would have loved to have given it to Honkyu, but seeing the bomb come down from Dyer, realizes he's on a timer, so just claims the kill for himself, and Dyer will claim one back. 1-0 now on the Ziggs. Rift, sorry, Void Grubs rather, going to be started up by Junja and claimed by Junja.
Yeah, I mean, just the Chains of Corruption being up and available. There's just too much threat. No Mega Inferno bomb. And at this stage, Jin, well, yeah, the Curtain Call does some damage.
At this stage.
Yeah.
What are we pretending here? So...
Eddie just walked up.
Yeah, just plays really well around the vision. Doggo already having lost that flash.
Which is a shame, because if it was that fourth auto, that was a kill. Unfortunately, it wasn't. He's only the third.
So his vocal Doggo's been in a while, just laughing.
Yeah. And then Taka uses the last of his mana to try and get away. Oh, that's bleak.
Not even the empowered auto attack either. And then, yeah, Eddie's never getting a recall off here. I mean, it's made dicey because Kaiwing throws the root at me.
Yeah.
But he will eventually get it. Of course, seeing what's happening, Dyer's moving down.
It's all right. I'm excited to see support Doggo. Kaiwing is the real carry now.
I mean, it's an important 2 kills. It just accelerates him to get to that proto bout that much more. They do claim the Feat of Warfare. They're looking now towards their second stack towards the Feat of Monster Slaying.
Pun again has just been bullied out of that top lane.
Yeah. Yeah, Rest handling to him. I mean, even in CS, so... And he has teleport up once more, so it shouldn't result in any big advantage. But he has been constantly on the ropes in terms of that health pool.
Decent lead in the mid lane. Dai gets that kill off of Kaiwing. And has had a bit of a CS lead. Unfortunately, Honkyu catches that wave. Will close it a little bit further.
I do think, I got to give some credit to the Jin pick this game. I actually do think it's a relatively decent Jin game.
It is.
You have the artillery mage to set up for those deadly flourishes, but importantly, you do have a lot of DPS. You have the Trundle, you have the Jax, you have the Ziggs, so you're not lacking for damage.
And they're also not a super tanky lineup.
Yes, exactly. So it isn't actually a bad Jin game. I just...
hate Jin.
My hate for Jin, well, it stems from the fact we always see it in these really poor positions, where it's like, okay, we have a Jin as, you know, our sole damage dealer against a tank. It just doesn't work.
Iskana and a Sion.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a rough game.
Yeah, we have seen.
That was a really rough game. Although, mathematically, oh dear, Honkyu.
Honkyu doesn't have a W. Oh, yes, he does. My lord, that was close.
Fancy feet. Yeah, although in saying that, mathematically correct Jin is full AP, because that's where the majority of his damage, he does the most damage is through his traps.
Yeah, I think in this level of play, you're not landing
many
traps. Well, Pun, he's been against the ropes this whole time, and now let's see how he navigates a 2v1. He will have the counter-strike. He gets the ultimate off. Counter-strike used! He's turning it around! Junja, very, very low. Rest is flashing forward and just claims it.
Rest long-armed that one with the passive.
Now, unfortunately, you can't flash an auto attack, so once it is going through, it's gonna hit. If Pun was maybe slightly earlier on the flash, I think ultimately he's probably dead either way, but it was very close. He did a good job of making it as dicey as it was, but unfortunately for him, Tower's gonna fall, and it will be. CFO picking up their feats of strength. Kaiwing trying to defend the jungle, won't be able to do so.
I'm not quite sure what the Pillar of Filth is meant to be with this skin.
I didn't see it.
Well, it's a, I'm assuming a haunted house, but all it gives me is Shrek 1 vibes. The intro where Shrek's coming out the toilet.
Anything Shrek's good.
Yeah. Even though there's no Ogre champion in League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle's as close as you get.
He's a troll. There's the difference.
No, I'm aware. He's not like an onion, that's for sure. Now, it was action-packed for the start, but slowing down a little bit, and Dragon was taken slightly earlier, so there is a little bit more time for Team Secret Wales to catch up, but the fact that we're 14 minutes in with a 3k gold advantage to the side that realistically is going to scale just as well as the other, this is not a good place to be in for the Team Secret Wales, and unfortunately, it's going to be hard for them to deal with the constant pressure coming out of all facets, really, of CFO. I mean, this Nico is getting very close to a very accelerated proto bout, which is just going to make it so much more difficult for both Dyer and Evie to play around. Junja, he's going to spot out Taki and his toe. More or less here to just protect his air, but he goes on in. Kaiwing's making his way down. Junja feeling very confident. Subjugate does go through. There it is. Every single time. The Pot Blossom will not miss, and neither will Doggo. Now Pun's teleported on in. Junja feeling confident to turn it around. A couple of all attacks. A knock-up could be on the menu, but no, it will not be. Doggo claims 3. And CFO
Sheepers,
very much sprinting away with it.
5-0 at 14 minutes on a lethality Varus. Yeah. Pun, I think that's what you were talking about earlier. Just not quite playing to the level I think you'd want at this level of competition, not for lack of capabilities, but lack of experience at this level. And Dyer, he's about to learn.
Well, hold up. He might be turning it around. It's a great tempered fate. Junja's going to be able to claim the kill, but he might go down afterwards. He has the flash. He gets out. 1 HP is still there, and just absolute dismantling of this Team Secret Wales roster as CFO once again prove to us just how dominant they are.
Oh, Junja. I mean, this felt like just such a wild overcommitment, but you see the reinforcements sprinting towards him. Kaiwing doing his Junja cosplay, catches 2, denies the passage from Taki. They get 2 for Doggo. Pun comes screaming on through, only for Pun to be there ahead of him. Funnily enough, and another kill going the way of Doggo. 5-0 for him on a Varus, which for the longest time is just beaten and brutalized. Finding some freedom here.
Yeah, and I mean, Pun teleports in, and as he teleports in, Kaiwing with the flash engage, so it's kind of dead on arrival, but I mean, correctly identifying the only angle he had, but unfortunately not able to find much. Now Junja, once again, pulling the trigger. Taki and Histo exceedingly low, rather. Subjugate already used. Pun as well with that Grandmaster's Might down. Kaiwing hunting for a way in. It's going to be a nice snare coming out of him. Pot Blossom's available if he finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside...
Oh!
Rest, you absolute beast! Manages to find the angle, but unfortunately, fancy as it may be, he's shot down. That's gold over to Dyer. Make that 2. It looked good, but boy, oh boy, did it cost him.
That was a catch and a half, if nothing else, for just the sheer impressive clip. That was just beautiful. Unfortunately, yeah, kill goes back the way of Dyer for 2. The Herald was dropped in the mid lane. Gets some big value.
I mean, Rest calculating that to perfection, but unfortunately didn't calculate what happens afterwards.
Yeah, Ziggs and all of that.
Yeah. The Haunted House being put down. Honkyu's able to just get over it. Kaiwing comes in, and they aren't able to actually get the kill. Histo does get stunned up, but makes it out, and the Bard Portal's there to allow Pun to also try get away. Rest, obviously, we'll see it here. What a stop, but...
Boom. Yeah, unfortunately, just...
Yeah.
The stun from Taki kind of seals the fate of both Kaiwing and Rest there, but look, it looked cool. That's the important thing. It looked damn cool.
And I think Dyer thinks much the same.
Yeah.
As he's now got himself a slight lead in that mid lane head-to-head. It is still very, very rough position for Team Secret Wales to be in, but importantly, a little bit of gold back and onto exactly the member you'd realistically want it on. Well,
that one not so much.
Fight. Yeah, that's a very dead Bard. Slowed the forward movement, but boy, oh boy, did that piercing arrow find its mark, and Eddie takes a large amount of here off the top.
That was, yeah. You can respect the idea. There was a plan. It wasn't a very good plan, but it was a plan.
Yeah. Giving a bit of life back to Team Secret Wales, taking away immediately. Pun, though, seemingly doing a little bit better in this 1v1, although as I say that... Now, looking at the siege on the mid tower. It's not really a siege, it's just the finalization. Histo alongside Partner looking for play down here. Rest. I mean, Mbessa, how many times have I got to see this? It's a great ultimate, but he might be just going down. Teleport coming through. Oh my god, Mbessa! He is going to go down. Histo will just barely live, but Honkyu's here. The trash man's arrived, and he's going to claim all of this recycling into the bush. They're going to find the Trundle. Maybe he's... there's no way he's executed. It's been not nearly long.
Oh, Kaiwing!
Well, they do get the top tower.
Not every day you see that kill claimed by a proto belt into a tower execute.
And also not every day you see hubris. Now you hate hubris, but Doggo's gone and purchased it.
I think it's justified given how much freedom he's been given this game. Like, Team Secret Wales have just not been a conceivable threat onto him at all.
No. Very, very far ahead now.
And I don't hate hubris. In fact, I love it because it makes for some of the most interesting moments in competition.
That's fair. Arakan spawning soon. Not the slowest. Generally when you see these lethality champs or even the Jin, it's pretty slow on the Arakan, but we do have the Azir on the side of CFO. Trundle as well on the side of Team Secret Wales. So both teams will take that down in reasonably quick fashion if given access.
Yeah. 2,000 gold difference in that jungle alone. Junja continuing to prove why he is the apex predator in the jungle.
Yeah, just such a great player. Truly is just, I mean, the face of the region, the hero of the region now. Oh my lord, Dyer is doing a lot of damage. Well, Junja just goes straight up. I think he was looking to go over the wall, but he in fact does not. Here we go. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dearie me, this Varus is hurting. Starting up on this Arakan. It is slow because Azir is not there. Doggo making his way down. Honkyu with his tower there for safety.
Oh.
It's just satcheled up. Oh, what a slide away, and Doggo has just eliminated Taki.
No tempered
over the
fate,
wall.
so they can't even deny it.
It's just gone. Yeah, pretty just methodical. All things considered by CFO. I mean, the hiccup on top lane, but aside from that, exactly what you expect out of this roster at this point into the year.
Absolutely. And I mean, you look at Doggo, as a bot laner, he has a crazy amount of autonomy.
Doesn't he?
Like, he just consistently finds plays like that and will not hesitate to just force the issue there.
Yeah, very aggressive, and it's, I mean, generally calculated, but sometimes it's forfeit.
Oh, sometimes he just completely loses his mind, full sends it into a team as Zeri. Still wins, mind you, but he still gambles a lot more than, say, others in this competition.
Absolutely. Taking stock of the situation, it's 40 seconds out from this dragon. It would be the sole point going the way of CFO if they are to claim it. Of course, 3 minutes until the Baron, which would probably just spell the end of the game if they were able to secure that. Of course, it's a while away, and Team Secret Wales, ever the opportunists, looking for something up here, looking to see if Kaiwing oversteps his mark, looks for a little bit too far up ward.
I mean, this series is going to do absolute numbers for Doggo's KD.
Yeah.
It was what, 1 death in that last one. He has not died yet.
Yeah, the 1 death that he opted into, realistically.
Yeah.
Dragon will be picked up by CFO. Pun still going head-to-head up in that top side up against Rest and having a better time with it now.
There's Histo there in support as well. Unfortunately, they don't realise that Kaiwing is beelining towards that top lane as well.
No, what do you mean? That's Junjin, and then occasionally Honkyu.
Yeah. Has at times been Doggo even.
All right. Well, Rest didn't know it that he was under pressure, but now he's not, and now it's in fact Pun that it's being turned upon. The public execution coming out. Pun trying to get away. Nice ward jump, and we'll dodge out of the snare, but unfortunately there's an entire team beelining their way towards him, and we'll claim that as well. There's nothing to gain from it, but it is just going to be another member of Team Secret Wales off the map for the foreseeable future. Blue buff claimed. Maybe make some ways onto this top lane in a tower. Honkyu leading out mid. You see Kaiwing waiting. He still has the ultimate, still has the flash. He can look for it, engage from an obscenely long range.
Proto about 3/4 of the way through. Tower taken down in the bot lane, but I mean, they should. Yeah, I don't think you stick around if you die here. You get that, you get out. You've got some objective gold.
Yeah, good amount of gold for him.
Oh,
Hold up,
boy.
Doggo's looking for the one shot. Taki, 1 HP.
Oh,
he
boy.
got it. He got it again. Doggo.
He's alone.
He's lethality Varus and he's 1v3ing. He's even turning around to look for more, but Junja's in support this time. Histo not able to find the Varus.
Wow.
Absolutely not, but Pun might be able to. And he comes shut down. That's going to be the Varus going down. And Junja's in the base, and he's looking for the kill. Does he find it? No, the tower will claim him, and CFO have lost their minds.
They have, but all the while Hongq, the sanest of the lot, it would seem, just sticks it out, attacking the tower. Kaiwing, oh, that was just mind-boggling. To be fair, they're that far ahead, even with losing that, even with Pun picking up 1,000 gold, he's still down 500.
Seems to me like we might need to get Junja some Subway Surfers at the bottom left-hand corner of his screen.
Get him a fidget spinner.
Rest sitting on a ward. Pun's completely aware of where he is. So
oh my gosh.
Not going to result in much, but still a shutdown going the way of Pun, and it's an avenue for him to get some gold back, a little bit of power in that side lane still. I mean, what happened? Doggo just walks up and annihilates Taki. And then in the fog of war, he does not know at all where this Bard is. Boom! Takes him out, starts sprinting at Eddie. Histo, yeah, he's coming towards him. Look at the damage coming out of Doggo.
If that piercing arrow connects, Eddie's dead.
Oh, yeah, he's absolutely.
That's just, and the fadeaway. The fadeaway onto Histo as well.
Junja, oh, he loses his mind. Oh, yeah, he loses his mind. Oh, boy, does he lose his mind.
I'm wondering if he just thought it was Eddie. Like,
yeah.
Eddie, oh, look, he took so much damage. I can do this. And, oh, no, it's Dire. Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, again, okay, they're so far ahead. They probably just won this game. But Team Secret Wales against PSG came back from further behind in this. They did have a sip of that game, obviously, is the caveat. But more importantly, again, for CFO, I really think it is important to get into good habits. Because right now, this team doesn't have to be thinking domestically. They should be thinking, okay, we are going to go to Worlds. Because they haven't seen any signs that they wouldn't be. And so they have to think of, okay, what do we now need to do to improve our standings at Worlds? Look to compete for even the World Championship. I think plays like that are not good habits to get into.
Yeah, unfortunately you can only ride your opponent hasn't done their homework train for so long.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, they're definitely going to. It's tempered fate, but it's only going to delay time. Kai with the flash away, does get himself out, but Junja's just handling this Trundle, has to flash straight back into the Mystical Journey. Jin ult is awesome. Look at the damage it's doing. Fantastic. That fourth shot almost took away the shield from Hongq. Now, rest of the back line looking for the public execution. If he finds it, they are just going to pull the trigger, but instead, just clearing out this mid wave, possibly looking towards the Baron. There's no more Jin ult. No Subjugate either for Histo.
They got Kaiwing, but the Sundus comes up. Yeah, that's it. Oh, okay.
Oh, that is just an E.
That's an EQ.
Oh, my Lord. Not even with Blight stacks.
Yeah.
And Doggo, genuinely the AD carry.
Oh, Taki, no.
He's dead.
Taki, no.
He's dead. Oh, he lives. Taki very narrowly.
That's because of heal.
Yeah. Oh, my Lord. Now we're seeing why people pick the Varus. If you get to this point in the game, you're Exodia. Oh my God! There's no way! There is absolutely no way!
He had to have cleared a ward. Otherwise, that is...
Surely.
Someone call FaZe. That was a trick shot and a half.
What? Okay, surely there was a ward in that bush that Taki cleared. I think you have to be right. Otherwise, what a guess.
Like, honestly, Doggo, if that was purely blind, he should go buy a lotto ticket. That was just insane. And this is going to be sold, just completely uncontested.
Yeah, there's no way in. No vision can be established as Taki is no longer on the map. Does respawn 0-7 on the Bard. There's not.
No, that was just purely blind.
Oh, that is just disgusting.
Oh.
Oh, back to live, and Pun is dead. They do lose the Nico ult, but
oh, they get the Jin ult.
Yeah, I know which one of those two I prefer.
Absolutely.
Mid tower going to go down. Mid lane inhibitor probably going to fall. The bot lane as well. Should probably just be the game.
Yeah. I mean, if somehow Taki comes up and then Doggo wipes the remaining... Okay, Junja's just sending it.
Yeah, in they go. There's absolute... The wallet gap
11.
is so insurmountable.
Ooh.
11 for Doggo. One more Q coming up. Eddie, where are you going? He is going to get tempered faded, and Clone goes down. Doggo is going to sprint away.
They can't even get him.
Yeah, this is over. Unfortunately, Team Secret Wales, they were competing for first, but atop the throne sits CFO once again, and Hongq will finalize that with one more Emperor's Divide. CFO 2-0 in a very dominant fashion.
Well, now the question becomes, if not PSG, if not GARM, if not even Team Secret Wales, who domestically has a hope, let alone a prayer, against CFO? Because the answer right now is not a damn person.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, they are leaps and bounds ahead of everyone. And I think part of that is, it almost looks like a little bit of discomfort in the way that Team Secret Wales are playing. In the terms of, you go back historically for them, when have they succeeded the most? Has it been a slow, methodical game where we're looking for objectives that the other team not contesting? No, they just, wait, these guys are doing Dragon, let's fight them. And generally they win because they have better hands, or they win because they have better setup, or what it may be. But they do just generally win by chaotic games that they thrive in. CFO, and I think Junja, again, you have to speak to this guy. He will not take a fight if he's not sure that there is a good chance they win it. And time again, he is correct. He's proven it. His team are always there to answer. The start of this game started with Histo sprinting at Junja. It was a max range deadly flourish that secures the kill. But everyone from CFO converges and take him out.
Oh, Doggo. Then Kai just, yeah, look. Again, finding these new champions to really just bend to his will, and he does it with such aplomb. It's crazy how good he makes these champions look. Oh, yeah. Team Secret Wales, that seems to be their biggest problem. When they're in a commanding position, when they're ahead, they absolutely blow these games wide open. And even when they're only slightly behind, they do much the same. But when they are just not allowed even a chance at taking control or commanding how the tempo goes, they just completely fall flat. And they need to work on. That is the big thing they need to work on, is taking that control away from their opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. The results for that last game, Doggo sitting well atop the pedestal in terms of that damage. And man, for Taki, what an unfortunate game for him. I mean, he went from the best Bard game I've seen to possibly the worst, but it's not necessarily he's doing all that many things egregiously wrong. Doggo was just so far ahead and hitting the most ridiculous Qs you will ever see.
Yeah, it was almost like he took offense at the draft, so, you know, being targeted at the Varus as much as it was, but you never really had set up the Tempered Fate, which is the big problem.
Yeah.
Like, unless you can get that set up to be able to, you know, whether it's the slow, whether it's even the satchel charge or the deadly fire, setting it up so that you can set that up, then collapse in on the target that you're looking for, that it would never happen at all.
Yeah, I think a smart decision when it comes to that draft phase for Doggo is that he went for the Ghost. So typically when you do see this lethality Varus, you like to have that barrier, because, or even the cleanse if necessary, but the barrier because it gives you that lane pressure, because you're wanting to dominate your lane, right? Your lethality Varus. But this game realizing, okay, well, the lane is fairly even. It's Jhin against Varus, both strong laners. It's the Bard against the Nico, both strong laners. So he's not going to necessarily die.
Oh, no, Taki. They did not have to do it to him, but they did. But
yeah, I mean, Doggo putting on a montage. But I think taking the Ghost means there's absolutely no hope ever that Tempered Fate ever lands on him, right? We saw last week that it was the Youmu's for Artemis,
and
but every single Tempered Fate would land. And yeah, and then Junja loses mine a little bit, but, you know, you can forgive it.
Yeah, I think they were just streaks ahead by that point, yeah.
1.1k DPM is a very impressive stat, especially in a competitive game.
And he was, I mean, 17 KD on top of it. He was nearly 5,000 gold ahead of his opponent.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look, Doggo really is... he's just such an interesting dynamic. He's so quiet in the player comms, but he is literally, as a Doggo, he's no bark or bite.
Yeah, he's got that dog about him.
He does.
For sure. And yeah, once again, another MVP claimed for him, another standout performance by CFO as a whole. And this, again, that's what I was talking about earlier, how it started. Histo, he's going aggressive, and I like this style for Team Secret Wales, where they just, okay, we'll just see what happens, we'll fight. But Honkyu, I think a big difference maker is the teleport. Honkyu just teleports straight to the play, while Dyer teleports to the tower. So Honkyu is there just slightly earlier, and then, I mean, as well, that route that came out of Kaiwing just sets it up so well. I think a little bit overzealous with the flash from Azir. I think it was a done deal at this stage, but he doesn't get punished for it, so no big issue.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought this was
just
bad.
The confidence for Junja to make this play, seeing that Kaiwing's coming in and support, and then just before Tai can get away, boom, Pop Blossom sidesteps with the root follow-up. You'd think that Kaiwing had been playing Nika all year, the way he's been playing it recently.
Yeah, he is very, very skilled at the champion. I mean, he's just a skilled player, so it does make sense, but yeah, the game just got from bad to worse at that point. Even here, they just chase down. In comes Kaiwing. They're not able to find much immediately, and in fact, this ended up being a bad play.
Yeah.
Because style points went the way of CFO, for sure, because of rest, but unfortunately, gold went the way of Team Secret Wales.
Yeah,
that is very impressive.
It's made all the funnier by the fact that Pun had the thumbs up emote.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm out of here, and then he gets caught, and it's like, oh, okay, maybe not. And then, yeah, Doggo just, like, so he hits not one, but two blind piercing arrows to kill. Poor Taki, man.
Yeah. And then, my God, the damage.
1, 2, 3, gets the pop of the passive. 1 more stack, 2 more stacks, boom, arrow.
And then Pun comes and claims 1k.
Yeah, and then
Junja goes and whatever this was.
To be fair, he nearly got Dyer there. And then, yeah.
Oh, Lord. That's Doggo.
哎，我可以推改。
哎，别推，不要害我死，不要害我死，推。哇！
Now, I don't know much Mandarin, but I do know Dwayne means yes. So I think Honkyu was like, I can go in, and everyone's like, yeah.
The more you see of this team, the more you just love them.
It's impossible not to fall in love with this team.
Characters, a lot of them, jeepers.
It's a shame Kevin's with them.
Look, I'll give him that. He is still a bit of a character himself.
Yeah, he fits well, I think. He's a very fitting image with just how fun CFO are. But today's results on the screen, of course. SHG taking down DFM in a very closely fought 3-game series. And then CFO storm onto stage, exclaim their point at the top of the leaderboards, and very, very clearly are ahead of the competition.
Oh, dear. Yeah, I mean, way and above for both groups, CFO and Vikings, looking just incredibly strong in their respective groups. And I mean, the biggest concern for PCS fans is PSG talent in the form that they're in. Look, I wouldn't say it's a done deal, but it is looking more and more likely that there is a real chance that Vikings could potentially take that series away from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the series we have coming up for you next Friday. The 2 matches for the promotion relegation. GARM up against SHG after their win today, and PSG up against Vikings. And that is the big one, really. I think realistically, the PSG versus the Vikings. PSG, in their current form, haven't won a single game. Vikings look very dominant, but it's very difficult to tell the relative strength of both the teams, because Vikings have been going up against the LJL and the OS teams all split long, whereas PSG have had some hard-fought battles against CFO, who we just saw exceedingly dominant, Team Secret Wales and GARM. So I'm not ready to count PSG out so far, but they better get prepared, because this Vikings team is on a ripper performance so far. But it has been another night of League of Legends. It's been another night of some very, very good League of Legends. A fantastic series played by all. I thank you all so much for joining us today. Next Friday, we're going to 3 days a week from here on out, so we will see you on Friday, and I can't wait.
and I wanna do what I please. I stripped the weight off my heart just now, and it feels like I stopped falling down. The pressures of the modern day, I wrote them on a page, I scrunched them in a ball and threw them away. I'm starting from the blackest slate. I'm as fresh as the air and I'll take your breath away. I don't wanna lose all that I've been. I just need to shake things up again. The pressures of the modern day, I wrote them on a page, I scrunched them in a ball and threw them away. I threw them I'm as fresh as the ocean breeze, rustling through the trees, and I've taken off my chains, I threw them away. I'm as fresh as the ocean breeze, rustling through the trees, and I've taken off my chains, I threw them away.
Free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. Better by and by. Oh I, let freedom ring. No freedom without the sacrifice. Going through the motions, internalizing the pain and strife. Getting over all the hate can cut the tensions with a knife. Love can win and change it all if only we could get it right. Changing our position, recognizing the vision that beyond all of division, our dreams will come to fruition. And if we can change it all, these walls gon' fall. We find it straight before we know it, we be standing tall. Like the tree next to the still waters running deep. Future's right in front of me, clear as day is gonna be. Better days a million ways, climbing up the mountaintop. Nothing we can't do, and know that we won't stop, won't stop. One thing about it, yeah, it's two things for sure. We're no stranger to the struggle, from mistakes we can grow. Bringing truth to power, level up is part of the game. Open up your eyes and know the